kindly be seated. We are going to begin very shortly. A very good morning to all of you. We are just going to start the inaugural session. Please take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, welcome to the Clean Energy Ministerial 14 and Mission Innovation 8 in Goa. Hope you had a nice rest last night after a long travel. So without further ado, I now request Mr. Abhay Bagre, Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency and Sherpa of Clean Energy Ministerial from Government of India to please take over the proceedings. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Arijit. Dear colleagues from different countries, expert organizations, media persons, academia, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a very pleasure for us, for the host India, to welcome you all. We are going to have a 4 days event here, which will include the ministerial, the high-level ministerial, the high-level dialogues with CEOs. We have also invited a number of CEOs, not only from major corporates in India dealing with the clean energy, but also across the world. We also have very high experts who will be participating in ministerial and the roundtables. We also have all the delegates, policy makers, think tanks, and of course, the students who will be participating in these 4-day highly packed sessions. I request all of you to take a look of the information brochure which we have circulated. If you're not, I think you can ask for a copy from our team. As again, on behalf of Ministry of Power, Government of India, all the dignitaries, all the partners from Ministry of Power, Ministry of Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, we are really thrilled to welcome you all, and let's start the opening ceremony. So this is a formal opening for the 4-day CEM-MI event, CEM-14 and MI-8. At the same time, the ETWG 4th meeting has also started in another venue, which is not very far. So some of the delegates who are also likely to participate in CEM are at present, they are occupied in the meetings there, the negotiations here. But of course, we expect them to also join many of the events. But let's not waste the time. Let me invite our last year's host, that is United States. Ma'am Julie, please take your seat. We also want to invite next year's host, Mr. Thiago from Brazil. We also wish to invite the head of CEM Secretariat, John Francis. Please take your seat. The head of MI Secretariat, Eleanor, kindly have a seat. We would also like to invite CMD of PowerGrid, Mr. K. Srikanth. PowerGrid is the partner for organizing this event. And we also would like to have my colleague host on behalf of MI, Dr. Anita Gupta from Department of Science and Technology. So ladies and gentlemen, Just the housekeeping announcement. So these 4 days, there are 2 or 3 venues involved. Of course, the main venue here is the Grand Hyatt, where we have 6 main venues. There are few more rooms available for bilateral discussions based on the request. The CEM team, the MI team, and of course, the B and Power Grid team is available to help you in all respect. As I mentioned, the ETWG and G20 side events are happening in Taj and Taj Sidade, which is also within a reach of 10 minutes. So there are electric buses traveling across all the hotels and all the venues. An important announcement is that we are going to have a launch of technology and cultural showcase. This is on behalf of State Government of Goa and in partnership with Central Government. We are going to hold a huge showcase of not only the science and technology innovations, especially in the field of zero emission vehicles, but also the models which we have collected and we have received from different countries, the zero emission models, the hydrogen vehicles, the battery vehicles, etc. Kindly spare your time and visit, which is again only a few minutes away from this venue. This will be inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister of Goa at 1:30 today. So it will be available from 2 p.m. onwards for all the visitors to have a look. You will also have a glimpse of some kind of cultural programs there, which is from the renowned local artists, and you will definitely like to enjoy. This showcase is available every day from 11 to 6 p.m. For today, it will be from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. On the ministerial day, 21st, these 3 ballrooms will be combined, and we are going to have the ministerial here only till lunchtime. After the lunch, we are going to have high-level roundtables and high-level deliverables discussions, which will be followed by some kind of announcements, awards, and of course, a small briefing to the media person. So this is a brief of what we are going to have in next 4 days. The program will end on the afternoon of, or around the late afternoon on 22nd, that's Saturday. So all these programs, the details are available. We don't expect any major changes in the schedule or in the rooms, so the rooms are also given there. So without waiting, now let me invite the CEM MI chair, and of course the last year's host, United States, to give the inaugural address. Julie, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Bakri, Dr. Gupta, Sangeeta, it's so nice to get to see you. Thank you so much for inviting us to be here. So last month, we had the privilege of welcoming Prime Minister Modi to his historic state visit to the United States, where both of our nations celebrated our long partnership, one of shared values and also of a shared future. And we valued this partnership with India in launching and leading some of our most important global efforts, like the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation. In fact, it was a decade ago that India hosted CEM-4. At that time, CEM just had 13 initiatives, and today I think there's over 24. We had the first round of the SEED Global Efficiency Medals. There was a focus on women in energy, which we still have today, still lots of work to do there. And the Tracking Clean Energy Progress Report had its first chapter focused on innovation. Soon afterwards, we launched Mission Innovation, a name aptly given by Mr. Modi himself. MI began with a challenging but clear mission to double public funding for R&D in just 5 years. And while we made terrific progress towards that goal, we knew more needed to be done to make the linchpin technologies of our future more affordable and more accessible to everyone, which is why today we have 7 missions. And CEM and MI serve not only to facilitate dialogue and to mobilize political commitments, but they give us the tools, the knowledge, the access to world-class expertise that allows us all to take action. And when I look across the people in this room, these are the implementers of our future. And I think that's what is so beautiful about CEM and MI. So this week, we've come together to double down on proven approaches and to explore innovative solutions that will transform our energy sector. It's no small feat, and it's not one that can be done alone, but it's certainly one that can be done in partnership with you. And so I'm looking forward to a very productive week of meetings and also to coming back to India in a decade to report back on the progress that we've made. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Now may I invite Thiago Bahal from Brazil to give the opening remarks. Over to you, Thiago.
Well, good morning, everyone. Hello to my panel colleagues for this opening session. And also very good morning to all of you, delegates, officials, experts, leaders in the energy sector. Well, first of all, I'd like to express our sincere thanks to India, to the government of India, for hosting this ministerial, for organizing such an important event. And we know, and I'm sure Julie knows even better, how hard it is to organize, how time-consuming it is. And this is a big responsibility, but we are all very excited to be here, and again, very thankful for all that you have organized. And for this, we want to congratulate you and offer our support, if any, we can provide. We are all very excited and willing to make the most of such an opportunity to connect, to inspire, to be inspired, and to commit to implementation and to acknowledge all the work done through CEM and MI work streams and CEM and MI platform. It's been almost 1 year since Pittsburgh, and a lot has been done, and this is the time where we gather to evaluate how far we have come, how efficient, how effective, the new challenges that have appeared. And so this is a very, very critical moment for us to collaborate. We are happy to have contribute somehow by organizing and hosting the preparatory meetings in Rio de Janeiro. Some of you were there, and we had very productive discussions there. And I can see that it's all embedded in the agenda and in the ambition that has been brought to Goa. I also want to say some special thanks to the CEM Secretariat with the new leadership and also Mission Innovation Secretariat. I must say that you have always been supportive, ready to help, and pushing us to do more and work better together. So thank you for that as well. What I'd like to highlight on behalf of the Brazilian government here at this opening session is that the Brazilian government is committed to taking the outcomes and key messages of this Goa ministerial, as well as what we achieved in Pittsburgh, and continue the efforts to consolidate CEM and MI as the implementation platform for advancing the energy transition through cooperation. Brazil will follow India in this important innovation, which is working to leverage CEM and MI through G20 and vice versa. So we will be learning a lot from what you have done and prepared. And I want to say, so please count on us. Brazil is keen to take the messages and the work here to Foz do Iguaçu next year in Brazil. And again, our delegation is very happy to engage with all of you at the side events, at bilateral meetings. And again, we wish you all a very productive ministerial. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Thiago. And we are confident that the work started from Pittsburgh, then Goa will definitely be carried on and intensively accelerated in the coming years as well. So now we move on to the great work done by both the secretariats, and we would like to hear from them And with few words, what do they really expect from these 4 days events here in Goa and of course beyond in the next couple of years? So first let me call Head of CEM Secretariat, Mr. Sean Prentice. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bakre, Dr. Gupta, Mr. Shrikant, Julie, Tiago, Eleanor, and members of the CEM and MI communities. I want to first thank the CEM Steering Committee for giving me the great honor and opportunity to be here this morning in front of you as I take on the new role of CEM Head of Secretariat. And I'm extremely thrilled to be here because I'm actually passionate about what's going to happen around this coming week. I think the CEM is a unique mechanism, and its association with the MI has just made that even better in terms of delivering concrete outcomes to achieve the political goals that, and challenges that are ahead of us. The work streams, you are what makes this place a very unique situation. And I do want to echo what Julie said about being able to rely on that action-oriented aspect and concrete addressing of key challenges. I also want to echo what Tiago and Dr. Bakre said and recognize India's foresight and leadership in bringing this action-focused forum aligned with the political goal-setting mechanism of the G20 so that we can basically get a sense of the actions that are needed from the challenges that we need to address, but at the same time provide a sense of capabilities to those who will set those goals that we are behind them in terms of giving them the mechanism to achieve that. And so this week is a celebration of that great success and partnership. I think I encourage all of you to consider your work this week as both a way to celebrate your successes, but also idea opportunities to take that action even further. And we as a secretariats really see ourselves as being able to represent that value up to the ministers who will be meeting both in the CEM ministerial, but also in the CEM and MI ministerial and the G20 ministerials, so that we can showcase to them the value of this international collaboration, but at the same time get some guidance from them in terms of where we can provide the biggest opportunity and the biggest value. And so to me, it is that mix of both a bottom-up and a top-down approach of addressing the key challenges that we have enough that really is the value of this group. And I am extremely honored to be able to work with the amazing group within the CEM Secretariat, as well as steering committee members, to make sure that we enable all of you to deliver on that great promise. So congratulations, looking very, very much forward to work with you, and let us celebrate the value of what we're creating this week. Thank you.
Thank you, John Francis. As we know, not only we are celebrating the CEM-14 this year, but also MI-8. As Julie mentioned, the MI was coined by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in 2015 in COP21, and now we have come a long way here. And MI is also going stronger every year. In fact, we wanted to host MI something in 2020 itself, but since it was attached to CEM, so that's why finally we could decide it on 2023. So we are happy to invite Head of MI Secretariat, Elena Webster, to say a few words. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, everybody. Wonderful to see so many of you here. I hope everybody's jet lag is okay. Certainly for me, it's about 4:30 in the morning, and I don't think I'm a morning person at the best of times, so I will do my best. But great to see you all, and thank you so much for joining. I would like to thank fellow panelists, and thank you for a wonderful introduction. Really, really happy to be here. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, and your team for such a wonderful job in organising the build-up to this event. Thank you to the fantastic Secretariat team who are sat at the back there and are here to help this week with whatever questions that you might have, but certainly worked very hard on the build-up to this event. Thank you to the CEM Secretariat for your wonderful collaboration. Very much enjoy working with you and look forward to what the next year will bring. And thank you to the US, obviously Julie as chair of MI, but also for hosting last year, and to Brazil and Tiago for hosting next year. All of this absolutely critical in continuing to build momentum for the CEM and MI work programs. So, as we've all heard, innovation is at the heart of the clean energy transition. And that is why at COP21, global leaders agreed the need to bring innovation up the political agenda, and Mission Innovation was born. India was central to the design of MI, and 8 years later, here we are, with innovation, with public investment in clean energy innovation having increased exponentially, but also the development of a global network for our world leaders in clean energy innovation. And that is something that Mission Innovation is really proud of. So from a Secretariat point of view, certainly MI-8 is the moment of the year when we can bring world leaders together to really just focus on clean energy innovation and the task at hand without communiques, decision texts, and all of those things landing on our shoulders at the end of the week. So we really hope that you all enjoy immersing in the subject and really engage with the topic at hand. We hope that you can all contribute and come away with some key takeaways for the MI Work Programme, in particular engaging with the transformational potential of our fantastic missions, and we have our mission directors here. Please do take the opportunity to speak with them all. Also to consider where your country could help bolster the MI Work Programme. There's always so much to do, and the MI member countries are absolutely fantastic in leading the way forward. Thank you to our hosts once again, and we hope that this week fosters deep collaboration and continues to build that important momentum for the coming years. Our next milestone is COP28, and this event is extremely important in setting down the foundations for what we're going to discuss there. Obviously, we have some important policy mechanisms coming up with the global stocktake, and we look forward to MI being a central part in delivery of that ambition. Once again, thank you to all of you and to our fabulous hosts, and look forward to speaking with as many of you as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. So we heard from our past host, the next host, and also from both the CEM Secretariat and the MI Secretariat heads. One thing which has been discussed a number of times is that how CEM and MI can become actually a vehicle for delivery of all the announcements, all the ambitions which our leaders are putting forth, either through G20, G7, or even COP, as I just mentioned earlier. So this is one more responsibility CEM-MI have been actually assigned, that how to actually deliver whatever the challenges and the ambitions our Apex leaders are actually envisioning, and of course giving the directions to all of us. Before we move to the end of this, may I request for a small video clip on CEM-MI. Let's.
भारत ने वन सन, वन वर्ल्ड, वन ग्रिड के मंत्र के साथ विश्व में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी रिवॉल्यूशन का आह्वान किया है।
India is committed to a low-carbon future and aims to transform the energy landscape of the country by accelerating clean energy innovations.
In our NDCs announced in COP21 in Paris, we had pledged that by 2030, 40% of our power generation capacity will be from non-fossil fuel sources. We achieved this in November 21, a good 9 years ahead of schedule.
Thank you. So let's aim for Goa to net zero world and save our planet. So conclude this session, may I invite my colleague Dr. Anita Gupta, host from MI, Government of India. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhakre, and very good morning to one and all here present for the opening ceremony today. As you know, climate change is one of the biggest challenges of the planet which we all are facing, and a collective decision through platforms like Mission Innovation and Clean Energy Ministerial, how to collectively we resolve to mitigate the adverse impacts and effects of these challenges. This week, Goa is going to see the who's and who in the energy world globally, 40 odd countries, the energy leaders, and about 10 odd international organizations, many participants from all these 40 countries. I think this is going to be a major assembly which we'll see in this week today, which we are starting off. Mission Innovation, as already highlighted by Julie and Mission Secretariat Eleanor, PM Modi has coined this term of Mission Innovation, and since 2015 it has progressed really very well. Today we have 7 missions really to combat the challenges of climate change through innovations, and 4 platforms actually tackling various issues. In the coming sessions, we will see how our leaders, our thought leaders, our researchers, academicians, the champions of energy are collectively going to really deliberate on various issues. 80 odd side events have been actually firmed up, and I'm thankful to all the leaders who are present here, from Julie to Thiago, to Mission Secretariat heads, Power Grid head, and my fellow colleague, Mr. Bhakre, for driving all the necessary preparations for and planning for this event, which we'll be witnessing in next 4 days, starting off from today. My own team from DST, Mr. Vineet and Pradyot, have been a very driving force in all organizing. My colleague from DBT, Sangeeta, is equally helpful in driving all the and putting up the show from India side. I'm thankful to all the industry champions who have gathered here and will be deliberating in next 4 days here. We have also, as highlighted by Mr. Bhakre, a technology show has also been put up. We are trying to highlight the innovations, the technologies which have come out through investment from Government of India. So that will be a good, and I will urge upon all of you to really pay visit to the technology show and see how India's efforts have gone in terms of bringing forth the innovations to market. They are at various technology readiness levels. And as already highlighted, MI Secretariat and SAM Secretariat will be there to really take forward any of the issues if you really encounter or have it. They will try to facilitate and resolve any issues or provide you all sort of assistance in during your stay here in the Goa. I will urge upon all the designers of these side events and also the knowledge partners for the 8 roundtables and high-level dialogues to really come out with the summary points to be shared with our secretariat so that we consolidate all these and share with our ministers during the ministerial day as well. So I think now this is a high time, the energy which is required from all the collective assembly of our leaders here, our champions here, we really come out with the newer strategies and pathways to further advance the clean energy together. Thankful to our event organizer who have been behind the show, working effortlessly for last few months and days to really showcase our efforts, collective efforts in this clean energy domain. And Mission Innovation, as we'll continue to work and further advance the innovation to market value chain through newer strategies, partnerships, and I am really hopeful that next 4 days will be really going to be engaging, exciting, enlightening, and really meaningful and productive for all of you. So thank you one and all who have really taken time to be here in Goa from very respective nations, countries. So thank you one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Ante Gupta. So with this, we close this inaugural session, and we invite you all for the coming side events. I think they are all starting from 9 onwards. Maybe this room side event may take a little 10 minutes more for the preparation. But enjoy your stay here. And we also thank the Hotel Grand Hyatt for providing excellent hospitality to all of us, and also for the arranging all the events. Thank you so much.
and said all our important hellos and got your tea and coffee this morning, which are all very important things, I fully understand, then maybe we can start this session. Everyone that's near the door, if I can please request you to come inside. Ladies and gentlemen, by the door, may I please request you to come inside? Okay, so we are very excited to be starting off with what to me is a really important conversation on the UN Energy Compacts. My name is Kanika Chawla, and I am the Chief of Staff at Sustainable Energy for All. And Sustainable Energy for All is an important, in my view, member of UN Energy, part of a 23 organization consortium that collaborates on multi-agency work on the UN effort on supporting the energy transition all over the world. And as part of the UN Energy offering, in 2021, the Secretary General held one of the most important dialogues on energy in the first time in 40 years. The last time the UN General Assembly had a discussion on energy was in the 1970s in the wake of the oil crisis. And I'm sure we can all agree that in those 40 years, the energy paradigm has shifted dramatically. But also what we've seen is that the rate at which the energy scenario all over the world is changing is speeding up. Just in the last 3 years, we've seen how the energy ecosystem has evolved dramatically, but also how incredibly important energy has proven itself to be in tackling all the different ongoing crises, whether it is the health crisis that we all saw with COVID-19, and more recently, the impact of access to energy on food security, on energy security, as well as on the cost of living. And so we think of the energy compacts as leadership commitments that are open to all stakeholder groups. So really to not just member states, as many other UN commitments are, but really that are open to demonstrating the leadership of the private sector, to the leadership of subnational governments, as well, of course, to consortium partners where very many different parties feel that they can work together to showcase progress and move the needle on complicated or complex and layered issues such as powering healthcare or phasing down oil and gas, or on specific issues like green hydrogen, where there is need to kind of bring the technology, the governance, as well as the impact on end-use sectors together. So bearing this in mind, we now have an energy compact community of over 185 commitments, which we monitor annually. And these commitments amount to over $600 billion. And in just 2021-22, we saw that the 185 commitments already made investments in SDG 7 that were upwards of 40 billion in a single year. And the reason this is important is because there's a lot of work that has been done in setting long-term goals, but not as much work that has gone into real-time actions that are going to help partners, all of who have out the announcement, but that are also walking the talk with real action on the ground. And in addition to kind of hearing the leadership stories from these partners, we are also later in this session going to hear from Selwyn Hart, who is the Senior Advisor to the UN Secretary General for Climate Change and Just Transition, and who's going to talk to us about the upcoming Climate Ambition Summit that the Secretary General is hosting, in which the energy compacts are one of the high-impact initiatives and that are expanding, in fact, in scope. And so really the leadership that we're going to hear about today were the torchbearers of action on energy that is to come. So please join me in welcoming our very illustrious panel. We first have Mr. Anil Kumar Jain, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at JK Cement. We also have Ms. Vardhani Ratnala from the International Solar Alliance. We have Mr. William Brent, who's the Chief Marketing Officer for Huss Power. We have Ms. Rachita Mishra from the Selco Foundation. And Ms. Meghna Pal from Newtown, Kolkata. And before I hand over and you hear from the people who are actually doing the work on the ground, I think it's also really important for us to recognize the different kinds of stakeholders that we see on stage today, right? From hard, but as I heard from Mr. Jain, possible to abate sectors like cement, to an international intergovernmental organization, to a private sector-led approach to ending energy poverty, to a consortium leader on powering healthcare, which kind of is the interlinkage of energy with the delivering of other development priorities, and finally with subnational governments that are such an important part of the story and are often not as recognized in the action that they're driving. So please, once again, join me in welcoming this very illustrious panel. So the way that we're going to do this is I'm going to hand over to each of the panelists for them to showcase their commitment to you. So really talk about their energy compact, what have they committed to, what have they done so far. We're going to try and keep that to maybe 3-4 minutes each. And some of you I know have slides. And then after that, I'm going to ask you some questions. And if there's anyone in the room that would like to ask any questions as well as kind of offer opportunities for collaboration, please do so. And then we'll move into the next phase of this session. So with that, maybe Mr. Jain, I can start with you.
Thank you, Kanika, and good morning to everyone. My name is Anil Jain, and I come from the cement sector, which is recognized as a hard-to-abate sector. But now, with the development in the cement sector for providing the solution for the green cement, the sector has converted the concept of hard-to-abate to possible-to-abate. In the transitioning roadmap, this is possible to achieve the net zero. And thank you very much for providing the opportunities to share the decarbonization journey of the JK Cement in achieving the our net zero commitment through the our voluntary commitment, which are the energy compact, science-based target initiatives, and alignment with the SDGs. Cement, yes, is considered as a highly energy and resources intensive sector. And if you see the entire energy spectrum of, or the carbon spectrum or carbon management of the cement sector, 30 to 35% emissions comes from the energy. In the form of thermal energy, we use the fuel, and in the form of 10% comes from the power, we use the power. And rest comes from our process, because our limestone, that is the raw material, itself generates the CO2 in the process. And that is the well-known chemistry. There is no solution except the capturing. That's why the entire cement process is known as the hard-to-abate sector. Without the emerging technologies, new technologies, not possible to achieve the net zero. But the 40% is possible for switching from the fossil to the natural or to the green technologies in the form of fuel and power. We can cut up to the 40% of the emission. The rest 60% without CCUS is not possible. And if we see the cost breakup of the manufacturing, we spend 25 to 30% on the raw material, and we spend 25 to 30% on the energy. And that's why the energy conservation, switching from the fossil to clean energy, is the mechanism to control the cost and to pass on to the consumer. So this is the important lever and measures for cement sector to have a focus on the energy sector, because we consume energy, and to control the cost. These technologies, they are helpful, and this energy compact has provided us these opportunities to control the cost and to decarbonize the sector. JK Cement globally has the three major climate commitments. Number one, the science-based target initiatives. We committed that by 2030, we will cut the 22% of the carbon emissions. And I am happy to say that within the 3 years, we have cut by 17%. And we are very close to meet the 2030 targets. The second is the net zero commitment by 2050 to provide the carbon neutral concrete. And third, the energy compact, where we committed that the minimum 75% of the energy will be green energy in our energy mix by 2030. And as on progress, I would like to say, we started with the 19% of the clean energy in FY20, and within 3 years, we have reached to the 45%. This year, our average is the 45%, which is highest across the cement sector. Our investment, they are aligned with the energy compact, and we will cross the 50% clean energy by 2050. So if, Kanika, if you allow, I can take some more time to... Okay. So, and all these endeavors which we have implemented, they have delivered the sustainable green cement, and our cement has been recognized the most prestigious CII Green Co eco-labeling cement in this year because of all these endeavors. There are 4 major energy compact which we made. Number one is the 75%, which I have already discussed, that the 75% will be the clean energy by 2030. We started 19, we have reached to 45, and now we are further investing in the waste heat recovery systems in the RE to cross the 50% next year. Yeah, there are some barriers are there, and we have discussed yesterday with the Joint Secretary that we will apprise the ministry. We need some support from the government regarding the policy support. How can we further increase the RE consumption? Because we need the uniform policy across the country. We need the banking, the power banking facilities, 100% settlement on annual basis. So these are some of the barriers are there. And the second is to reduce the R-specific power consumption. And we committed that the 10% we will reduce by 2030. And I am happy that we targeted that the cement power consumption will be reduced from 73 to 68 units per ton of cement by 2030. Last year, we have achieved the 62 units per ton of cement. Instead of 10% reduction, we have already reduced 17%. So we have achieved the 2030. Because we have replaced all the old equipment, the old manufacturing equipment with the energy efficient equipment. So we invested in this. Because this energy compact inspires us to control the cost and to reduce the carbon emissions. Okay, thank you. So I will cover that.
Thank you so much. And this is not just a learning or a lesson for the other cement companies in the space here in India, but it's really an example of leadership all over the world, especially because you are using such an evidence-driven approach, and then your compliance also with other like science-based targets, etc. But also, just like you said, this is cost economics, and what we are beginning to realize by monitoring the energy compacts is that often green actions are driven now by unit economics, and they are often with the right enabling environment, where there is also an opportunity to participate in a growing global green market. So your leadership is actually in many ways a template for several others all over the world. So thank you very much for that. And thank you for sharing that experience, Mr. Jain. But then if I can hand over to you, especially as a monitoring and evaluation specialist, because kind of tracking and the transparency of the Energy Compact commitments is so important to us, that I'd like to maybe turn to you to also reflect on the more network commitment that the ISA had made and the progress that you have made so far.
Thanks, Kanika, for that. I actually have a PowerPoint. So which would also help you in understanding what I'm trying to convey. As Kanika mentioned, I work with the International Solar Alliance, ISA. We are an alliance of 116 member countries, and we work across a whole spectrum of countries, whether it's developed countries, developing countries, least developed countries, or small island developing states. And across this entire spectrum that we work on, our major focus is on working with LDCs and SIDs. So our emphasis is on taking best practices from different countries and then work with LDCs and SIDs to ensure that we scale up solar. Can I request you to please go to the first slide? Sorry, the next slide. Okay, sorry. So I've basically put up the goals we have committed as an international alliance of 116 member countries that we have promised to achieve through our Energy Compact. And these are the main 4 goals that our organization works on. As I mentioned previously too, our alliance works on certain core areas and core programs. So these goals are also aligned to the work that we do. The first one is to facilitate universal energy access, and this we do by creating a supportive global ecosystem within our member countries through a series of work which I would be explaining in the next slide, and also reducing the cost of solar technologies. The second goal that we have promised is to increase the share of renewable energy, specifically solar technologies, within the energy mix of our member countries. And in order to achieve this goal, we ensure that we mobilize adequate resources, whether it's in terms of finance, whether it's in terms of getting support from private sector players. Plus, also we work with our member countries to co-develop and implement, small-scale projects so that they get hands-on experience and then they scale up their work. The third area that we work on is on infrastructure and technology. And under this particular goal, what we are trying to achieve rooftops to solar mini-grids to solar parks, floating solar. There are so many initiatives which are available on solar, including green hydrogen. So we try and promote these technologies and create awareness about these technologies within our member countries. The fourth goal, which is in pink over here, is about enhancing international cooperation. As Kanika mentioned, we are to ensure that we all collectively work towards the goal of accelerating the deployment of solar energy. And towards this, we also come out with a lot of work on research, on capacity building, plus a lot of knowledge products that our organization undertakes. So this is basically the Energy Compact that we have agreed and signed with UN Energy and SE for All. If you look at the first 3 areas, these are the priorities on which our organization ISA works. The fourth is a very native we work on is policy and capacity building, and within this we provide support to our member countries on developing solar specific policies or solar specific regulations, players, etc. together, or other stakeholders, so that there is a kind of enabling environment within the member country. The second area which we work on is on programmatic support, and within this we also do a lot of work on resource mobilization, which is financing for our member countries, plus private sector engagement. And under this priority, the work we do is helping our member countries in doing small demonstration projects, so that when they set up a small project, it builds their capacity on, okay, from where do I source material, how does the supply chain work, how do I implement this project, who are the technical consultants, what are the pros and cons of setting up a project. So it's more like a hands-on demonstration project that we work with the countries to set up. Additionally, we also do a lot of work in terms of project preparation, pre-feasibility studies, detailed project reports, etc. For financing, which is a crucial barrier within this sector, we are currently trying to set up a solar finance facility through which we can ensure that our member countries have access to concessional finance, which can help them scale up their solar energy projects. We also work very strongly with the private sector. I have my colleague Alex here who is leading that work, where we try and engage with private players to show them the opportunities which are there, especially in the work we do with LDCs and SIDs, so that there's again an uptick of solar. The third area we work on is analytics and advocacy. As a global organization which is leading on solar across the world, we believe that we should be the knowledge leader on everything related to solar. And therefore, under this priority, we come out with a lot of tools like predictive analysis tools. We also come out with reports. For example, day after tomorrow, we are launching 2 of our flagship publications, Ease of Doing Solar and Global Trends in Solar. For the Ease of Doing Solar report, if you flip through it, it's like a 2 or 3 page on each member country, which talks about where do they stand on solar and how are they, placed in terms of their policies and how are they going to take solar ahead. So this is basically the work we do. I just wanted to set this context before I come to the actual commitments that we've made in the Energy Compact. The third row talks about the impact which our secretariat, ISA, is going to achieve in our member countries through the work that the secretariat does. So our secretariat is based here in India, and we have agreed to ensure that we train 10,000 people across our member countries on this. Now, these are not generic training programs like you see those massive online open courses. These are not MOOCs. These are very curated niche programs which are offered for technicians, bankers, and policymakers. For example, our bankers training program is a 5-day program where we train bankers on, solar as a concept, how to do a pre-feasibility, how to do a technical assessment of a project before, what should be the costing components, etc., before they lend to a particular solar project. So it's a very niche kind of a training program, and so far we have trained almost 2,100 stakeholders across 5 of the programs that ISA has done. We have also committed under our Energy Compact to do 30 pilots with our member countries to help build their capacity on how a solar project should be implemented. And I'm happy to report that out of the 30 commitments we've made, in 27 of these projects have already been initiated, and 7 have been completed in countries like Jamaica, Comoros, Fiji, and so many other places across the world. And the remaining 20 also we are hoping to complete in the next 2 or 3 months. We've also committed to do around 100 knowledge products which help in building knowledge on solar across the world. And we've achieved this target through a series of products which we come out with. The fourth commitment which we've made through our compact is that we will try and set up 30 star centers. These star centers are basically solar technology and application resource centers. These are, you can say, kind of an outreach center to the work that we do at the Secretariat. At the country level, they will be based and they will train people within the country. They will promote solar technologies within the country. They will have testing facilities and a whole range of activities for member countries. And out of 30, we are almost in the process of finalizing 5. And we are in engagements with 12 more member countries where work has been initiated in terms of identifying host institutions and mapping out the resources that they have. So through the work that the Secretariat does, what we are hoping is we're going to unleash the potential of solar across our member countries so that over a period of time, by 2030, through our Energy Compact, we can see that 1,000 gigawatts of solar capacity has been installed, 1,000 billion has been mobilized, as well as 1,000 million tons of CO2 emissions have been avoided.
Thank
so
you.
This is basically a compact. I'm sorry, did I exceed your time limit?
Thank you so much. And I think there was such a comprehensive presentation of also how you are creating this ecosystem approach. And the International Solar Alliance is a really important partner of the Energy Compact Action Network because of the support that you're providing to many of the other signatories in order for them to reach their goals, but also with all of the member states that you're working. And I think it's really important to recognize the different approaches that you're taking through capacity building, through the actual kind of mobilizing of finance, but also the focus on interlinking energy and its knock-on effects with the other development priorities, but also with emissions, right? And I think that the monitoring of that is critical. It's something that we try and do through our annual Energy Compact analysis as well. So thank you very much for leading the way on that. If I can hand over to you now, William, to talk about Husk, because in many ways, I think it's a very good complement to the network approach to kind of much more commitment of this is what we're going to do, and here is the proof of the pudding by actually doing it.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here. Thank you to Kanika and Ceci for all for inviting Husk Power to be here this morning. I have, I think, about 4 or 5 slides, and I'll run through very quickly. Is that better? Great. So as soon as my slides are up, but I can begin by briefly introducing the company that I work for, Husk Power. Husk was actually founded in India 15 years ago this August by our CEO and co-founder, Manoj Sinha, who's from Patna in Bihar state. That's still where our main operations are in India. Even though our company is currently headquartered in the United States, India still represents the largest portion of our business, and it's very essential to the targets that I'll be talking about today. Besides the fact that we are now one of the first mini-grid companies to achieve scale, we also have been able to attract over $40 million in equity and debt. And we expect that in this quarter, Q3 of 2023, that we'll be closing another $100 million in equity and debt to finance the next stage of our growth. So we're at a point now where we've really figured out what our business model is, what our go-to-market strategy is, and we are executing on that strategy in India, and we're also doing the same in sub-Saharan Africa. The company was started, as I mentioned, Manoj Sinha, our founder, he was from a part of India that was quite energy poor at the time, and his commitment is to really try to end energy poverty, or provide reliable quality electricity in rural communities in India, but also across the globe. So we were very honored to announce a energy compact at the Glasgow COP26 a couple of years ago, in which we made 7 commitments listed here: to build at least 5,000 mini-grids by 2030, to connect at least 1 million customers by that time period, to impact 11 million people, and to connect 500,000 businesses. We are very focused as a business on supplying reliable electricity to MSMEs, the engine of rural economies globally, but also here in India. We also are installing a significant amount of rural rooftop solar C&I in India. Many of the customers that we serve may not want a solution connected to a mini-grid. They might want something that is standalone, that they can own and operate over time. So we also do that. So we've committed to build 500 megawatts of rooftop solar in rural communities. And also, we've integrated appliance sales and financing into our business model as of a couple of years ago, to be able to provide our customers, both households and businesses, access to affordable, energy efficient, high quality, quality assured appliances that they can use to enhance their lifestyles at home, but also to improve their business performance over time. So those were the, and also the 7th is sort of replacing enough diesel generation or gasoline generation in the communities that we serve to offset 7 megatons of CO2. One of the things that is not included in the compact is our impact on climate adaptation. This is more of a climate mitigation metric, number 7. And we're quite interested actually in trying to understand what our impact is on resilience and climate adaptation in the communities that we serve. To my belief, I may be incorrect, but that our impact on climate adaptation is actually much greater than it is on mitigation. We build small solar biomass waste gasification mini-grids that deliver electricity, but the impact that we make in terms of climate resilience we think is actually quite high. So these are global goals. How are we doing so far? I pulled out our statistics for India and where we expect to end this year. So we're already well on our way to that 5,000 mini-grid number. We'll have about 300 in operation. We build, own, and operate our mini-grids. We'll have about 300 of those in operation by the end of this year, with 40,000 connections, serving 600,000 people. We'll be serving 20,000 MSMEs by the end of the year in India, so basically doubling the number of MSMEs we currently serve by the end of this year. With that $100 million that we're raising, we'll achieve 10 megawatts of rooftop solar in the rural communities that we serve, and we're already offsetting about 15,000 tons of CO2 annually in India. So off to a good start, I would say. There's still a lot of work to be done. This is a very capital-intensive industry, so that $100 million will go a long way in terms of helping us get from where we are today, which is about 200 mini-grids between India and Sub-Saharan Africa, to 2,000 by 2026, and then on to 5,000 by 2030. In terms of where we go from here, so this is also just gives you a sense of sort of the ability we have now to roll out mini-grids at scale and speed. So I think it was in February this year in UP and Bihar, we were able to roll out 16 mini-grids in 1 month, which was a significant milestone for us as a company, but also the industry. So you can imagine that if we can do 16 a month in India, that we can then do the same in every other country that we're present, and we can get from 16 to 20 and then to 25 per month. And we're looking at different technologies in order to enable us to roll out even more on a monthly basis than we're currently doing. In terms of where we go from here, I think one thing that is often overlooked is the role that India can play and should play in terms of becoming a test bed for these types of solutions that can then be transported to other emerging markets in Africa. And this is something that we're already doing in Tanzania and Nigeria, where we're taking the learnings that we've developed in India from the past 15 years and applying them to these new markets. So Nigeria is probably the best example, where we expect to have 500 mini-grids by 2026. And that's entirely based on our experience here in India, where we've been able to try a lot of things, make a lot of mistakes, learn a lot of lessons, and we're applying them here at India at scale, but also now have the opportunity to do the same in Sub-Saharan Africa. So the work that ISA is doing and others to help that transfer that knowledge and experience from India to other emerging markets is also, I think, really important, and something that Husk is very much committed to. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, William. And I think it's a really important lesson in also collaborative approaches and what, South-South collaboration. And often we look often to the global north, and I think some of the fit-for-purpose solutions actually are going to be lessons that are transferred between developing countries. And I think the Powering Healthcare work that we're doing together along with Celco and a network of partners, which is also a really important and robust energy compact in addressing the interlinkage between health and energy, is one that we're very proud of at SE4All. But I want to turn to you, Rachita, to present that and the success so far, but also the long way we have ahead.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. If I could have my slides up as well, please. So till then, maybe I can introduce myself. So I'm Rachita from Salco Foundation, and we're an organization that has been, let me go back to the very beginning, that has been looking at working on the ground to really understand how can energy connect to our developmental goals. So really, how does energy access improve health, improve livelihood? Once we understand problem statements, the idea is to really go on the field and prove out solutions. But once solutions are developed, the idea is to create an ecosystem where stakeholders are able to take the solutions and implement it. Stakeholders which are also from core health and core livelihood sector itself. So in the health space, and I'll go into details of it, but our commitment has been to look at about 25,000 health facilities in India which are powered by 2026, but also not just powered, but there is an operation and maintenance model which is ensuring that it's sustaining as well. In addition to that, what we're also doing is, as my earlier colleague said on the panel as well, that we're looking to create these lessons, but also inform the rest of the world as well. So we have partnerships which are really taking these lessons from India, creating roadmaps in Africa, and the idea there is also to create that pilot of about 10,000 facilities in Africa which are powered. Our journey started in 2016, and I see many people in this room who have been part of that journey. But we started by actually working with NGOs to really prove out that problem statement. Are we seeing a connect between energy and health delivery? And yes, we did. From there on, we actually started with partners who were running larger programs of running health facilities to say, if you had to look at energy access as part of your own infrastructure development, would you do it? When you build a health center right now, appliances need to be there. Appliances that not only ensure services that get delivered, but also appliances that just ensure well-being of patients as well as the health workers in these health facilities. We saw a scale coming up from there onwards, and then we were hit by COVID. And I think we all understand COVID. If we were going to a hospital, we needed that to have energy access. And that was a problem statement that all our government officials were dealing with at that point of time. You're trying to get oxygen concentrators, you're trying to get ICUs into health facilities, but they would not work if there is 5 minutes of power cut. Lives will be lost if that happens. And at that point of time, we started our SCALE program. It was driven by the COVID pandemic, but it really got stakeholders together. We started partnerships with about 7 states, primarily in the Northeast, but also in the East and in Karnataka. And we actually went on powering sub-centers, primary health centers, the first point of care, first point of referrals, as well as district hospitals where testing was being done, vaccines were being stored, and ICU units were being upgraded. All of this saying, how do we bring in energy-efficient equipments first, and then power that with solar energy. Solar energy, decentralized solar energy, standalone rooftop solar energy became the first source of power for all of these health facilities. We have done about 3,000 so far, and this was a number till December 2022. At that point of time, and I think when the first conversation we had with the SE for All team at an Energy Compact, we said we want to do 3,000 health facilities by 2026. But because of the muscle that was created on the ground, the ownership that came from the state governments, and all credit to them, we were actually able to now set a target of 25,000 health facilities by 2026. To give you a sense, that's just about 10% of the health facilities in India, which is not enough, but we hope that that's a pilot that can actually prove at scale how decentralized renewable energy can actually be a strategy to improve last-mile health facilities. Just to give a little bit more of a detail on that, for those who are from the energy sector, this is what our structure looks like. There is first point of care all the way going to district hospitals where more specialized care is given. The idea has been, as we're saying, with growing climate change, there are more pandemics that are coming, disease burdens are growing, disease patterns are changing, which means there are more non-communicable diseases which need diagnostics to happen, tracking to happen on a regular basis. This means that the way services are being deployed are going to change. This means that we need cold chain at the last mile, laboratories at last mile that are functioning, and telediagnostics, which are actually helping specialized care reach these centers as well. The idea is to really look at our health goals and make energy as a way to achieve that. So there are 3 things that we're primarily doing. We're basically saying, as we develop this program, we're looking at our health targets and then saying, how do we improve the energy gap to meet that health target? The second aspect is really working with health ministries and health departments to say, how do we look at a health system upgradation which is actually powered by solar energy, helping both in adaptation as well as mitigation. And all of these aspects, as I mentioned, the biggest challenge that we face today is that we have a lot of assets lying around, but where is the capacity to locally maintain, service, and sustain it? And so the third aspect has really been that while we work in these states, we actually prove out that there is capacity in those areas to technically maintain and service these systems as well. Extremely important because, as I mentioned in my earlier slide, we're focusing on last mile health facilities. And we can't expect centralized structures to be able to look at servicing and maintenance of those. Just a quick understanding of what kind of impact we've been able to make so far and what we're aiming for as well. One aspect is, of course, the quality of services improve. When we're talking about opening hours of a health facilities versus actual functional hours of a health facility, right? So if you're going in, you're just waiting for 3 hours because you can't do a lab test because of which my visit to the doctor is actually pending, right? So I'm just sitting outside and waiting. There are aspects like that that a lot of the poorest populations of our country are facing today, and not just in India. This is a story across the globe in the global south. So this has been one of the aspects that has seen immediate improvement in the health facilities. Second aspect, how can we expect our staff to be working out of these places when there's no light, there's no fan, living in these places when, again, no light, no fan, no hot water? How can we think of delivery at these health facilities if there's no hot water, right? So that has been the second immediate impact. Within a day, the health facility staff workers are so happy because they have just basic things which are functional at that health facility. Third aspect, of course, third and fourth aspect, we're looking at carbon mitigation as well in two ways again. One is we're taking these health facilities off the grid, saving state money, right? We're actually saying taxpayers' money, let's just look at actually giving that to the salary of the health workers, putting that in education, putting that in livelihood infrastructure, and take the health facilities off the grid. We know that within 7 to 8 years with the pricing right now, grid is comparable to off-grid, right? Being solar actually breaks even within the 7 to 8 years for the state. And that's the thing, that's the case that we're making, and that's the case that states are seeing as well. The second aspect is that it's not just powering. If we're powering inefficient devices, it does not make sense. So what we're able to do is we're bringing in an efficiency drive, which actually reduces the capital cost of solar by about 40 to 60% in some cases. What that helps is, 5 years down the line, when you're looking at battery replacement, it's going to cost you lesser, right? So that's another aspect that we've been looking at. Of course, that also feeds into the carbon mitigation targets that we have. Broadly, I wanted to just take 2 more minutes to present one of the cases of the state of Meghalaya, where we are aiming that every health facility will be solar powered by March 2024. I'm confused. We're in 2023. We're just lost right now because everything's happening so fast. So we have actually achieved 50% of the health facilities being powered currently, and we're on track, or we have commitments. We have commitments in terms of funding from the government to say we are going to do this, right? So we have that commitment from the state to actually 100% solar power these facilities. What has been even more exciting for us is that the state is actually building 400 new health facilities in the state. All those 400 health facilities are being built with energy-efficient buildings, with energy-efficient medical equipments, with solar energy, 100% funded by the state of Meghalaya. So that's been the story of Meghalaya, but I think increasingly what is even more exciting for us is that operation and maintenance, there is absolute ownership being taken by the state and processes being formed there, which then we can show to the other states in the Northeast and rest of the country as well. There is actually allocation of funds going into any annual maintenance contracts, any kind of other repair work that needs to be done. The first few centers that we did were about 3 years back, which needed some changes in the inverters the state of Meghalaya has put in. In addition to that, the normal health helpline that is there in the state right now has actually a number press 4 if you have any challenges with the solar in the health facilities. Right? So there are the solar energy installations that are happening, and ensure that they know how they need to finance it, how they need to upgrade it, how they need to call someone 6. The idea is to actually not just install, as I said, critical for us is operations and maintenance. We know countries in Africa have had experiences of having solar energy for their health facilities, but don't have models to actually allocate funds for operations of it, sustenance of it. And
bringing out the examples that work, the stories of success, but also just showing how it can be done, and then how all of us can work together to get it done faster. Before we move on to the next section, I think it's really important to also hear from the city of Newtown in Kolkata, especially to hear about, there's a lot of target setting again in terms of green cities and solar city program and things like that. But what is really the progress that is being made on the ground? And there is significant progress, so you're going to hear about that right now.
Thank you, Kanika. Am I audible? Yeah. And it's a great pleasure indeed to be here. And my warm regards to the wonderful panelists we have, Mr. Jain, Vardhani, William, Rachita, as well as Kanika. And definitely my regards to the audience, wonderful audience who is present over here and listening to us. And it's always good to be the last speaker, because you need to speak less, speak the least possible. Anyways, as I said, it's a great pleasure to represent Newtown, Kolkata. Before I go on with the slides, I would just like to give an introduction. Newtown, Kolkata is a very small city, 36 square kilometer in area, can be called a satellite town of Kolkata, the old city, the heritage city. It's a city in the nascent stage of development, and that is why I would just like to present, apart from the Energy Compact as well, whatever we are doing in the line of the Energy Compact to make sure that the city becomes a clean city, a green city, a solar city. And I have just photos. Can I have the, yes. This is the iconic Bisho Bangla Gate, and the green belt, as you can see, is the restaurant. You are all welcome. So these are the introductory information about the city. And I would just like to stress upon the fact that apart from being a totally planned city, having its own educational hub, health area, core health area, residential area, central business district, upcoming Silicon Valley and upcoming FinTech hub, we are ready to offer the world, the citizens as well as the world, with every facility and every urban environment that we look for. And it is a certified green city with a platinum rating by Indian Green Building Council. One of the main aspirations of the city is leveraging smart technology towards a sustainable and green future. And here are some of the interventions towards that goal that we have. Since some are like non-motorized transport, we have PBS, we are running with 500 units of bicycles with 21 docking stations, which is very popular in our city. This is a very unique concept that we have smart cycle stands dedicated towards informal workers to promote, to encourage cycling to work. Wherever the commute is not possible totally by cycle, this can be used as a halt, and people can keep the cycle, go to their work, come back and take the cycle and go home. This is always full, and we have kilometers 30 to 36 right now of barrier-free graded and at-grade cycle tracks. We have electric mobility, EV infrastructure. We have 39 locations as of now of EV charging stations with around 100 chargers. We have electric buses for intercity commute. We are so enthusiastic about this EV thing that we have observed. We have celebrated an EV carnival with the reputed O&Ms, the battery manufacturers, the financial institutions, and as well as the stakeholders. E-Auto Camp in a city where we have a peripheral area, village area, from where the vegetables and daily supplies come off, and they come off with cargo vans. And in most of the cases, they are not, eco-friendly. So what we are trying recently to convert all the fossil fuel three-wheelers and cargo vans into eco-friendly EVs, and this was the camp, and we got a lot of success. Now, renewable energy, definitely, since we are a solar city, we have solars in many places in our city. Canal, we have periphery canals and link canals all over the city, and canal side roads are lit by solar street lights. We have the main canal, two main canals on both sides of the city. This one is Bagjola Canal, and we have 1 megawatt solar canal top right over here. The load is on the right-hand side. You can see the Bishop Bangla Convention Center. Over there, the load is put. We have such installations. These are solar trees. Beautiful the water from Ganga, which is a considerable distance. Apart from this, we have a huge green space in coming few years. I hope you can see it's very in every direction different parts of day, we have solar, light falling from different directions. The dome is created with the concept that we will be catching up from all the directions, the solar light. We have vertical gardens, 32 as of now. We are expanding it. These are metro pillars. We have thematic gardens. This is the Neem Bonani. The theme of this park is neem trees. Hundreds of neem trees are planted here. Like this, we have other thematic gardens with herbal and medicinal plants as well. We have some very special intervention. This is the zero shop, zero waste shop we call it. This is the concept. The concept we nurture here is recycle, reuse, and reduce waste. All the used products, we collect them, people donate to us, and we use beautiful artifacts and other utility items out of those products, and these are sold over here. With this water, we water our majority part of our green area in the city. Well, these were some of the interventions that New Town, Kolkata is doing towards having a goal that we have signed in the Energy Compact, that we would be fulfilling the 2% of our energy need by renewable energy, and we are very steadily moving towards that goal. When we signed the Energy Compact in the year 2021, we used to have 1.2 megawatt of solar power generation. Right now, we have passed 2 megawatt. So we are keeping steady strides towards our goal, and we believe very strongly that Energy Compact is not, we cannot achieve the compact goals in a silo, because as city administration, as local level administration, what we do is we deal with the primary level stakeholders. Until and unless we change the behavior, until and unless we change the approach, the way people think, the way people want to use energy, the people want to consume energy, it is very difficult for us, being administrators, to impose any new things on a city scenario or a city environment. So what we try to do through our advisories, through our mandates, through our policies, we keep on harping the habits that people need to make, be it wasting, saving water, saving energy, using cycles, or using EV, or whatever way possible. We try to motivate people to act in eco-friendly way, to have that line that we promote lifestyle for environment. And I would just like to end with a small saying that we all know, that the world is not given by, that people must understand and remember that the world is not given by his fathers, but borrowed from his children. In New Town, Kolkata, we believe that, and we work with that motto. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. And I think that's the comment right at the end around demand side signals as well, right? And how do we drive the behavioral shifts that will make the energy transition one that is well adopted and that is truly just in its nature as well, I think is really important. And it is because of the leadership of all of you and the other 185 energy compacts that we have, that the energy compacts have been identified as a high impact initiative of the forthcoming SDG summit that the UN Secretary General is going to be hosting on climate action and just transition, to talk to us a little bit more about what you expect. Over to you, Selvin.
Kanika, thank you so much, and good morning to all of you. And it's really fantastic to hear from all of these really excellent leaders how the energy compacts, which I know are colleagues from Sustainable Energy for All and across the UN system, have worked so hard on, how these energy compacts have been such a fantastic catalyst for accelerating action and ambition to meet SDG 7, but gender empowerment, as well as goals related to global partnership. The energy compacts have also been a catalyst to strengthen international cooperation and collaboration at a time when international collaboration and cooperation is needed more than ever. So I first would love to congratulate and like to congratulate all of you for the excellent work that you are doing, and encouraging all of you to continue to grow and build on the excellent foundation that has been laid. And this year is a very special year for the Sustainable Development Goals. It's a very special year for climate. This year, we need to significantly scale up renewable energy technologies and other clean energy technologies. And there's no absence of global finance, both from the public and private sector, to get the job done. And the cost of these key technologies, as we heard from many of the panelists this morning, the cost of these technologies has never been lower. The cost of solar and battery storage is 85% lower than it was a decade ago, and wind 55% lower. But we also know that developing countries face a special and unique barriers: the high cost of capital, access to technologies. Key technologies represent persistent and unique barriers that many developing countries face. So as the world races towards net zero, and we know that this transition is inevitable, and as Kanika said, it must be a transition that is fair, that is equitable, that is well managed, and leaves no one behind, whether in countries or globally. We cannot have a transition that exacerbates the divide between the global haves and the global have-nots, whether between countries or in countries. And this is why it's absolutely essential this year, as part of the SDG Summit, as part of the Climate Ambition Summit, that we deliver on two really big priorities. First, we need a global financial system that is fit for purpose, a global financial system that works to accelerate the transition, a global financial system that helps to ensure that we fix the inequalities, the access to capital, the persistent access to capital that developing countries face. We need a global financial system that does not work against the transition, but a global financial system that supports it. Key to this is reform of the multilateral development banks. We need these institutions really to change their business models in a way that supports rather than impedes development. And secondly and finally, we need to strengthen international cooperation and collaboration. We need countries to work together in a way that they've not done before, to share technologies, ensure that developing countries have access to the technologies they need to accelerate the transition, but also to provide energy access to those who don't have it. So my encouragement to all of you is let's use this year, let's use these high-level events in September and beyond. Of course, we'll also have COP28 in the UAE, and we need to use every single political moment as an opportunity to work on reform of the international financial system, but also strengthen international collaboration and cooperation to solve these challenges, but also ensure that we can capitalize on the opportunities of a net zero future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ASG Hart. And I think that that's a good note to both seek encouragement, but also to take that as a call to action, to greater action. And I hope that we've shown to you today, through the success stories of these 5 energy compacts, that there is a lot of progress that is being made. How do we take that from being the exception to being the rule? So I welcome all of you to please join the Energy Compact Action Network to respond to Selvin's call for working together more audaciously in resolving the challenges that we have around a financial order that works, but also in working together, because we are only going to do this at scale and fast enough if we do it together. So thank you very much, and I wish you all a very good and successful rest of the week. I'm sure everyone is very busy, but I also
So, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us today in this panel discussion side event on driving innovation and scaling up carbon removal technologies. My name is Ahmed Al-Jamil from the Ministry of Energy of Saudi Arabia. I'm very delighted to be the moderator of this panel discussion with a group of experts in this field, and we would be very happy to hear all the different thoughts and insights with this regard. So before we start, I would be very happy to introduce each one of our panelists here. So I will start with my left, with Chris. Hello, Chris. Mr. Christoph van Nacht-Ross is the Director of Energy Dialogue at the International Energy Forum, IEF. His areas of expertise cover energy market policy, regulation, and governance. Before taking up his duties at the IEF, he was Senior Research Fellow at the Klingendael International Energy Program with the Netherlands Institute of International Relations, where he published and gave courses on energy market fundamentals and diplomacy. His 30-year association with energy and international relations began at the Institute of International Energy Law of the University of Leiden in Netherlands in 1992, where he studied Russian and multidisciplinary studies in Eastern Europe. Well, thank you very much, Chris, for joining us, and we thank you. Next is Brian Efford, Brian is the Director of Strategic Partnership at CAPSAC, King Abdullah Research Center for Petroleum and King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center, previously leading the program at CAPSAC on policy and decision science. He has been at CAPSAC for 10 years, focused on policy and political challenges of energy markets and the transition to sustainable energy. He previously worked in Washington, D.C., working with research and development entities in defense sectors. He has a PhD in political science. So very welcome, Brian. Thank you very much. Next is Mark. Mark Ackwood is the Director of the Office of Carbon Management Technologies at the United States Department of Energy's Office of Fossil Fuel Energy and Carbon Management. He is responsible of planning and management and administration of the office's $450 million annual budget and its portfolio of research and development activities. In this role, he leads a team of scientists and engineers that are collaborating and working with industry, national laboratories and universities on developing advanced and transformational carbon management and hydrogen technologies to enhance energy security and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So very welcome, Mark. Thank you very much for joining us in this panel. Next is Professor Hussein Hutaid. Professor Hussein Hutaid is a professor of earth science and engineering at KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, and the chair of Energy Resources and Petroleum Engineering Program. Professor Hutaid's current research focuses on advancing key aspects of the circular carbon economy with a specific focus on carbon capture and storage, the CCS, in deep saline aquifers, carbon dioxide removal through enhanced mineralization into reactive formations, carbon utilization for enhanced oil recovery, and underground hydrogen storage. So welcome, Professor Hutaid. Last but not least, we have Faisal Al-Grouni, a senior specialist at the Ministry of Energy of Saudi Arabia, Sustainability and Climate Change Deputyship. He worked in Clean Hydrocarbon Technology Support Department. He's also the project manager of the Circular Carbon Economy Regional Collaboration Initiative, which is one of the main initiatives under the Middle East Green Initiative. So thank you very much, Faisal, for joining us in this panel. Today we have really the privilege to hear from the distinguished panel experts who will share their insights on the opportunities and the challenges in driving the innovation and scaling up the carbon removal technologies. Our panelists came from, as you already heard, from a diverse range of backgrounds, including academia, industry, and policy making, and a big wealth of experience and knowledge of the discussion. Together, we will be exploring potential of different carbon technologies, challenges of implementation, scaling up of the collaborative efforts that need to be advanced in these technologies. Before going into the the introductory remarks, I just want to give you a heads up that the panel discussion that we are about to start is really divided into 4 main topics, if we can say. The first topic would be the potential of different carbon removal technologies to contribute towards achieving net zero emissions. The second topic is the challenges associated with scaling up the carbon removal technologies. The third topic is the importance of the policy regulation in driving adoption and scaling up carbon removal technologies. And the last but not least is the economic and social implications of scaling up the carbon removal technologies. So, as you all know that the world is really facing an unprecedented climate challenges. So, knowing this, really, carbon removal technologies offer promising solutions to remove a significant amounts of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. That was really proved by the science, and what we need is really complementing efforts to reduce emissions. However, the development and the deployment and scaling up of the present of this technology present several challenges, including high costs, for example, the lack of incentives, all the technical and operational difficulties. Without going through much through this, I would turn into the panelists with our first questions and the first topic, which is around the potential of different carbon removal technologies to contribute toward achieving the net zero emissions. So, if you allow me, I would start with Professor Hutaid. If you can please elaborate more and tell us about what are the most promising carbon removal technologies currently available, and how can they contribute towards achieving net zero emissions? Yes, please.
All right, thank you, Ahmed, for the introduction. Of course, there are various and different technologies out there that are available for carbon dioxide removal. Maybe I'll say it with go with the basics first, right? So these technologies they have mainly 2 components in them. We have the capture component and we have the removal or the entrapment component on it. Of course, these technologies, the available ones right now, they are at different levels of maturity and the technical readiness level, right, for it. So it still varies there. But if we think about the capture side, right? So there is the capture side, essentially they have methods that actually target capturing carbon dioxide directly from the air, like direct air capture methods. And within this method, actually you're going after the low concentration of carbon dioxide. So right now, for example, in this room, carbon dioxide concentrations are around 400, 450 ppm, right? So if you think about it, actually we're going after these 400 ppm or 400 particles out of the 1 million particles of air out there. So they are inherently expensive methods, right? They are energy intensive methods, but they are, the good thing about this method, they could be deployed essentially everywhere, for it. Now and they use typical different technologies like membranes, specialized membranes, or specialized solvents to capture this CO2 from it. There's other methods that, also for CO2 capture, where actually you go and deploy these technologies at the point source, like facilities, industrial facilities, power plants, petrochemicals, and so on. Of course, the good thing about these methods, you go and target the higher concentration of CO2. They are less expensive, but they have, on the other side, they are constrained with the location and then the feasibility of implementing this method at the specific sites and so on for it. Of course, these methods where we go and capture CO2 at the point source, they are not considered sometimes as negative emission technologies because you're trying to prevent CO2 from attending the atmosphere and increasing the concentration. But nevertheless, they eventually help actually to reduce emissions at the, at the end. So this is in terms, of course, in the capture side, we have also the nature-based solutions like forests, vegetations, and so on, mangroves. With this, vegetations can capture or absorb CO2 using photosynthesis and entrap CO2 within the biomass. But of course, the challenge of this technology is how to prevent the biomass from oxidation and eventually releasing CO2 back to the atmosphere. So this is mainly on the capture side. Now, on the storage side or the sequestration side, the most probably mature and practiced method is the CCS, where actually you capture CO2 from different methods that I talked about, mainly from point source, and store it in geological formation, right? Like deep aquifers or depleted hydrocarbon reservoirs and so on. Of course, this is, as I mentioned, this is the most mature method. It has been practiced by the oil and gas industry and other actually industries for a long time. And it definitely has the highest potential in terms of scalability. There's also the ex situ mineralization or carbonation of carbon dioxide, and with that you trying to, also we call it the enhanced weathering. So essentially you're taking reactive rocks like basalts, olivine, ophiolites, and so on. These are rocks that interact with CO2 and form other minerals like calcites and so on. So with this technology, you have to set the right or the optimum conditions, like crushing the reactive rock and also increasing the acidity of the, of the solution to enhance the mineralization. And then we have the in situ mineralization of CO2, and with this technology, you're essentially injecting CO2 in the form of carbonic acid, so CO2 and water underground in reactive formations, again, like basalts. And with that, you're converting CO2 into a stable solid form, like calcites and so on. And this technology has been demonstrated in the US, in Wallula projects in Washington, for example, and also in Iceland for it. And of course, there's other methods like the ocean-based methods where you inject CO2 in the deep ocean, and this is you rely on the higher density of CO2 and, with the deep ocean to entrap CO2. But the risk is not well understood with these technologies, and this requires further research and so on. So this is, if you like, the package of the different methods. But if I want to summarize this in terms of the most the highest potential or the most promising methods, we have the CCS, we have the nature-based solutions, enhanced weathering, and the CO2 mineralization. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Hussein. You covered up so many different type of the carbon removal technologies, whether from the capture side or the storage side. Thank you very much for giving us the science and the engineering behind those kind of technologies. However, I catch that with regards to the point source, you mentioned that might not be considered as a carbon removal technologies. In fact, this is very important to highlight, especially for policymakers, because this might, of course, hinder some of these most important technologies that we want to scale up and to utilize in order to achieve net zero of emissions. If you allow me to go to Faisal. Faisal, we know that you worked in the CCE, regional collaboration, which is circular carbon economy, regional collaboration. How do you see this point, really? How do you, what do you consider carbon removal technologies? Do you consider them do you consider the CCS, or stationary carbon capture and storage, as part of your plans and strategies to be in removal technologies under the circular carbon economy? If you can please elaborate more on this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed, and thanks to the audience. It's a pleasure to be here. So, as you mentioned, Ahmed, carbon removal technologies consider capturing carbon from point source, such as CCUS. As a matter of fact, speaking from the Ministry of Energy of Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia has adopted the circular carbon economy in 2020, and announced that it will consider this approach to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. And this approach was approved by the G20 countries. The circular carbon economy consists of 4 R's. The first one is to reduce emissions, which can be achieved by technologies like renewables and energy efficiency. The second R is to reuse the carbon captured directly, for example, by using CO2 in food and beverages. And the third R is to recycle the emissions by chemically altering CO2, for example, using it in synthetic fuels. And the last R is the removal R, or the remove, which consists of different technologies. One of them is CCUS, as Dr. Hussein mentioned. One of them is CDR, or carbon dioxide removal, such as direct air capture. And of course, we have the nature-based solution. So we have these 4 R's: reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove, which are basically, the point of them is to focus on the emission instead of the source, and try to find ways and means to avoid the emissions, abate them, or remove them. And we have a lot of initiatives in place, such as the SGI, Saudi Green Initiative, and the MGI, Middle East Green Initiatives, which consist of many initiatives such as CCUS Hub, in order to capture the CO2 emissions and remove them from the atmosphere. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Faisal. That was very helpful to our discussion. Now, we would be very helpful to know and to understand how can research and development in carbon removal technologies be accelerated, because this is really very important. What are the key areas of focus for future innovation? So, Brian, if you can please answer this question from your expertise and experience in the field. How do you see really the research and development in carbon removal technologies can be accelerated? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Well, it's a pleasure to be here in Goa and to join this panel. And thanks to the audience for attending and listening to us. I guess I want to approach it from a more kind of a policy, political science perspective. And you know, as Dr. mentioned, I come from CAPSARC, and as a political scientist, I'm surrounded by economists. And there's this notion that markets will solve everything from an economic perspective. And the constant debate that I have with my colleagues is about market failures. And I think for me, carbon removal technologies is a classic example of where the market is not going to produce a solution, and thus government needs to step in and create the incentives and create the environment where small innovators, either in universities, in small companies, can take risks that they wouldn't normally take, and try to achieve this massive problem or solutions for this massive problem that we're all facing. And so from that perspective, it's trying to, I mean, there's as Hussein mentioned, I mean, there's the obvious technologies, right? The carbon capture and storage, direct air capture, and then there's specific instances of those technologies which can really be scaled. But none of them are ready for to stand on their own right now, and none of them are scalable at this point right now. So it's a matter of taking these non-profitable, unprofitable technologies and allowing them to scale globally. I guess another part of the challenge is, where are these technologies going to be needed? The innovation is going to happen in OECD countries and in the developed world, but I think hydrocarbons will be used most persistently in the developing world, in the third world, and they don't have the ability to afford these technologies now and not for some time, quite some time going into the future. And so I think there'll be a question of intellectual property. How are we going to transfer these technologies of these innovations, which are intrinsically valuable, to developing economies so that they can utilize them? And I think part of the answer is going to be, how do governments compensate for the value of this developed intellectual property, so that these technologies can be transferred to the developing world and used where they're going to be needed to be used in the next 30, 40 years in order to help mitigate the effects of climate change. And I might talk about this a little bit later in a future discussion, but for me it's about, how do you create an environment where these small companies or small innovators are willing to take risk? And that's where the role of government should step in order to provide guarantee, to provide the incentives for companies and innovators to go and pursue this innovation. And I guess while I'm not a technologist like some of my colleagues on the panel, while the kind of broad categories are, taking CO2 and emissions out of the air, storing them, trying to capture them so they don't actually go into the air. I think we probably don't necessarily even know what the technologies that will be the solution are. We don't necessarily know what they are today. And so doing seed money in potentially promising ideas and concepts and trying to take them into, to test projects and pilot projects, and trying to create the opportunity for these new innovations to manifest is going to be a very important role for government going forward. So, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Brian. You mentioned very important points with regards to this topic. I've noted here the importance of creating the right environment, as it's not helpful really to rely more into the market to drive those technologies to scale. Also, you mentioned the importance of the technology transfer, especially in the developing and least developed countries. This is really indeed very important, as emissions are really growing, and the problem that we want to solve is really global problem to mitigate emissions and to meet the objective of the Paris Agreement to make the temperature goal well below 2 degrees. I think you paved the way, Brian, to our next and the second topic of our panel discussion, which is really the challenges associated with scaling up carbon removal technologies. With this regard, I would be very happy to turn into Chris. And if you can please elaborate on the biggest challenges that is associated with scaling up carbon removal technologies, and how we can remove them, and how we can overcome those kind of challenges in order to achieve the innovation and scaling up level that we want for those kind of technologies in order to contribute for the net zero. Please, Chris.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to be on this panel and a privilege to be in Goa, India. So I think, also building on what has been said by the previous panelists, I think we have made progress since the G8 Glen Eagles Leaders Summit agreed to accelerate deployment and the commercialization of CCUS technologies or carbon capture and abatement technologies. However, progress has paled by really what is needed. Today we capture about 0.05 gigatons of carbon dioxide, and what is really needed according to our projections or a comparative analysis of authoritative projections is about in the order of magnitude of 2 to 3 gigatons by 2030, and maybe 6 to 8, depending on which perspective you take, whether it's the IPCC or IRENA, by 2050. So there is a tremendous investment challenge still, although I hasten to say that also today there are CCUS and CDR projects in commercial operation, but much more needs to be done, and I think indeed you could classify this as a market failure or maybe even a policy failure that we have failed to really step up, especially on the capture side. There is sufficient geological storage available, well proved. The US is of course a leader in that area in facilitating access to that pore space. But projects in other regions, for instance the Netherlands, where you have a large ambitious project called Portos, is still, let me put it bluntly, in limbo because of court cases and NGO action over the validity of that project and the failure of the courts to assess the overall net positive impact for climate. So what really is a big challenge is indeed the lack of government support. Of course, there are leaders here, Saudi Arabia and the Gulf, the UAE, the United States, the UK, the Netherlands, Norway. But overall, public perceptions are still skeptical on the need and utility of CDR technologies, and that needs to be overcome. Of course, already mentioned, there are market hurdles, high costs, and issues about transport and trade regulation of carbon dioxide flows, technological considerations, mostly to do with the energy intensity of these technologies and the density levels of carbon streams. But I think indeed communication and public perception is really a key issue to address. So in terms of the solutions that we see and that we've been working towards together with the Clean Energy Ministerial and COPSARC, we think indeed we need to make much more effort and indeed stimulate governments to take more action in this area. And what we have come up with is indeed the concept of capacity targets that governments or fora like the G20 or the Major Economies Forum or the IEF could advance and promote to give a long-term perspective to investors in order for them to invest in these projects long-term beyond 2030 so that they have the certainty they need, and also R&D and market competitive forces kind of like force technological advances there. Overall, we see that just like with wind and solar, scaling these technologies will then in turn stimulate cost reductions and further technological advancements. So this is the perspective we have. Of course, there's a lot of progress being made in the with the adoption by the G20 in 2020 of the circular carbon economy under the Saudi presidency and further initiatives already mentioned. Even the EU is now indeed sharpening focus on CCUS and CCU with the concept or the strengthening of a strategy here. But much more needs to be done, and I think governments need to be much more straightforward on acknowledging that CCUS is very much needed and part of all of the above package of technologies that will get us to achieve our net zero goals. I think further a bit of context, we are in the midst of a cost of living crisis, an energy security crisis, a climate crisis. And that also, I think, will force the hand of governments to be more proactive on CDR, CCUS technologies and stimulating that, because indeed it will strengthen security of supply, ensure that we have access to affordable energy, and indeed avoid that we create new north-south divisions over transition. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much for this elaboration, Chris. Very important points that you mentioned. I picked up a couple of them, especially the market failure you mentioned for scaling up, especially the storage capacity, and the efforts that we need to put in terms of stimulating governments to take actions in terms of increasing the capacity target for carbon removal technologies and especially you mentioned the CCUS, for example. And before going to the third topics, if you allow me to go back to Faisal, especially with regards to this point, in order to stimulate governments, as Chris mentioned, in your opinion, from the work that you are doing, especially for the CCE, for example, regional collaboration, what could be the pillars that need to be addressed in order to expedite and scaling up those kind of technologies in order to stimulate governments moving into that direction? Please.
Thank you, Ahmed. As a matter of fact, I can answer this question with regional lens rather than national lens. So part of the CCE regional collaboration, which is a project that was launched in 2021 under the Middle East Green Initiative to support the countries in MENA region to achieve their climate ambitions, during the beginning of the project, we were trying to identify the challenges and the pillars that need to be addressed in order to accelerate or support countries achieve their climate ambitions or net zero ambitions. And to find these challenges, we did a lot of work actually. So we have analyzed the nationally determined contributions of all MENA countries to identify the pillars and challenges that need to be addressed. And not only that, but we've also had bilateral meetings with all MENA countries to understand the strengths and help that could support them in their journey to carbon neutrality or climate ambition. And we came to find that there are 4 main pillars that need to be addressed. The first pillar is the technical knowledge building. And humanity has a very impressive success story when it comes, for example, to renewable energy. When you look at the scale and affordability development over the years, similar work and efforts need to be done for carbon removal technologies, be it CDR, direct air capture, or enhanced mineralization, or CCS. So that was the first pillar, technical knowledge building. And the second pillar is human capacity building, of course. People need to be trained on in these technologies when they are brought to scale. The third pillar was investment. People might be hesitated to invest in CCS and CDR technologies or carbon removal technologies. And there are ways and means to avoid this, be it through financing or through, for example, CCUS hubs or hubs in general. The third pillar is, of course, the policy. People need policies to support these technologies. So these are the four collaboration pillars: the technical knowledge building, human capacity building, investments, and policies.
Thank you very much, Faisal. So if I can hear you clearly, you mentioned the technological and the human capitals, as well as the investment and policy, right? And I think this is really very important, because our third topic, which is the importance of policy and regulations in driving adoption, scaling up carbon removal technologies. So thank you very much, Faisal, for this brief. And Mark, I think, given that your expertise and the at DOE and all the projects and planning that you have worked on, I think with this regard, how do you see really the importance of the policy and regulations in driving the adoption and scaling up carbon removal technologies, and what policies are needed to accelerate the deployment? Please.
Yeah, thanks, Ahmed. So I think it's clear to, I think you have to look at drawing distinctions between the removal part and then also the point source type applications with CCS. So for example, you have CCS that's looking at the point sources, but then carbon dioxide removal fundamentally is removing CO2 from the atmosphere. So when you're thinking about the policies, and Hussein had mentioned, you know, a number of technological pathways for carbon dioxide removal when you're thinking about direct air capture, mineralization approaches, biomass with carbon removal and storage, nature-based marine. So you have this whole broad portfolio of pathways that are all very distinct in what their regulatory or policies might be in terms of stimulating those type of markets. So, for example, if you have, say, direct air capture, that's a more engineered or technological approach. You can measure the CO2 coming in, you can measure it through the process, you can measure what happens with its disposition if you're thinking about it in terms of secure storage. But then if you start going into the nature-based approaches, the economics, they might be cheaper, but it's really hard to understand the measurement, reporting, verification, so you can validate the life cycle analysis and ensure that you have durable removal of CO2. So I think when you're thinking about the policies and the regulatory frameworks, it's going to be very specific to the different pathways. So what does that mean? I think it's where can you take or leverage some of the opportunities that have been out there today. So for example, with carbon capture and storage that we've seen historically for point sources, there's some commonalities that I think we can draw from some of those activities, such as on the transport and storage side, where we have more experience, and you can leverage those capabilities for things that, say, might be direct air capture, or if you're looking at biomass to hydrogen and then storing the CO2. So there's a number of different things that you can look about or take advantage of that have been already developed in those areas. I think when we're thinking about the mineralization side, and some of the other solutions, it's really, I think, doing some of that scaling up and that testing of the technologies to help provide the technical data and information that can then help inform the policies and regulatory frameworks as these start to evolve. I think the final point is the role that governments play in these areas. And there's the mission innovation, carbon dioxide removal mission, which is specifically focused on the technological or hybrid type based approaches. And it's really looking at ways to how can we scale up the technologies, but then how can we take the learnings and the data and information from those efforts to help inform and validate some of the policies that can be developed by governments and other institutions.
Thank you, Mark. I think very, very valid points. Especially, I want to iterate the points that you made with regards to the distinction between the point source and removal, as well as that we should have a specific, each policy should be specific to the pathway, the thing that you mentioned. I think very important. Also, you mentioned the role of governments that need to take, the role of government that need to take in terms of scaling up those kind of technologies through the partnerships and collaborations. And this is a very important point as well. And this is really bringing us to the next questions, which is the importance of the public-private partnerships and collaborations between different stakeholders. And really we want to know if you, Brian, can you briefly elaborate with this regard. Really, how can the PPPs and collaboration between different stakeholders help to drive the innovation that we need and scaling up the carbon removal technologies?
Sure. Thank you for that question. I mean, I think it's fundamentally about the money. And to kind of build on the previous answer, I think it's also about, fundamentally about de-risking the investment that private sector is going to make. And this is not something that governments are unfamiliar with. I think even in renewable energy, for example, there is a long history of public-private partnerships. And there's a variety of policy instruments that can be used to kind of motivate the private sector to fill in, whether it's things like loan guarantees, tax incentive, grants, and I think all these instruments should be on the table, getting money to the private sector from government in order to subsidize and create the incentives for people to make the investments in these technologies and start to bring down the costs as you start to scale them. It's you know, fundamentally there are other ways you can do this as well. Such as regulating price so that there's a guaranteed rate of return. But it's all about trying to get the incentives in place so that the private sector and the research and development community is properly motivated to do something in this area. I think there's, you know, the problem I think sometimes that people, when we have these conversations, because I think, well, every year we come to these kinds of meetings, everyone's frustrated about the lack of progress that the world has made in response to climate change. And we forget sometimes, I think, that governments, we can prescribe what they should do, but they're not or entities that can do whatever they want. They're accountable to their people. And this is into their populations, whether it's an elected environment or a non-elected political system. This is a very costly solution, and there's not an immediate benefit that the societies are going to be able to accrue. However, I think we can all acknowledge that climate change is an existential problem. It's just a matter of that realization among populations that we need to put the proper resources into this to get the private sector motivated. I think one thing that gives me hope that we can do this, but also it'll come back to a point I made in my previous comment, is, you know, in the case of COVID, I think there's a lesson to be learned here that we can take away for for carbon removal technologies, but investment in R&D in general for climate change solutions. And it was once we faced and acknowledged as a society and as governments that COVID was here, it was a threat to our survival, we needed to do something, we were able to mobilize the resources, put it into into technologies. Some of them succeeded, some of them didn't in terms of developing new vaccines, and we did this really rapidly. I don't think we've reached that stage yet with this existential threat from climate change. At least the world doesn't seem to have woken up and be willing to put the money into it. But the other takeaway, or the other thing for me, but I think when there is a sufficient risk that's appreciated by both governments and their populations, there is the ability to mobilize quickly and get technology developed really rapidly. The other takeaway for me, though, from the COVID kind of solution, if you will, is that the developing world was left behind. countries take care of themselves. The developed world has had the resources to develop vaccines, and the vaccines were largely used by by OECD economies. So once again, I think in terms of, and I don't know necessarily how one does this, but public-private partnerships not just be within a domestic environment, but since this is a global problem, and emissions from the developing world are just as dangerous as emissions from the developed world, these public-private partnerships have to stretch over into the developing world as well, whether through institutions like the World Bank or regional government financing institutions, or through national economies and transfer of wealth or transfer of resources from the first world to the third world, or the north to the south. So I think we have a big challenge ahead of us. I think public-private partnerships and government finding ways to transfer money to successful or potentially successful technologies that are still not yet proven is going to be increasingly important as we go forward.
Thank you very much, Brian. Very valid points, especially to conclude with what you have mentioned at the end, which is the importance of driving the financial flows towards the technologies that we want really to scale up in terms, generally in climate mitigation and to achieve climate targets, and very important. And they mentioned very valid points with regards to the importance of the public and private partnerships, and especially with regards to the moving it from developed to developing world. This is very important as well. And thank you very much for mentioning this. Of course, carbon dioxide removal as well is very important. Technology that can be to play in climate change mitigation. I would now go to Professor Hussein Hutaid. If you can please elaborate more specifically to the carbon dioxide removal. You know, from your background, you have mentioned lots of technologies. One of them is really the carbon dioxide removal. We would like to hear more about what role of CDR can play in climate change mitigation, and how can they be scaled up to achieve significant impact? Please.
So, you know, I think it's important actually to understand that all these technologies that are around, right, that are available, they have some limit, right? Some, you know, limit to how much they can be scaled up, right, for it. It is important to understand that, you know, all this technology, none of this technology and all this technology combined cannot actually scale up to mitigate the magnitude of current emissions. So right now we're emitting about 35 gigaton mainly from fossil fuels, right? And this technology, there's no way they can reach actually to that level. So as actually Faisal, you know, pointed out with the circular carbon economy, where you have actually to address this challenge at different scales or different levels. From the 4 Rs that he mentioned, we have 1 R which is actually reduced. So we definitely need to, first we need to reduce these emissions, right, from the current state at least by maybe 1 order of magnitude. And then at that point where you start to get to the point to address some technologies that are difficult or hard to abate, you know, like cement, steel, and so on, aviation technology, and so on. And this is where the role actually of CDR or CCUS and so on can actually help to now going if you like, after the last step, we're you know, to address these emissions and hopefully bringing that to net zero emissions. So this is something, you know, I think important to understand. And the other thing is in terms of scalability and how actually we can stimulate, right, the right environment from maybe encouraging the private sectors, startups, and so on. That basically what Brian talked about, and also from the policy point of view, what Mark also mentioned, is that it is critical actually to put the right policy and right environment for this, because this can accelerate or decelerate actually all these technologies. And the other thing where also this has been mentioned about the risk, right? So, and the public perceptions. So also it is important to make it clear for the public that there are gonna be risk there, right? So, and the policy has to be reasonable, put in a practical way that to accept some risk in implementing these technologies. Same thing actually we're doing right now in the oil and gas, right? So we understand right now when we go exploration and production, there is risk associated with that. And unfortunately, many times we have leakage, for example, and oil spills and so on. That definitely has, a dramatic impact on the environment, but nevertheless, the public is accepting that risk, right? We're still exploring, we're still producing hydrocarbons. And the same will happen, I expect, for carbon dioxide. The moment you start to deal, with managing carbon dioxide at large scale, leakage will happen, right, in one way or the other. Now, of course, we have to put all the right, basic technology and how to mitigate that risk. But, it is important, again, to understand that, make it clear for the public that risk will happen, same thing when we drive our cars, right? There's risk associated to that. So leakage will happen in one way or the other. Public, they need to understand that. And we have to set it in a way that, this should be acceptable in one way or the other. And the technology and the policies in place should basically be set in a way that can tolerate some aspects of risk associated to this. So this is, I think this is basically what putting the right environment will be critical in terms of the technical point of view, right? So as I mentioned earlier, some technologies are more mature than others because essentially they have been implemented and practiced, more than others. We know more about them, like for example, CO2 storage in the underground for enhanced oil recovery, for example, or even for storage. Other technologies that are not there yet, so meaning that we need to do more. We have to invest more in the R&D. We have to do more piloting, and we have to spend more effort in how to optimize these technologies and make them more cost-effective. Thanks.
Thank you, Hussein. You mentioned a couple of very important points, especially with regards to the level of maturity of different technologies. This is very critical for designing the right policy and regulation. Before going to the last topic of our panel discussion, I would go back to Faisal with this regards in terms of the policies and regulations and strategies that need to put in place towards scaling up the carbon removal technology. So Faisal, if you can briefly please elaborate on some of the example of successful strategies that are implemented to support carbon removal technologies. And if you can please tell us what can be learned from these examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. I think one of the most important points is to follow all of the above emission mitigation approach. For instance, in Saudi Arabia, we've announced that by 2030, we will have 50% of the energy mix generated by renewables. But also, we've also announced that no new power plant will be built without linking it to CCS. Similar approach needs to be done with carbon removal technologies. We need to consider all technologies and maximize or do some investments and piloting there, as Dr. Hussein mentioned. One of the things that we do in Saudi Arabia and that can be a successful strategy is the CCUS hubs we're building. In the eastern region, we are building a CCUS hub that has a capacity of 44 MTPA, and it will be launched in 2035. We are building also another hub in the west as well, and that will be mainly for industries. for sustainable energy. Yeah, so with these hubs, we can do a lot of work, a lot of progress, but again, as Christoph mentioned in his speech, currently our capacity is 0.05 gigaton. We have still a lot of work to do until we reach 8 gigaton that's required according to IPCC. To do that, this needs to be a global effort, and we need to see more piloting of projects on carbon removals. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us these very successful stories and strategies with regards to how we can scale up the carbon removal technology. You mentioned the CCS hub, for example, that will be operational in 2035. Yes, good. This is really successful stories, and hopefully this might incentivize and stimulate the technology towards achieving the net zero target. Now we will be moving into the fourth topic of our discussion today, and it's focused on the economic and social implications of scaling up the carbon removal technologies. Mark, if you can briefly tell us what is the potential of carbon removal technologies to create new businesses, new business models and markets, and how can they be leveraged to drive the economic growth in general in a country or in a region, for example? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So it comes back to, I think, that fundamental question. When you're thinking about, say, point source capture for an industrial facility or power plant, what you're ultimately doing is decarbonizing a product. That product could be electricity, it could be hydrogen, it could be fuels, it could be cement, steel. So you're decarbonizing a product, and there's an intrinsic value to doing that. And there's potential economic value for that because there's potential purchase for, say, green concrete. And it's also obviously helping address our climate change issue. When you're thinking about carbon dioxide removal, there's not necessarily a product that's being produced. It's removing CO2 from the atmosphere because it's an intrinsic, there's value in that for the climate and for the globe. So when you're thinking about what do those markets look like, they're very different. And so then when you're thinking about what the regulatory environment, what the policies are to incentivize that, those are going to be very different. I think they're going to be very different amongst countries as well in different regions of the world. Some might take this more as an incentive-based approach, which is some of the things that we've been doing in the United States with the tax credit incentives. And they draw a clear distinction between direct air capture and point source capture, where the value for direct air capture is $180 per ton versus $85 per ton for point source emissions. So it's really recognizing those differences between the technologies, to formulate your incentives. Other places may take a different approach where it may be the government comes in and says, we're going to do the purchase or the procurement of carbon dioxide removal because we see value, in doing this as a societal benefit. So I think it's really going to be very dependent on the regions and the governments within those countries in terms of what the appropriate approach is in their particular region of the world. And again, it's going to be very, I think, technology specific in some cases also in how that develops.
Thank you. You mentioned the very important point, which is economic value, and the differentiation between the carbon removal technologies. Some of them have, I would say, clear economic value. Others might not be mature yet to find an economic value to contribute in, other than, of course, mitigating climate change and removing emissions. Yes, and as well, you mentioned, and this is linked also to the previous topic, which is policy and regulations, which is the importance of understanding the different technologies, because this will lead to designing the right incentives or policy for scaling up. Yeah, thank you very much. Very, very great contribution with this regard, Mark. We'll be moving, last but not least, to Chris. With regards to this topic, please, if you can elaborate and give us more insights with regards to the economic and social implications of scaling up carbon removal technologies. How can those kind of challenges and implications be addressed to ensure just and equitable transition towards net zero emissions? Please.
Thank you very much. Well, to get straight to the point, I think CDR technologies are a huge benefit to ensure just and equitable transitions. From a point of view, firstly, of the current composition of the energy mix, that is still globally 80% or so reliant on fossil fuels. Secondly, and by the way, particularly so in non-OECD economies, secondly, it will enable growth economies to develop sustainably by capitalizing on their natural resource wealth. Think of producers in Africa, South America, while delivering on their energy access goals and affordable energy access goals. For instance, with CDR-equipped power plants. I understand Saudi Arabia, Faisal, correct me if I'm wrong, indeed will no longer construct any new power plant without CDR and point source capture. So these are very important points, I think, to avoid what was mentioned earlier, that we develop trickle-down technologies. For instance, green hydrogen, of course, we should all embrace that, but in order to move towards a hydrogen economy which is inclusive, I think we should acknowledge that ramping up that hydrogen production will really require tremendous investment in CCUS in order to green those liquid flows. There are limits to electrification. We see that, for instance, on the demands that it puts on critical minerals, and indeed hard to abate sectors also in non-OECD economies that have taken much of those industries already are hard to abate for a good reason, and those are simply the laws of physics, thermodynamics, rather than a reluctance by industry leaders or governments to decarbonize those sectors. So we have to acknowledge that. And that's what really then pushes you towards those CDR technologies. It's frankly a very logical step-by-step approach that gets you there and that makes these solutions inevitable, especially from a social justice point of view and an affordable energy access point of view.
Thank you very much, Chris, for the elaboration with this regards. Very important points. You mentioned the role of energy access growth, and it's important. And this might link to of course, the energy trilemma. So economic growth, energy security, and as well as the sustainable development and environment, and saving the environment. This is very important to mention and very important to take into consideration when we want to address the challenges and issues of the economic and social implications of whether the climate in general or scaling up any of the technologies to help us to achieve the climate targets. I think we have come into the, I'm conscious about the time, so we have almost 10 minutes or so. I will be opening up later on the Q&A session from the audience. But just to give you kind of a brief conclusion of what we have discussed. So we have discussed topics with regards to the driving the carbon removal technologies and scaling up them towards achieving the climate targets. In terms of the four main topics, we have explored the potential of different carbon removal technologies to contribute towards achieving net zero emissions. We also covered the challenges associated with carbon removal technologies and the importance of the policy and regulations that drive the adoption of the scaling up. We also explored briefly the economic and the social implications of scaling up such technologies. So if you allow me, I would be very happy to open the floor for the audience. If you have any questions, please. Yes. Is there any microphone?
So mostly the technology has not been so much scaled up in terms of the varieties of different sectors of technology. If we are talking about hard-to-abate sector, different hard-to-abate sectors have their own challenges. And in terms of that, the technology has to be defined in that way. So if we are saying direct air capture and the point source capture, when there is not much technology developed in the point source carbon capture, which itself is a very high cost. So is this the right time to go for the direct air capture? So I would like to have a viewpoint from your side and how to reduce the cost of the technology, because we are not we are moving to a net zero. By doing the carbon capture, we are not actually reducing the carbon, we are trying to mitigate.
Anyone would like to answer this question? Yes, Hussein.
Well, yes, that's a very important question. But I think there is many lessons learned right from the, from different industries. One example of that is the shale industry in the US, for example, right? Where maybe this is not the best example, right, to bring it here. But in terms of the basic advancing the technology from making it so expensive to at some point where it actually to bring it all the way actually to make it economical, right? So the cost, for example, of hydraulic fracturing went down by maybe at least an order of magnitude, right? For it when this is the technology started till basically bringing it to be cost effective. So there is definitely room for innovation and and advancement actually to bring the cost down. And you mentioned about the direct air capture. There could be maybe other ideas where you can combine direct air capture with renewables, for example, solar and wind, or geothermal, for example. And this is, for example, what has been done in Iceland, right? They combined the, this is for CO2 mineralization, was combined with geothermal facilities there to bring the cost down. So if you look at the cost right now, and yes, so back to your question, the CO2 capture could be maybe the bottleneck right now in terms of cost. It varies from maybe $20, $30 to $600, right? The whole basic spectrum here from the, the different technologies and the different environment and conditions at it. But I would say actually here there's, we need innovation, we need breakthrough technology, but the mission is not impossible here. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Ahmed, if you can allow me just a follow-up question. Yeah, just. So thank you for the answer. And now we are doing a life cycle analysis for all the technologies. And which itself, if we do that, we see a very dark side of it, of all the technologies. Are we doing the environmental management study about all the technologies? Because the carbon capture technology which we are having in abundance and in scale is only chemical-based technology. So if you do the analysis on terms of environment, it is have some figures to which will worry all the things. So what do your view on that? Thank you.
So just quickly on that, I don't, probably not enough in terms of the LCA for the environmental impact, right? I mentioned the CO2 leakage before. What's the implication of, for example, storing CO2, supercritical CO2 underground and having the CO2 leaking to the atmosphere, for example? What's the risk, associated with that? I don't think this is well understood, right? Because from one point, because this has not been happened, commonly, right? Because we have not yet really stored CO2 at large scale and observed basically what may happen there. But it's going to take some time. But back to your question, we're not doing enough on that. Yes.
Mark, if you want to add, I'll see.
Yeah, so I think a couple points on the cost, on your first question related to cost. There's companies that have done some large-scale demonstration projects or commercial projects. For example, the Shell Quest project in Canada. I think they have publicly stated, several years ago that if they did this again, the cost would be 30% cheaper than what they did it at that point. Now, obviously, economics have changed over the past couple of years with raw material costs as well. But I think as you get more demonstration projects out, you will start seeing that cost curve come down. In terms of the life cycle analysis, and there's a couple different elements related to that. And I'll take the storage component first. I think if you have well-characterized storage facilities, well-maintained, have your monitoring and verification protocols in place and the permitting process, I think that helps alleviate a lot of the concerns associated with the risk of the project itself. Obviously, there's things that you need to do on the community side to ensure that there's community acceptance for those projects and that you're working closely with the community as you're developing those projects as well to make sure that they have that understanding of what the project's trying to achieve and they have the buy-in and support. To the broader life cycle question, a lot of the things that you also need to be concerned about are looking at the other emissions, for example, NOx emissions. Oftentimes these capture technologies, when they're being deployed, you need very low levels of particulate matter, sulfur oxide. So there's some ancillary benefits that you're potentially gaining as well. There's a lot of research that came out of Technology Center Mongstad related to nitrosamine issues and others. So I think we do have a lot of data and information that we can base and have a good foundation. Do we need to potentially do more to further optimize these systems to give the society that level of comfort? Yes, but I think we have to do a better message also, or better messaging and communication of the work that we have already done.
Thank you, Mark and Hussein. If we have another question. So we have one question here and one question there. So if you allow me, yes, please. Yes. Yeah.
Is it on?
Yes, please.
I'm Neelima from Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. I'm involved in this particular national program at DST, which handles carbon capture, utilization, storage as one of the major focuses. I'm part of the climate change and clean energy division in DST. Mine is maybe more of an observation, but also there's a question inside that observation. I can see very clearly a very careful, you can say, distinction being made between conventional, if you can call it, CCUS technologies and CDR, which we all are talking much, I think, more now. It's not just a careful distinction, there's a shift also. If you look at the CCUS platforms, I mean, CDR is coming up quite, more often than the conventional CCUS. I think Mark said in today's panel discussion, one point which I think I noted, that there is no production happening in CDR. We are not producing something. I mean, maybe you meant the utilization component of the conventional CCUS, the conversion or the utilization. We are rather going direct from capturing from atmosphere and taking it for storing or sequestration. I wanted to understand maybe what are the economical implications and social implications of CDR if we go ahead and try giving it a preference over the conventional CCUS, because when we are producing, when we are actually converting into a value-added product like fuels or, I mean, there were so many things that were happening through utilization. There was a component of sustainability into it, a business model into it. Somewhere we're skipping that and going more towards CDR, which is not so cost effective as of right now. We all know about DAC, I mean, be it solvent-based or other means. It is happening, I know. Lots of research is happening and there's a lot of innovation possible within DAC, we know that. But as of right now, maybe you can tell me a little bit more.
Yeah. So let me maybe take a shot at answering the question. So when you have the CO2, whether that's point source or direct air capture, whatever it is, you can utilize that CO2. So you do have pathways to utilize that CO2 for direct air capture and some of the carbon dioxide removal pathways themselves. In terms of, I don't think it's a question of one or the other. We need to do both. We need to mitigate the CO2 that's being emitted from the point sources, and we need to do carbon dioxide removal. The models that we're seeing from IPCC and others are showing that, you know, if we really want to hit our targets, we need to do both. So I don't think it's necessarily a matter of either or. Now the question then becomes is how much can governments and countries, say, invest in that technology development? That's a real question for a lot of countries into what can they actually invest in. And I think that those are really hard decisions and hard conversations I think that have to occur at that government level on what's, you know, going to be the importance. But I think when we're thinking about this globally, it's not necessarily a question of one or the other. It's we need both.
Thank you, Mark. Maybe, yes, question? Maybe.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this enlightening session. I am Rishi Gupta from Tata Steel, and I would like to know more about this term used for carbon capture and utilization, the nature-based solution you have mentioned. So could you elaborate more on the nature-based solution in terms of utilizations? Because we have also set up a small demonstration plant of carbon capture, but utilization is a challenge. I would like to understand more on that.
Is it specific to any of the panelists or just general question?
Anyone can answer.
Okay. If anyone would like to answer the question.
Yeah, so I'll take a shot answering this question too. So for the nature-based solution, of course, it's one component of the carbon removal technologies. As I mentioned in the beginning, we have emissions avoidance through renewables and energy efficiency, nuclear energy, etc. And then we have the abatement part, which can be achieved by either recycling emissions into another product or reusing them, for example, into food and beverages. That's one example. The last part is the the removal part, which consists of, we can say, CCUS, direct air capture, and the nature-based solutions. These are the other negative emissions tools. So, for example, in the Middle East or in Saudi Arabia, we have the Middle East Green Initiatives where we have target to plant certain number of trees to help absorb CO2 emissions from the atmosphere. So this is how the nature-based solutions are linked to the removal part. I hope this answered your question, or please repeat it otherwise.
Thank you, Faisal. Mark, please, if you want to add.
Really quick, and it gets to the earlier question around life cycle analysis. The question is, how do you measure then the net removal of those processes, of the nature-based solutions, whether it's, you know, trees, agricultural practices? That's the key question, I think, that ultimately then
then derives is how do you do the monitoring, reporting, and verification so you can get an appropriate life cycle analysis to take credit for that removal.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'm afraid we are going towards the end of the panel. We will be having the last question, I think here. Please.
I'd like to ask this to all the panelists as to how much they see CDR as a time machine. Let's say we lose the race to net zero. Let's say we hit those irreversible or reversible tipping points where CO2 concentrations go way higher than it should be. Can CDR be deployed at an emergency large scale to reverse some of that? Is CDR an emergency backup option, plan B, that should be deployed at scale in form of, let's say, a time machine, and how effectively can we do that?
Yes, please. Chris.
Well, I think, frankly, CDR should be kind of like reconceptualized in CCUS, or the conventional capture solutions that we have, as Plan A. I think really that is what is needed. There needs to be somewhat of a policy shift from the tremendous progress that we've made and that has now kind of like reached its own market momentum in terms of renewables, wind, solar, etc. And now we need to look more at the fossil fuel sector itself, and that's where CCUS and CDR technologies come in. Now, of course, each of these technologies has problems and challenges, like all technology deployments have. So how to overcome these challenges is well rehearsed by governments and entrepreneurs. And I think indeed we should also be confident that we can leave it to the entrepreneurial players and actors amongst us to ensure that we can indeed distill value from, for instance, direct air capture. And that is happening today. ConocoPhillips is very active in this area, and selling net zero fuels. And the same you have, I would say, with nature-based solutions. Many developing economies are actually net zero negative because of their nature wealth. And that would then also allow them, depending on how you measure, report, and verify, to kind of like still make use of these fossil fuel resources, but then in a decarbonized setting. So I am very hopeful, but I do think indeed governments have to take the next step, and that means moving forward in this area.
Brian, if you want to add.
Yeah, I just wanted to make 2 quick points, I guess. And I know just enough about climate modeling to be dangerous, so don't take this too literally. But I wonder, and I think maybe the jury is still out from as I understand it. We know that emissions causes global warming, but do we know that removing these greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, is there an automatic reverse causality in this relationship? I'm not sure that's clear, so I'm not sure it is necessarily a time machine, but I don't think we have any other choice. And I guess from my perspective, we just have to be honest with ourselves about what are our own choices and behavior, which is we're continuing to use hydrocarbons, right? I think the developing world, just because of the economics of hydrocarbons versus non-polluting sources, is probably going to continue to use hydrocarbons for the foreseeable future. So if we start with that premise, then we have to do something to offset the problem, which, right, CCS, of course, cuts emissions at the, stops emission, it does the abatement, right? But then we have to take the leap, I think, as well, of getting greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere with CDR sort of technologies. But whether it's literally a time machine, that reversing this kind of bad behavior is going to fix the problem, I'm not sure. But I don't know if we have another option, so I think we have to kind of just be pragmatic about it.
Thank you very much, Mark. And with this, we have reached the end of our panel discussion. Thank you very much for joining us. And please help me to give a round of applause for our group of experts and panelists today here.
Good afternoon. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start the event now. I hope you all enjoyed lunch and are feeling energized and full for a very impactful conversation that we have today. The title of this session is The Road to COP28, Delivering on the Breakthrough Agenda Priority Actions and Looking Forward to the 2023 Breakthrough Agenda Report. We'll have a very esteemed panel joining us in a second to share their views. Before I will say some introductory remarks. And then there'll be a moment for discussion, feedback, and we'd love to make this as interactive as possible. So we will be inviting you, if you have any feedback on anything that the panelists said today, then please do so. We are here today at the 14th Clean Energy Ministerial and the 8th Mission Innovation, which is happening on the sidelines of the Energy Transition Working Group of the G20. And the underlying philosophy behind all of these forums is very simple, that no government and no stakeholder alone can address the most complex issues that are facing humanity. I can't think of a more complex issue than how we achieve a just and smooth transition to a low-carbon economy, whilst also ensuring sustainable, climate-resilient growth for all. That's why we're here today, and I think we've witnessed an inflection point over the last 2 years on discussing why climate change is important and why accelerated climate action is important, to how we implement, and that's why we're here today, and that's the integral work that the Breakthrough Agenda does. And implementation is not just about climate negotiators sitting in a room agreeing abstract norms. It is about everyone here today, all members of society working together, from the CEO and the business leader that decides that a net zero business strategy is the only way to remain competitive in a net zero global economy, to the procurement officer who insists that the products that they procure are transformational and low-carbon technologies, knowing that that will spur on innovation and reduce the green premium on green technologies. And also the international policy officials, many of which are in the room today, who are working tireless and other non-state actors to really transform climate action. I'm representing today the high-level champions, and our mandate as the high-level champions is to enhance the ambition and strengthen the engagement of non-state actors in the formal COP process and to support governments in implementing climate action. We do this through the Race to Zero, for example, which is about rallying companies, educational institutions, financial institutions around delivering immediate and robust action to halve global emissions by 2030 and to ensure that we're reaching a net zero global economy on time. In addition to the Race to Zero, we work on the Race to Resilience, which is about how do we catalyze a step change in global ambition for climate resilience. And finally, the high-level champions are also driving real economy action to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors and all other global sectors. And that's why we were very excited at COP26 on the announcement of the Breakthrough Agenda, which I think, as everyone knows in this room, there was a real groundswell of support for the Breakthrough Agenda, with a 70% of GDP committing to the Breakthrough Agenda. And we're seeing now, and I'm really looking forward to welcoming our esteemed panel to discuss the progress made on the Breakthrough Agenda. But first, very briefly, let me say a moment on why this year, in the lead up to COP28, is so important that we continue to accelerate radical collaboration across governments and non-state actors as well. At COP28, world leaders will take stock on the global collective action on climate to date. This is a process called the Global Stocktake Process, and it is a unique opportunity for renewed and accelerated international collaboration and for transformational change to accelerate the global transition, particularly towards 2030. I think we can achieve this through clear, courageous, and bold policies which help to further unlock the transformational power of finance, industry, and innovators as well. And this is where the Breakthrough Agenda is such an important and integral process. So I will now introduce our esteemed panelists, and we'll invite each one to share their progress on the Breakthrough Agenda. So if I may, Sauka, we have names up here. Sauka from the Zero Emission Transition Council, if you'd like to make your way up, and please do take a seat. We have Rama Gonheim from the Industry Decarbonisation Initiative, and also Annie Heedson from the Sustainable Steel, if you'd like to make your way up. And we have Piers Anders Vidal as well from the International Energy Agency. And finally, Rob Cook from the Green Grid Initiative. I hope there's enough chairs. Great. Welcome. Thanks a lot. And I think we have a really great representation from across the various sectors, priority sectors that the Breakthrough Agenda are working on. So I will maybe pass over to our first panelist, Rob Cook from the Green Grid Initiative. And if you may, Rob, you feel free to stand there, or you can take the podium. Please share progress on, particularly on the power sector breakthrough, and show with the audience how it's all going. I'll pass over to you, Rob.
Thank you very much. Can we go back a slide? Oh, okay. I think there's one missing, but anyway. Good afternoon. So my name is Rob Cook. On behalf of the Green Grids Initiative Secretariat and also the GGI Asia Pacific Working Group. So I'll be talking to you today broadly in the sense of the power breakthrough, but also want to talk a bit more in depth about one of the specific projects that we're taking forward. So Power Breakthrough Action Recommendation number 5, which is develop standardized tools to support and accelerate global interconnection. To quickly introduce who we are, the Green Grids Initiative, our mission is to accelerate the deployment of green grids globally, working as a conduit for investment and assistance by bringing together an ecosystem of leading actors from across government, finance, regulation, academia, other initiatives, and the private sector. And we did it simply because there is no transition without transmission. It's a bit of a catchphrase that we're trying to get going. So we know that expansion and modernization of grids is essential to scaling up the integration of renewables to achieving our 2050 net zero goals, alongside the additional benefits such as enhancing energy security, cost savings, unlocking sustainable development, and expanding energy access. Next slide. This is especially the case in the Asia Pacific region, where it's estimated that electricity demand will more than double by 2050, whilst also facing pressures to decarbonize and in the face of severe land and resource constraints. But potential is also immense. Take Europe as an example, where we can say that interconnection has the most deeply integrated energy market in the world. The average level of interconnection is 12%. With a further target of 15% by 2030. Asia, by comparison, is 0.3%, with a couple of notable exceptions. But as you can see on the slide, if Asia Pacific were to match that 15% target by 2040, it would create a total global market, worth $500 billion and displace up to 3 billion tons of CO2 per annum, which is something like 3 times the annual emissions of Japan. The Asia Pacific Working Group, through GGI, identified this opportunity and the need to accelerate the development of interconnectors as a critical project that we can focus on and support via the power breakthrough. And that's why we set about developing principles for interconnectors, which acts as a starting point or guide for policymakers and developers to start bilateral discussions on new energy interconnector projects, as well as overcoming obstacles in existing ones. So, next slide, please. Without going into too much depth here, we've based the principles around 4 broad stages of an interconnector life cycle. And each stage breaks down into first sub-stages. Each stage has at least one guiding principle. And from each guiding action from each party, and principles are understood to be as best practices for successfully executing those sub-stages. And so we'll kind of go through in terms of what each stage looks like to give a high-level impression of kind of where we've been working towards, and then we'll talk a bit more about next steps. So next slide. So the first stage is the concept stage, which captures the kickoff and groundwork of each project. The principles addressed kind of that we've identified are around kind of setting out the preliminary studies to set out the technology and market demand, but also address the social welfare and environmental factors. Acting through credible third parties, including the input from all affected parties, including grid owners, national governments, so on, and local stakeholders, including communities. Fourthly, interconnectors should be considered a part of a larger power system plan and broader grid planning process. It's very important for grids generally. And lastly, making sure that, again, social and economic welfare factors are considered as part of the cost-benefit analysis. But you can see here how the kind of general principles sit alongside the kind of technological process for completing the concept stage from beginning to end. So next slide, please. So project development. The core principle set around this stage is about setting up what we refer to as a trilateral forum to agree each step of the phase, including regulatory frameworks, apportioning costs, and project boundaries. But this, again, is in a general sense learning from best practice, and it will be up to each project to determine its best structure based around their existing local arrangements, such as the roles and powers of varying institutions, market demand, and so on. The key point here is to get all parties in the room together as early as possible to work out key issues. So we can take an example of the UK-Netherlands interconnector BritNed, which used this practice to help identify key issues as early as possible. The operators, National Grid and Tenet, had agreed a 50-50 joint venture, which effectively split the costs, split the income, but where the kind of divergence was around regulators and their cost-sharing mechanisms. The UK regulator, Ofgem, had a cap and floor mechanism which sets a kind of bandwidth where income or revenues are too low, they get topped up, and if they're too high, the surplus gets siphoned off. Whereas the Dutch regulator chose a specific guaranteed return based on the asset value, and very similar to the cap and floor, kind of managed the price that way. But it's very similar, but still very different. And what having this kind of clear regulator forum meant was that the regulators could talk through it early, understand that there were differences, understand what approvals were necessary to resolve it, and thereby not hold up the project. They were kind of able to be done in parallel, in effect. And we know that grids are causing such a great bottleneck as part of the clean energy transition rather than being the enabler that they should. In the UK, for example, interconnectors can take anywhere between 12 and 14 years on average, but it varies wildly depending on the project. And even globally, I think it can be estimated to be around 5 to 13 years to develop a full interconnector project. So by executing the project in an efficient way, it can make a big difference. Next stage. Sorry, slide. So the third stage operation once the project has been fully developed. The guiding principles address the importance of setting up, again, a trilateral forum in a general sense, agreements to for the coordinated operation of the interconnector, clear lines of communication in case of emergencies, outages, shared maintenance, and agreeing clear trading arrangements underpinned by a clear legal framework. The kind of principle independent of these principles, in this sense, is kind of transparency, and which is critical for partners to have confidence in to operate in a energy market. If arrangements are set up well, then there's no need for any potential government interference. For example, last winter, France, traditionally an energy exporter, flipped to becoming an energy importer as a result of kind of low nuclear output, high energy or high gas prices. And even though energy was tight the market was just doing its job, effectively. Although prices have gone up, there was longer term benefit of making sure that French citizens could still turn the lights on. Whereas, although there was obviously going to be a strong temptation for state-owned operators to have kind of energy difficulties to potentially intervene, that effectively would suspend the market and kind of open up risk of other costs such as compensation for suppliers or kind of undermining confidence in the market as a whole. So in this sense, kind of having that kind of, again, clear, open, transparent operating arrangement sets that kind of best practice example. So also, last worth mentioning is just the decommissioning phase, which you may have noticed on the life cycle slide. There's not as many examples of this, but that's because the emphasis has mainly been on terms of extension of life of the asset, rather than decommissioning, which kind of in part also shows their enduring value. And so, yeah, by bringing these, kind of collating these principles, what we hope to do through GGI and under the Power Breakthrough is to kind of set out this clearly as a kind of how-to guide, and then with these examples, use it for policy officials to be able to reference and, you know, find existing tools and support and so on that they can then use to implement their own projects. So, last slide. Next steps. So we'll continue to develop these principles. This is very much phase one. And as a kind of, noting that the principles have largely drawn from North Seas and European experiences, want to ensure that these are kind of relevant and applicable universally. And we plan to formally publish these principles later in the year, looking mainly at Singapore International Energy Week and COP28. And this will never be kind of like, I say phase one, but there's not a final draft or a final draft, because this will be a living document that we'll be able to keep iterating and adding further examples and tools as kind of it becomes more widely shared. So it's an exciting point in the project, and we're looking forward to kind of taking this to the next level. And I'll wrap up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Rob. That was very interesting and engaging, and no transition without transmission. I really like that saying. I'll definitely remember that one. So now over from clean power to another very important sector, which is steel, which is all around us here and was integral to the way that everyone arrived here as well. We have two experts and leaders in the global steel sector to talk to us today. So we have Rana Gonheim, who's the Chief of the Energy Systems and Industrial Decarbonization Unit at UNIDO. And we also have Annie Heaton, who's the CEO of Sustainable Steel. So I don't know if you wanted to share the intervention, but maybe I'll pass over to Rana to kick us off. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Nathan, and thanks to the colleagues from the Breakthrough Agenda for convening this dialogue. Let me just start by saying how helpful we actually find, the Breakthrough Agenda in terms of coordinating actions also between the different initiatives. And in this case, I'll speak, although UNIDO is involved in both the steel breakthrough as well as the hydrogen breakthrough, I will speak to the steel breakthrough and what we're working on within that, and particularly through the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative. So the steel breakthrough is really working on alignment and creation of, or making low-carbon steel the choice of the global markets. And within that, really, IDDI, or the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative of the Clean Energy Ministerial, is working on two of the key actions identified in the steel breakthrough. And these are the demand creation as well as the harmonization of standards. So to start with, maybe I'll introduce a bit the work we're doing on the demand creation. So there we recognize the role and the importance of governments in creating markets for low-carbon steel and low-carbon cement and concrete. And so we have launched already at COP26 and the first call or Green Public Procurement Pledge, where countries are requiring the disclosure of embodied carbon on public construction projects. And, you know, there just to underline that this is where the first interface also to the topic related to standards is, because when you require this disclosure, it's like, what are you disclosing? What is the methodology that we're using for that disclosure? What are the different scopes of emissions that are being, you know, used for that disclosure? And so this gives us the entry point basically also to the work on standards. The second tier of this is actually the alignment of the public procurement targets with the net zero goals for each country. And that's clear there because we often see a misalignment between those two. And then the third tier of the pledge is actually, you know, building on the methodology that the IEA proposed in its report to the G7 on the definition of low carbon steel. We ask governments to undertake national consultations with industry to define which one of these bands that are defined by the IEA the governments would like to commit to. And this is very much also obviously an issue of what can industry within these governments and also within the region deliver that would enable the governments to comply with that particular threshold. Now, you know, let me move then, you know, and then we are actually working already with 3 governments, Germany, UK, and Canada, that have committed to undertake, well, committed to the first 2 tiers of the pledge for sure, but also have committed to undertake consultations in relation to which tier of ambition they would like to commit to. And we're working very closely with the COP28 team to see how do we bring in more government commitments to this pledge, but also to look at, you know, maybe champions within governments that could create that commitment, or even subnational governments where it's actually easier to make these commitments because this is where the investment decisions are actually taking place. So how do we transition then from the demand side to the standard side, and how do we make sure that, you know, there's a certain level of uniformity across what different governments are committing to? This is the work that relates to standards, and I have to say it's proving to be at the moment a very challenging landscape, but who's not up for a challenge? So there's more than 40 initiatives and institutions that are working on this topic. You know, it's clear as well that there's different approaches that we could follow to align. I don't know whether we need to have just one standard. At the end of the day, what we would like to achieve is just, you know, whatever standards are there, that they are comparable and that they're interoperable. And this is what we are, you know, working closely with many partners in this landscape to align on, because there's 3 tiers to this standard. First is the threshold, how much carbon is inside that product and which technology is being used to actually decarbonize. Second is, you know, what are the rules that we are using for the accounting, and are they consistent across the site and then across the product? And third is, like, what are the protocols that we are actually using to disclose this information about the embodied carbon on the product? So I've tried to simplify really a very, very complicated topic, but I'm very happy also to be sharing the stage with Annie from Responsible Steel, with whom we are really working closely on announcing principles, common principles that we hope we can get the whole landscape to align around, and we hope to be announcing these, you know, latest by COP, but hopefully sooner. So maybe Annie can elaborate a bit more on that.
Sure, thank you, Rana. And I just want to echo what Rana has said about how useful the steel breakthroughs have been in bringing together this huge landscape of initiatives to talk together and work out how to align, how to dovetail so that we can complement each other. And the focus on standards as the first priority action of the steel breakthroughs that was launched at COP last year is there as number one for the simple reason that all of the other priority actions depend on there being consistency of standards, as has already been pointed out by many of the participants this morning. So whether we're talking about procurement, government procurement, private procurement, whether we're talking about national policy to incentivize decarbonization, driving finance towards investments in decarbonization, and indeed trade agreements, we need consistency of standards. And currently, as Rana has alluded to, we see a plethora of standards, methodologies, frameworks, and they are often designed to take into account the particular aspects of a product or a product type, or a particular technology, or a particular resource base, or the particular interests of a country. And so we need to rise above that in these standards and create commonality for all of the initiatives that are working on the steel breakthroughs, whether it's IDDI, Steel Zero, First Movers Coalition, Lead IT. We all need to be talking the same language. And so what we have been working on with the IDDI is a set of common principles which will underscore the work on standards. And these principles, you won't be surprised to hear, involve collaboration, partnership thinking, co-thinking, consistency, the need for consistency to ensure that the scope of emissions is consistent across standards. They need to ensure effectiveness in driving our ultimate goal, which is decarbonization towards a 1.5 degree world. The standards they may be different, but they need to be interoperable and to achieve our goal of decarbonization. And finally, they need to be equitable. They've got to be globally equitable. And even within a country, let's take the example of India, where you've got a very diverse steel industry. We need to be driving change in a way that's equitable for all parts of that industry. So those are the sort of our draft thoughts, and we're now working between ourselves and also with the World Trade Organization, with the World Steel Association, and the co-sponsors of the Steel Breakthrough, the UK and Germany, to advance these principles. All of these organizations will have progress to announce at COP, I have no doubt, but we very much hope that we will together be announcing a set of common principles to drive this work forward on standards and definitions for near zero steel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rana and Annie as well. I see a lot of nodding heads in the audience, and I know there's some industry representatives here today when you both spoke through the importance of interoperability and commonality of standards as well, so thanks a lot. Moving on to road transport, another very important sector. We have Salka Sigurdardottir from the UK's Department for Energy, Security and Net Zero. Salka is the head of the International Zero Emission Vehicles team and is speaking today on behalf of the Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Council. Over to you, Salka. Yeah, go ahead.
Now it's working. Thanks, Nathan, and I'm going to stand up here if that's okay. I'm going to speak a little about road transport. Now, just a bit of context at the beginning is that road transport accounts for 10% of global emissions, and it's the sector where emissions are rising faster than any other sector. And while the transition is, of course, on way and accelerating, we're actually off track to achieve a Paris pathway for this sector currently. So when you look at current policies from governments combined, the sales share of electric cars is on track to be around 35% by 2030, according to the latest IEA Electric Vehicle Outlook. But to meet net zero 1.5 goals, more than 60% is required by 2030, and then 100% by 2035, as was highlighted in the breakthrough report on road transport last year. It's therefore clear, as panelists have said, that we need to leverage the weight of international action to achieve the transition at a better scale and speed. Now, at the same time, there's also a risk of we like to call it a two-tier global auto market if we don't take action, because on current trajectories, by 2040, over half of internal combustion engine vehicles are expected to be in emerging markets and developing economy countries. And the share of electric cars on the road being 45% lower in those countries than in leading markets. So business as usual not only presents a massive climate risk, but also a huge missed opportunity to boost economic growth, improve health outcomes, and strengthen energy security in countries, and tackling global disparities in that process. Now, the objective of the road transfer breakthrough specifically is for CEVs to become the new normal and accessible and affordable and sustainable in all regions by 2030. And there's a huge amount of action that already happens in the road transport sector. And the road transfer breakthrough has been such a pivotal framework to really help coordinate across the whole landscape and improve coherence and unlock further action. And I know the EVI has been a very important partner here under CEM and lots of other initiatives that I'll mention briefly as I go through. But what we're here to talk about today is finance and investment for emerging markets and developing economies. And I think this is really one of the best success stories of the road transfer breakthrough, where the landscape really can be enhanced further. So what I mean by strengthening the international offer for emerging markets and developing economies in practice means significantly scaling the amount of finance available, improving the coherence and availability of the offer, and as well as ensuring long-term impact by really setting up the governance structures that surround that to enable that coherence and coordination. Now, we launched a big package at COP27 in the Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Council that's co-chaired by the UK and the US, and we'll be launching a strengthened package at COP28 as well, factoring in the increased collaboration that has been enabled through the breakthrough agenda. And the key driver here is the International Sisters Task Force under the Zero Emission Vehicle Transition Council that has the mandate to sort of pull countries together to and initiatives to better coordinate. Now, some of the things we've done so far and some of the success stories, that at COP27 we launched a rapid response facility, and this rapid response facility brings together experts from across the world in sort of a hub and spoke model to provide those emerging markets and developing economies that have signed the CEV declaration and set an ambitious zero-emission vehicle phase-out target, a single gateway to technical assistance and experts like UNEP, World Bank, and ICCT. And for example, we're receiving applications from countries to help countries develop national strategies on e-mobility and sub-national strategies. And this technical assistance will also help them put in bids to bigger projects and really increase that coherence and availability. And the key thing really here is pooling the expertise that is available and creating a one-stop shop access to technical experts, which is really in the spirit of the breakthrough agenda. And the support package we launched at COP27 also included a country partnership model to provide more sort of tailored and focused support to the most ambitious developing countries. And with the first partnership with India actually launched at COP27 to coordinate the landscape and spot gaps. We did a massive sort of mapping exercise. We found out sort of the key areas where coordination could be enhanced, but equally where there are key gaps in the landscape and how we can pull different donors and different initiatives together to address some of those gaps, ranging from policy roadmaps, 2 to 3-wheelers, public and private partnerships, and risk sharing. We're also now scoping a pilot project to work with Indian states to build more capacity to access finance, which has come out as a clear gap through this coordination. And we're having an event today, actually, at 5:15 in Salau 1, so please do come along if you want to hear more about this work. This action under the Breakthrough Agenda also factors in private sector finance and investment, and I want to give a shout out to the CEV Emerging Markets Initiative and the World Business Council for Sustainable Development to really focus on strengthening collaboration between private sector and government to lower risk investments and enable more investments. For example, huge work to define the demand signals on freight. And again, it's such a good example of collaboration where everyone plays a role in accordance with their expertise and their relationships, and how pooling that expertise can help countries better transition. And moving forward, a really key deliverable for us and the international community is together to launch a global zero-emission vehicle transition roadmap at COP28, which shows where we, countries and initiatives and institutions, how we will together and systematically strengthen that support for emerging markets and developing economies this decade, and to update that annually every year. And just to give you a sneak peek, we're sort of looking at 5 systemic challenges, including support to define and implement policy action, improving access to and scaling finance, ensuring product supply of zero-emission vehicles, and also looking at areas like charging infrastructure and end-of-life management, and really trying to do this together with as many countries and initiatives as possible. Now, we often say that the breakthrough agenda really needs to go beyond the sharing of best practice and include a real deliberate alignment of key areas. And I do think this global roadmap that we're going to launch at COP28 is a really good example of how the priorities set by the breakthrough agenda can enable that alignment, because we're trying to combine efforts and communicate together as countries and initiatives how international assistance can be strengthened if those efforts are better coordinated. And this, frankly, avoids duplication, which is in the interest of everyone. The breakthrough agenda really enables that alignment and coordination and coherence. And the breakthrough agenda is that one-stop shop to access the landscape. And it's not about taking credit for anyone's work. It's about recognizing that together we're better than the sum of our parts. So please do get in touch if you want to coordinate, in particular on this global roadmap that we hope to launch at COP28. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot, Salka. I really like what you were saying in terms of how individual actions, if coordinated well, can be more than the sum of their parts. And the final speaker for this section of the panel is from the International Energy Agency. So we have Pierre-Anders Vidal, who's been doing amazing work in terms of coordinating the input for the Breakthrough Progress Report. So maybe, Pierre, over to you, if you like. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
There you go. Thank you very much, and thanks to the other panelists as well. Very interesting to hear those updates. So today I'm here, not only I have the pleasure to represent 3 organizations, the IE, ARENA, and the UN High-Level Champions, but of course everyone who's been working on this report over the next months. What I intend to do here today is to provide you an update on the approach we're taking for the second agenda report, but also focus on a few of the cross-cutting recommendations we have. So you heard from colleagues working on the sectors, but we have also in this report a number of cross-cutting recommendations. We would like, of course, use this session to also gather some feedback. Obviously, if you haven't read a report, it's like watching a film you haven't seen and discuss that. So we're not going to pressure too much, but as I would expect, many of you have experience working with international collaboration. And as has been said very eloquently here today, the aspiration here is to see how international collaboration can help and support accelerating sector transition. So if you just take me to the next slide, I will start first with just a timeline. While I have the pleasure of being here, my colleagues are back home and reading many of the more than thousands of comments that we received through the peer review. Again, we send this out to more than 500 peer reviewers, which is a very high number, and some of you actually might have read it, who's here in the room as well. So please share your initial comments. I should say, of course, this report now is still at an interim stage, because now we're going to incorporate the comments so we can finalize this report for mid-September. Of course, then as well, we're happy to engage with any countries that also want to look at, after September, towards COP26, of the different post-publication activities we could do also with the countries. So if you take me to the next slide. So I should say, you heard from some of the sectors here today, But there are some in this report, not only looking at the sectors in the last report, but also two new sectors being analyzed, buildings and cement. And what I will focus on then is the more cross-cutting topics. But the approach we're taking this year, very much looking at restating the recommendations from the previous report, refocusing some of the recommendations, but also replacing some of them. We restate recommendations where we see and where we track there is very little progress. We refocus where we see where there's actually been quite some good progress, which then helped the people working on the report to also make some more specific next steps, and I'll get back to that in a moment. And we also, in this approach, replacing some of the recommendations, either they're done, or we have the researchers have found where there are gaps where more work could be done by international collaboration. And maybe I'll repeat, we've seen a lot of progress from the last year's report and where we actually have then refocused to specify the recommendations in the next report. So this is done under other sectors. Here with you here today, and again, if you haven't read the report, you can still, through your experience working with international collaborations, also the first steel, and we heard this also from other sectors, where, but there are also some mixed views in other sectors, and here the team sees really the difference, maybe where there are actually, where if this, I shouldn't say a new sector, of course, but where this international collaboration is coming in relatively new, such as the steel, where the landscape is still being evolved. Hydrogen is another example where it's being evolved at the moment, where it's been, we're hearing from many that it's been very useful to have the breakthrough agenda. While for the power sector, the conclusion here is it's been maybe less helpful. Another important, which is also linked to coordination, is the membership of the discussions. And we also here take note that the membership and engagement with some of the major key markets also need to be strengthened to make sure that there's a consistency here and what cross-cutting topics, which is relevant for all the breakthroughs, all the sectors. And here we have seen some success, and also mentioned Salka, and one thing the authors take note of is the political focus on reforming the global financial architecture. But here also identifying some of the challenges that it needs to be clear, where some crossovers, industry and hydrogen being another area which we see is cross-cutting across all the agendas, of course. Pittsburgh, where it was an announcement of $94 billion US dollars was committed to demonstration projects, and we see also the work being done with under Mission Innovation on delivering different demonstration projects. Again, this is another example where we see progress, and again, what we do here again is to track this progress from year to year. Again, one missing link here is the continued strong focus very much on more developed markets. So there's also a recommendation here from the authors to focus more on developing and emerging. Some discussion certainly on what's green, what's low emission, what's near zero emissions, and incorporating that into the report. And here again, if you have any reflections on what colleagues have been talking about or some of these cross-cutting topics and recommendations.
We will now... and feel free to take a seat. Section, which, as Pierre mentioned, is an opportunity to share any feedback that you have across the kind of cross-cutting priority recommendations of the pair and share. So before we go into a discussion, we'll maybe invite all of you to turn to the person on your right, and maybe we can share for 4 to 5 minutes. We'll invite you to have a discussion on any reflections that you had on what was discussed today. And then I'll invite everybody back in plenary to share with Sorry to back to plenary.
Yeah, well, of the Paris Agreement. So it's also quite an ambition. This will be held in Paris in March, and we will co-organize this with the United programs on the 22nd, and every person interested to have more infos at this regard is very welcome at this event. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot, and thanks for your leadership as well in this space. So let's now move to discussion. Really keen to hear what was discussed, and would maybe just invite anyone from the audience if you'd like to share any interventions. I think we have a hand from, was referenced as well during the panel. Sonia, if you'd like to introduce yourself, and please do share your thoughts.
Yes, hi everyone, I'm Soumya Joshi from Lead IT, Leadership Group of Industry Transitions. And just wanted to say that the recommendations we saw up there from the IEA and the Breakthrough Agenda have been highly endorsed by Lead IT. One sort of would add, but otherwise what is needed would be a sort of a key role. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot, Sonia. Very important.
Amit Bawa, and I'm with Hitachi Energy. Really pleased, by the way, to listen to the progress that's being made. A couple of observations there. The first thing is that we definitely bringing, of course, challenges we need with projects. These are real projects. For us, projects. These are real projects. For us, no transition without transmission, or words to that effect. So I'm glad that's catching on. I mean, it's never too. And so there's a lot of exciting.
And quite a strong call to action from Breakthrough.
With carbon fiber. This is my question.
Thanks for that. I suggest, unless there's any immediate thoughts from our transport colleagues, then maybe Sauka actually was on the panel, so maybe you can find Sauka. I'm sure she'll be keen to kind of answer your question.
And later on can put some value through, can be traded within carbon market or voluntary carbon market or cross-border carbon market.
How do we link both voluntary and mandated carbon markets to spur the demand signal for green technologies, particularly across the hardware-based sectors? I know there's some progress, well, there was some progress made at COP27 in terms of the regional carbon markets, the COP28 presidency with us. Thank you.
The team for the recent partnership agreement to describe this new model towards aligning climate action and ensuring synergies are being made, priorities are identified, and that we keep ourselves on track for the Paris Agreement goals. So in terms of introduction, I'm Marham Shamsi, representing the energy team at COP28 UAE presidency. And it's always great to be part of these sessions. And it's a good reminder to constantly hear COP28 being referred as a major touch point. So it's always encouraging to hear that, but also it really highlights to us the immense responsibility we have to really make sure that all of the efforts being made throughout the year have a proper landing space at the end, and making sure that we're always aligned in terms of the Paris Agreement. As the COP28 presidency, we have an immense task and responsibility on our shoulders. For all intents and purposes, this will be one of the most pivotal. As COP28, we've been given the responsibility to conduct the first global stocktake since the Paris Agreement in 7 years, 8 years ago. Is very political and negotiations focused. COP26 saw the ad stocktake track. Personal experience agenda that we have been, and as well as understanding what session through the efforts of the Breakthrough Agenda And it is through that partnership with the Breakthrough Agenda that we are hoping to have a very strong announcement at COP28 in terms of a response to the Breakthrough Agenda report, in terms of priority actions being made, and in terms of also encouraging further participation by member states and to speaking to you all personally as well throughout this week here in Goa. Thank you all.
Thanks, Rama, for setting out the vision of COP28 presidency. Thanks a lot for joining. So we'll end with a great keynote speaker. And I would
see glimmers of hope. For solar, at one point for at the speed that we really need, and also in a way that enables everybody to benefit from this transition. And we need to both maintain momentum in the sectors that are beginning to move very quickly, but we are going to come across more challenges, more problem-solving hat on us. And what are these problems to solve? Where we need to focus efforts. It identifies the specific challenges that can help us maintain that exponential, or get on that exponential and maintain that exponential. No government, no organisation that can do it alone. But also there's no solution about how valuable this is in terms of bringing together, coordinating, seeing what's happening, networking together. I've often seen this as a network problem. There is no one single puppet master for this. This is a lot of different actors solving a lot of different issues, but they need to be connected together, and the Breakthrough Agenda is really helping to do that. I think it's also fantastic to hear that this is really being embedded in the COP, and I think we need to make sure that that is maintained into the future. This is not necessarily the sexiest of topics, you know, coordination, international cooperation, but it is so essential. How do we make this one of the most exciting things that people need to be aware of and engaged in? I also hope that we can bring in much more the private sector into this, and I really want to be part of that in my new role. I just heard from Rana today, 40 different initiatives on the steel side. I feel that maybe the private sector non-state actor is not actually as coordinated as the government side. So how do we really make sure that this is a public-private coordinated effort and those interconnections are happening to make sure the policy, the regulation,
of successful energy efficiency programs. I'd like to thank the Ministry of Power and the Bureau of Energy Efficiency for allowing SE4All to be a partner to develop the strategic plan for advancing energy efficiency across demand sectors by 2030. The plan lays out how we can elevate energy efficiency in the development agenda, support global progress, and increase energy efficiency investments across sectors and regions. We are committed to this goal, and we hope you will all join us on this endeavor. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Damilola, for reminding us of the importance of these moments to generate that momentum we need globally around elevate, support, and invest in terms of energy efficiency. It's my pleasure now to welcome Mr. Arijit Sengupta, Director of Bureau of Energy Efficiency, Ministry of Power, Government of India. And as Arijit comes to the podium, recognize once again what Damilola alluded to, which is the Government of India's leadership in putting this front and center, not only in their own national agenda, but globally with the G20 this year. Arijit, over to you.
Thank you, Glenn. Excellency, Madam Damilola, CEO ESL, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be sharing our thoughts in this forum. Of course, our Director General, Bureau of Energy Efficiency would have been here, but because of his to and fro between G20 and CEM meetings, he was unable to be present, and I am honored to be taking his place. So as far as Indian government's larger goals are concerned, so we're all aware that in the Glasgow commitment, We have committed to be net zero by 2070. We need to will reduce installed capacity through non-fossil fuel-based energy. And if we look at our past history, we have been able to show that whatever we promised, we have been able to achieve. In fact, the Paris commitments that we made were achieved 9 years before the scheduled time. And between 2010 and 2020, we have been able to achieve a reduction in energy intensity at a much faster rate than the global averages. There are also immense investment opportunities in energy efficiency that emerging economies like India can capitalize to drive sustainable development, generate jobs and competitiveness. The Government of India has already demonstrated that investing in energy efficiency can bring huge benefits. The Ujala program led by ESL is one of the such examples. Of course, we have also seen huge investments coming due to our Perform, Achieve and Trade scheme, which has generated investment by the industries in the area of clean energy. Similarly, our programs focusing on the building codes have also been able to generate jobs and facilitate investments. Adding to all of this, the recently announced Lifestyle for Environment Life campaign also provides a window of opportunity to transform the behaviors and lifestyles towards energy efficiency. Now, coming to the G20 and CEM, of course, we are seeing that this is the second time. I mean, Saudi Arabia had this similar situation in 2021, where they were hosting the Clean Energy Ministerial as well as the G20. But that was done due to the COVID issues that was taken care in a virtual mode. We are doing it, of course, in a physical mode, and I'm proud to mention that this is probably the largest gathering on clean energy that we are going to see in 2023 till date. So that is the kind of focus that the Government of India has placed on clean energy, the commitment that is being shown over here. In our G20, we have also come up with a study which is titled as Advancing Energy Efficiency Across Demand Sectors by 2030. And that was released during on the sidelines of the third Energy Transition Working Group meeting in Mumbai. And in that, we have also tried to highlight, as mentioned by Her Excellency Damilola, the opportunity to elevate energy efficiency, support energy efficiency with a clear policy signal by the G20 to raise ambition and double the global annual rate of energy intensity improvement by 2030, and also the opportunity to invest in energy efficiency through a coordinated global marketplace. And as it was mentioned, there is a potential of around $1.5 trillion by 2030 investment that exists, out of which almost $840 million per year is on energy efficiency. Of course, this sounds ambitious, but we can understand that if we work together we utilize the clean energy ministerial initiatives, the campaigns, the mission innovation platforms, the platforms like Mission Efficiency, we will be able to achieve the larger goal. To deliver these actions, of course, we need a coordinated approach and an enabling framework which can really increase the pace and scale of energy efficiency investment. So I will highlight 4 things. Number 1 is, of course, development of policy framework and programs to enable innovative financing and business models, support for energy service companies. Thirdly, strategic deployment of public finance to enhance investment in currently underfunded areas and mobilize 3 to 4 times in private investment will also enable this whole process. And fourthly and lastly, we need to develop policies and instruments to enhance data and information availability, enhance skills, and provide technical assistance for project preparation and market readiness activities. We, of course, need not reinvent the wheel. We are aware that most of these things exist. We need to work more closely together. International collaboration will play a big role in making this happen. And we also now have an opportunity to build on the Lifestyle for Environment, the LIFE campaign, and make energy efficiency a global movement and a shared mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sengupta, and please extend our appreciation to the government of India for being such gracious hosts for this CEM-14 MI-8. I would like to invite Damilola and Arijit to please take a seat and call up my colleague, Brian Dean, Director of Energy Transition, Head of Energy Efficiency and Cooling, as well as our esteemed panelists who will begin this roundtable. Brian, over to you.
Yeah, so if the roundtable panelists can come up, and really we want this to be an interactive discussion as well. So yeah, Amit, Vishal, please come up. Yeah, so please come up. And anybody else that's in the back that wants to join in the conversation, we've got some space at the round tables at the front. So we'd love to have you closer to the front as well, so that we can have you interact in this roundtable discussion. So, so with that, let me just give a few additional context as to why we want to come together and discuss this energizing energy efficiency with a marketplace. Last summer, we had an energy efficiency financing charrette hosted by the Copenhagen Center on Energy Efficiency. And out of that came the task forces that Glenn mentioned, and one of them is the marketplace itself. And the realization was that there's a lot of partners that are actually quite interested in working on this. And of course, I know EESL is working on it here in India, so looking forward to hearing how we can further amplify it together. But what we see for the marketplace is really 3 simple things. Identify those projects that are going to be bankable, de-risk them so that they are bankable, and then match them with investors so that they're invested in. And, oh yeah, there it is there. So this is really a platform that we think is important, not just for the international community, but specifically for local banks, for the ESCOs, for the large development banks. And Thomas, you can come up on stage as well. And so we see it as an opportunity where we can really identify, de-risk, and really match that money for investment. So what I want to do is we'll start with those that are up on stage, really with these two basic questions. How can we enhance collaboration moving forward through mission efficiency and CEM to accelerate energy efficiency investment? Again, as Glenn pointed out, it's that investment bit. How do we actually take all the great support work that we've been doing for years, the great policies, and how do we then deliver that into actual investment? And then the second question is, how can the marketplace itself, this approach of identifying, de-risking, and matching, how can that make it easier? So there's this collaboration element and this investment element. So Thomas, yeah, okay. So, yep, in the center's great. Yeah, we got a spot right in the middle. Okay, you're on the edge. So maybe since you're on the edge, we can start with you anyway, Thomas. Fresh into the room, maybe not as much context, but Denmark is a really important partner to us internationally on energy efficiency. helped create the Copenhagen Center on Energy Efficiency, helped create the Energy Efficiency Emerging Economies program at the IEA, helped create the work that we do at SE for All in Energy Efficiency. And so, Thomas, you know, I know you're passionate about this progress that's being made, and I know that you want more. What do you think about this opportunity for collaboration between mission efficiency and CEM in particular? And then what about this marketplace as an opportunity to you know, really propel investment opportunities forward?
Thank you, and sorry for rushing in late, but I come from the G20 negotiations, where we're currently in the middle of looking at the communique for the ministerial that's on Saturday, and Denmark is invited as a guest by the Indian presidency, so we participate in that, and I'm the lead for that, so it's a bit of a commute. But so happy to join this discussion on energy efficiency, which is very much at the heart of, I think, the push on energy transition. As Fatih Birol keeps on reminding us, it's sort of where actually the largest gains can be made for the lowest investment. It's like picking money up that's lying on the street, so to speak, and it's always a mystery why people aren't doing more about energy efficiency, because it is actually the area where the reward is the highest. The energy we save is the best energy investment. And here the mission efficiency and the CEM can really help put that notion on the global agenda. We could see as Denmark, when we hosted the IEA Energy Efficiency Ministerial in Sonderborg last year, that had an enormous impact. And that partnership with the IEA in doing that attracted both ministers but also industry, and had a very successful follow-up this year in Versailles in France in June. And in Versailles, Kenya put up their hand and wanted to take the whole discussion to Africa for the first time. And I think this fact that energy efficiency is not only something for the rich countries, those with very developed energy systems, but it's actually also for countries that are building their economy, building their energy system, something to sort of build into the DNA of your energy system, and to not coming with it afterwards, but actually having it as part of your planning. I think that is really, really essential. And in that sense, the more we can help it getting into regulation, into the planning, the better. One of the other work streams that comes into this CEM and also into COP, driven both by India and the UAE, is the work on cooling. But cooling and energy efficiency are joined at the hip, because the more people invest in cooling, and experts tell us that maybe prevalency of cooling will quadruple over the next few years due to the hotter and hotter temperatures we're having, countries getting richer, middle class growing. If that cooling doesn't take place in energy efficient environment and houses and buildings, we will be spending so much more energy on developing that capacity. And already now 20% of our energy consumption globally goes to cooling. So I mean, energy efficiency is always thought about as a heating related to heating, and that in the part of the world where I come from, that's the case. But here in India and in the global south, efficiency and cooling are very much joined at the hip. In terms of the financing and the marketplace, definitely the project identification is important, but we do think that more and more focus should be on the de-risking part of it, the second point and the second question, and the conversations with the global financial institutions about how to increase financing for we are in our conversation with our development finance institutions in Denmark, but also the focus we have on reform of World Bank and other multilateral financing platforms, the de-risking part, the guarantees part, the breaking down the myth about the high risk of investing in the global south is really becoming more and more central to what we do, and that's probably where we even can make again the investments that we make go further if we really crack that de-risking part. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Thomas, and thanks for being willing to speak right as soon as you ran over from the Taj. So on the stage here, we actually have 2 countries, two partners, and then 2 philanthropies. So I think under that, I think I'm going to go to you next, Mr. Gigi Udi Utama, who is the Director of Energy Conservation for in Indonesia, in the ministry in Indonesia. And so we'll do the countries, then we'll do the partners, and then we'll see what philanthropy's reaction is to it. How's that sound? So, Gigi, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Thomas. Next to me, so I just would like to show some example. Collaboration, as country collaboration, international collaboration is very important when it comes to energy efficiency. I think one of the good examples is Denmark and Indonesia collaboration through IndoDeep programs, working specifically on the energy efficiency. So come back to the topic that through the energy efficiency from the country like Indonesia, like emerging country like Indonesia, where the demand of energy is continue to grow, it's very important to implement the energy conservation approach, including energy efficiency. So we just recently, recently mean just last month, we have a new government regulation on energy conservation, whereby all the supply chains from the supply and the demand sides, for those that consume energy more than 6,000 tons of oil equivalent, and also for buildings which utilize 500 tons of oil equivalents. Maybe for the buildings, the easiest way is into the electricity. So if they consume 5.8 terawatt hours of electricity per year, which we are talking about a medium scale building, including this hotel and also office buildings, they have mandatory implementation of energy efficiency. So we have developed the online reporting system, mandatory reporting systems, to track on the mandatory implementation of energy efficiency. For example, last year, of those that has a large industry which has mandatory energy management requirement, they have reported like 242 companies, which if I say using the electricity, they're saving electricity around 20.4 terawatt hours of electricity equivalents, which equivalent to we are avoiding building 4 to 5 coal power plants. And that's reducing the emission equivalent of 11.7 million tons of CO2 emissions. That's the dimension of energy efficiency, is through saving the energy and also reducing the emissions. And likewise, also saving the amount of cost of equivalent to $2 billion for a single year alone. So we always try to push those 3 keywords, like saving the energy, reducing the cost, and also contributing to emission reductions. That's why we are framing the energy efficiency, like in our NDC, it's contribute to 1/3 of our targets. So our target is in our enhanced NDC is to reduce 358 million tons of CO2 emission, and energy efficiency is 132 million tons. So that's how we see that energy efficiency not just as a strategy to enhance our energy security, but also contribute to emission reduction. That's why it's linked to my question in the previous session, that how we can put some more value on the energy efficiency when it comes to emission reduction. How can we generate carbon emission reduction certificates that later on can be traded within the country domestically, or we are referring to Article 6.4 in the Paris Agreement, we are talking about voluntary carbon market. This is something that can be explored together as further dimension of cooperation, because we have for example, we are cooperating with Japan through the Article 6.2 in the Paris Agreement, that joint crediting mechanism, one of the key activity in addition to renewable energy is through energy efficiency. I think from that I'm stopping. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So we've heard from India, we've heard from Denmark, and we've heard from Indonesia. Now, I'd like to hand it over to Vishal Kapoor, who's the CEO of Energy Efficiency Services Limited here in India. And in particular, I know EESL has a lot of success here in India. There's been opportunities for collaboration globally, South-South learning, and the like. And I also know you're working on some exciting plans for a marketplace. How do those line up with how we can help other countries globally with a marketplace?
Thank you, Brian. I think I'll address a couple of things that came from the other side, from my previous speakers. Number one, energy efficiency. There's a question around when there is so much of finance available, when there is an understanding that 40% of the climate goals can be achieved by energy efficiency. When people are aligned, why is it not taking off? I think there are several reasons to it. Number one, predominantly is the lack of saliency of energy efficiency projects. I mean, if I'm doing some kind of energy efficiency in this room in terms of toning down, improving the intensity of lights in this room, it does not tell a story outside. It's invisible. The other thing is that the ticket size of the projects is small. The spread is huge. All over, there's like, especially in India, I mean, industries, institutions, buildings, so many of them, a lot of it's disaggregated. And that's why this thing of an energy marketplace, because it provides an aggregation or a binding element. Because number one is, if there are people who are out there, or ESCOs are out there, who want to do projects, if there is a demand availability, demand visibility, then the market interest comes. How do you build those pipeline of projects? The other part is the finance element, because again, with the small ticket size, big money which is available there is not able to come in. So probably I think in today's world, I think MFIs, microfinance institutions, are best placed to do these small ticket size projects. But is that the way forward? Because their rates of interest are extremely high. In India, I mean, they're lending as high as 18, 19, 20%. So ultimately, we have to find ways to bind and aggregate, not only from the project visibility and demand visibility perspective, but also from the point of view of providing an aggregated marketplace from the finance perspective. De-risking can be done very easily. I mean, if you standardize technologies, and there are large number of low-hanging fruits available, where 1 or 2 years is the only time frame in which the energy efficiency projects, you can recover the money. We can start with those. You start with those, and even if the entity risk is high, then let's say small scale or medium MSME industries could be the clients. Even if the perception of risk is high, which I would just dispel in a moment, I think the project viability can definitely offset the risks on the entity appraisal side. And if you aggregate, the good part is that the difficult part is the disaggregation, but disaggregation also provides you an opportunity for risk mitigation, because the risk gets spread. The ticket size of the energy efficiency projects is small. So if you are able to spread the risk, the overall risk basically comes down. So for example, we are right now setting up a similar such marketplace for products as well as services. I mean, easily, like which will have an element, specific element, a marketplace on MSMEs, and rest of it will be on products and services which are scalable, repeatable, and replicable. Now, these kind of projects you can scale up like anything. We have India's ESL story is about that only. Street lights, LED efficient lamps, 370 million lamps having been sold, and 12.8 million street lights out there on the Indian streets. They have been low-hanging fruits. Aggregation has helped, but then when we go towards more complicated projects, then I believe a marketplace, some kind of an aggregation is extremely important. And I would now come to one simple fact. SIDBI, an institution, a financing institution which is lending to MSMEs in India, what is the NPA rate of that company? It supposedly, and there's a lot of market talk of MSMEs being very risky consumers, their NPA rates are as low as 0.1%. There's no other institution in India that lends to MSMEs as much as SIDBI. So it's all, a lot of information asymmetry is also there. And the reason they say that MSMEs, why their NPAs are low, and they are only exposed to MSMEs. The reason they say is the small ticket size of the project. So something that is being generally talked as a difficult thing for energy efficiency scale up is actually translating as a benefit. So we are tying up with SIDBI, and we are soon going to come out with an energy efficiency marketplace with the help of UNIDO and the Ministry of Medium and MOSME, so that this element of finance plus, finance is one part, but tying up of a finance with a energy efficiency super ESCO kind of a company, something like that we are trying to set up. And it is my belief that we're starting with a small sum. It's INR 150 crores. And I believe this money is going to just, within a period of 6, 7, 8 months, we should be able to do this kind of projects, and only sky is the limit. So I believe energy efficiency marketplace delivered digitally will reduce the transaction cost to a major extent. Because again, I would just give you an example. In this fund that we are setting up, we just did some calculations. 100 crore investment into energy efficiency projects. The number of off-takers were almost around 600, and for 5 years. Now, 600 projects in 100 crore INR, this thing for 5 years. How much will be the transaction cost if we go the regular way? It has to be digital. It has to be through an Amazon of sorts of energy efficiency. Thank you.
That's great. And a good lead-in for our next speaker, Rana Gonheim, who's the Chief of the Energy Systems and Infrastructure Division of UNIDO, and a key partner of mission efficiency since the beginning, through the Energy Efficiency Accelerators, 3% Club, and now Mission Efficiency. So Rana, over to you, and in particular, the opportunity that UNIDO brings with in-country support, support to EESL and others. So your thoughts. And I know that you have to leave early, so leave the stage when you need to.
Well, thank you, Brian, and thanks to C4All for hosting this important topic, which I have to say sort of fades away in the discussion a bit on the energy transition. I mean, look at all the images around us talking about energy transition. Where do you see energy efficiency? I think this is also part of this complexity of energy efficiency, and how do we really help in bringing more energy efficiency into the focus of the discussion and make it more accessible to people. I'm also excited to hear, live from our partner EESL about the work we're doing, equally as well on Indonesia and the reference to energy management. So this has been really a core part of what UNIDO has been working on at the national level in terms of delivering support for industries in unlocking investments through promotion of energy management systems and system optimization opportunities. Now, when it comes to mission efficiency, and the question also there was a bit on like how through CEM and maybe mission efficiency could we accelerate the investment opportunities. First, I would say, I mean, there's a very important role to this elevate. I mean, it's not only, I mean, we need to work through the sequence of the elevate support and to get towards that invest, because there's a lot of experience, there's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of examples that are taking place in many of the countries that are gathered around in the Clean Energy Ministerial, and I really see that you know, bringing together more these experiences, putting them into the spotlight to help in elevating the narrative around energy efficiency would be very helpful. You know, there's some of the largest economies in the world gathered in the Clean Energy Ministerial, so I see that the CEM could be a very powerful segue as well to elevate this discussion on energy efficiency, and the groundwork that you guys have done under the G20 is already like an excellent ground for that. And then the second, in terms of support, you know, in the past, UNIDO has actually managed the energy management working group of the Clean Energy Ministerial. This has been a very successful program, and one of the core parts of it was actually facilitation and provision of tools that countries could apply to unlock potential of energy management systems. So for that, I would say that there's a very useful utility also of the tool that we're working together with you on to put into the mission efficiency platform. Then on the investment and financing, I mean, I'm tempted to say that, you know, maybe we should make investments in clean energy transitions conditional to a certain energy efficiency benchmark. I mean, you know, let's not talk about renewables before we see that actually there is an optimal level of performance on energy efficiency. Maybe that is actually the new financial pact we need to also work with the banking sector on, and that will sort of force us to look into those first opportunities before going to the next one. The second is, you know, when we're working on bringing in finance, especially in emerging and developing countries, it actually takes us 2 to 3 years from the time we work on identifying a project to the time that it comes to implementing that project in the country. And that is time we don't have. We are 7 years from 2030. We are not on track. I'd like to think that actually we can still make it, and for us to make it, we need to really shorten these cycles. The learning cycles on policy side, the development cycles for the project, and I mean, since I know also that we have 2 philanthropies in the room, maybe this is also where we need philanthropies to step in and see, you know, how do we work on getting this to unlock the bigger funding that would come in then later on in 2 to 3 years. Yeah, I mean, I think, again, you know, there's ample opportunities to work within the CEM and with the CEM membership, and maybe to just end with one thought as well. I think incentivizing the work on energy efficiency has proven to be something also that worked quite well with our work with the Clean Energy Ministerial. So later this week, I invite you as well to attend the Energy Management Leadership Award. So this is a leadership award that is hosted within the CEM, supported by USDOE and Natural Resources Canada. And it really brings on examples of how industry and commercial buildings are implementing energy management, and then recognizes also those that are leading and providing like really good examples of how energy management is being implemented. A company from Indonesia is going to be recognized later this week. So can we think of you know, a similar award scheme that would maybe incentivize also this work on energy efficiency and put it more in the spotlight within the CEM community? So thanks a lot.
Excellent. Thank you, Rana. And another nice lead into the next set of speakers. And while I transition to the philanthropy, I also wanted to say After we hear from them, I want to turn it over to the room. So if you've got some perspectives you want to share or reflections, feel free to raise your hand after this next bit. So first, I'd like to hand it over to Soumya Malhotra from the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. And obviously, you have funded various projects around the world, and I'm curious your perspectives on what this collaboration means to you, but also what this marketplace approach would mean for philanthropy, and as Rana said, what role for philanthropy as well in that.
Thanks, Brian, and thank you for having a philanthropy CIF also on the stage to be a part of this conversation. We've been hearing, and everybody just spoke about how energy efficiency is really important, and it really becomes the cornerstone of what a just, equitable, and a sustainable energy transition would look like. And when we talk about energy transition or an energy efficient energy transition, we also look at how there should be affordable, reliable access for energy to all people. And that's what at CIF also we really believe in. At CIF, Children's Investment Fund Foundation, we work towards the future of children. We want to make the world, the environment more livable, more free, and more livable for the future of for the world. And with this idea, we've really been looking at how we can collaborate globally with different philanthropies, with different organizations, with different governments to really make climate change central and core to the development agenda throughout the world. When we're talking about energy efficiency, you mentioned cooling also becoming really important, and that's what we really looked at CIF as well, where cooling became very important to our investment idea back in 2009, where we started looking at how we can ensure that cooling is sustainable, where we don't invest a lot in HFCs, we can really phase them out, and we try to invest in making sure that the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol took place. And that also led us to a partnership and collaboration with different philanthropies to come together to form KSEP, which really spoke about energy efficiency in the cooling sector as well. So cooling sector was first just looking at reducing the amount of HFCs, but we really need to focus on the energy efficiency of cooling as well, especially in developing countries where the demand for this cooling will increase. This is at the global level. I'd also want to focus on what we're doing at our national level, especially in India, considering I'm working in the India climate team. In India, CIF we decided and we understood the best way of working is to support our government. We spoke about energy efficiency and investments. We really need to de-risk investment, and I think one of the first ways when we see a de-risking of investment is through government intervention and government support and government positive policies. And that's what's really happening in India. We also heard everybody talk about how India is really taking this lead on energy efficiency and good plans, policies, schemes to support this energy efficiency move. So it's really de-risked the environment to have more investment in this energy efficiency side. And that's how at CIF we believe in also working in India. We work in collaborating and partnering with the government through demand-driven support to their implementation and their technical policies and support that they require. And this collaboration needs to be scaled up now, where it's not just a philanthropy or a multilateral or a bilateral supporting and collaborating with the government, but the collaboration involving all these financial institutions coming together and then collaborating within government based on the energy efficiency projects which are identified by the government. And when we talk about collaboration, I think we need to take the collaboration a step down as well. We have collaborations happening at the national level across globe, across borders. But I think in a large country like India, which has very strong national level policies and plans, we really need to scale it. I mean, rather than scale it down, we really need to funnel it down to the subnational level, because that's where the projects are. That's where government is really de-risking the scope to invest in these projects. These projects, the government at the subnational level is identifying where investment is required in the energy efficiency side. It's across sectors, from industries to cities to buildings. It's across these sectors. Government can recognize and identify where these projects can be and where the investment is required. And I think that's where we need collaboratives to allow investors to identify these projects and investors to actually fill the financial gaps at the subnational level. Only once we start it at the ground level, at the subnational level, will we be able to raise it up to the national level and across different countries. And another reason why, my last point, why I'm focusing so much on the subnational level is because you can even see replication, and that's what collaboration is really about. That you can pick up best case studies, best practices, best policies from different regions and really replicate it across different countries so that you really reduce the transaction cost also, where that information and that knowledge sharing really reduces the transaction cost. So at subnational level, at different regions within India itself, within different regions, within different subnational entities, if you have policies which can be scaled up and replicated across different regions, it will really we'll really get these shovel-ready projects which will just need investment support, which a collaboration can help fill. So, thank you.
That's great, and great to have that focus on delivering for the people, delivering in country as well. So while I transition back, I'd like to invite Sarbajit Pal from the CEM. I know that the CEM has been running around, the CEM secretary has been running around making sure everything's smooth in all the meetings that they have, but since we have you for a short period of time, I'll have you speak after Amit here. So please take the middle seat. Thanks for joining us, Sarbajit. Amit, let me turn it over to you. Obviously, probably a little bit similar to the CIF perspective, but curious on your thoughts in general, the work that's happening here in India, and of course, where collaboration between mission efficiency and CEM would be important from a Sequoia Climate Foundation perspective, and obviously what philanthropy's role is in delivering investment in energy efficiency. So over to you, Amit.
Thank you, Brian. It's an absolute pleasure to be part of this panel. I think I'm one of the last here, so most of the points already made. I don't have much to add. But for those of you who are trying to figure out who I am and why my name is not in the list here, I'm representing Seema Paul of Sequoia Climate Foundation. She's the program director, and her flight got diverted to Bangalore instead of Goa. So just filling in her shoes here. My name is Amit Khare. And also wanted to be clear that Sequoia Climate Foundation has nothing to do with Sequoia Capital. A lot of time people confuse and ask, we are Irvine, California-based philanthropy. I think a lot of points have already been said, but I'll just reiterate for the audience here and also the online audience which is watching this session that energy efficiency is critical for the development of Global South and also for meeting the climate ambitions that we have. I mean, if you look at India's NDC, one of the NDCs is to reduce our carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030. And our colleagues at Bureau of Energy Efficiency has told us that half of that actually will be met through energy efficiency. So it is very critical for our development for a country like India, which is still growing, electrifying itself. And so we need to check how we can optimize the consumption while we focus on the renewable energy deployment. I think second point is energy efficiency also least regret. I mean, if you believe in climate change is real or not and somehow manage to come to this conference, I think you can be sure that if you implement energy efficiency, you will save some money. The US Department of Energy estimated that in the average household in US can save $2,500 by implementing all energy efficiency measures. In India, some of the think tanks have estimated around 4,000 rupees one household can save by implementing energy efficiency measures. And it's heartening to see that ESL's role in that LED campaign, and now, sir was talking about fans program and 5X AC. This is amazing. Right. So how do we look at philanthropy? I mean, if you look at deployment of capital for energy efficiency, there are government resources which are humongous, like thousands of crores of rupees, millions of dollars. There's no way we can match it, right? And there is public and private capital, which is also unique the way they deploy it. I think in all this change, all this chain of the capital deployment, philanthropic capital is the smallest. It's very little, but it can be very, very strategic. Like, how do you deploy philanthropic capital to de-risk the projects, make projects unique and also replicable in other countries? For example, demand aggregation model that we have learned through ESL's work in India actually can be deployed in many other countries in Global South and also in Global North, right? So how do we make those connections? I think that is where philanthropic investments or philanthropy support can be very, very useful. And I'm very happy that some of the work that we are able to support in India and other places are giving us some very unique results. So I think, Brian, to answer your question, philanthropies can really support in bringing multiple stakeholders together on the table, trying to leverage our investments to de-risk these projects so that more capital can be unlocked, and making these collaborations more meaningful, right? I mean, that opportunity that we are talking about today.
Yeah, for sure. I've seen it where philanthropy can come in and actually force us to work together, break down those silos, and it's a really good thing for all of us. So maybe to that point, Sarbajit, from the CEM perspective, and we're going to turn it over to other speakers out in the audience after, but I'm curious your take on where mission efficiency fits in within CEM's broader plans, and where our intention as partners to drive investment in energy efficiency could bring a lens to the CEM as well. And yeah, so over to you, Sarbajit.
Thanks, Brian. It's a pleasure to be here. I mean, it's an illustrious panel. I mean, on my right, all the efforts which have been made in India had been made, with a lot of the partners here on the stage. A lot of the international efforts which have been done also with partners on the stage. And I think from the vantage point that at least I have enjoyed in the last few years of working with the Clean Energy Ministerial, it's a very interesting vantage point where I see that of all the clean energy topics that we discuss, one non-confrontational topic is energy efficiency, and there is no there's no argument, there's no debate, there's no challenge posed to this. While we are discussing here, like in the halls and corridors of another venue, not very far from here, there's debate, discussion going on, and I can tell you that one of the topics, again, there, non-confrontational topic is energy efficiency. We have, in the last few years, moved from the conversation of, aspirational goals, aspirational targets, to actioning. And I think, that is across the spectrum that we are seeing in the, work of the CEM, whether it's in the work, with regards to electric mobility, where 7 years ago, when a 30% target by 2030 for electric mobility was a very big thing, now, 30% by 2030 doesn't seem aspirational enough. Likewise, in the energy efficiency space, I think it was India's call to action about 7 years ago, 8 years ago, with the Ujala program, which I'm sure has been discussed at length, which sparked the collaboration globally for setting the benchmark for 10 billion LEDs by as soon as possible, and that was in 2015 when that transforming the Ujala program to a global program called the Global Lighting Challenge happened. That happened under the umbrella of the Clean Energy Ministerial because it had the Clean Energy Ministerial brings together some of the really major economies, big economies, emerging economies, which are really, their actions drive a lot of change on the ground globally by single action. So what we have seen now happen on lighting, we are seeing there is a lot of interest from across countries to do on cooling. We are seeing that interest sparked in mobility, which I just referred, and more complex issues to address because the subnational efforts which are required on topics such as buildings, on topics such as industry decarbonization, which we have been working on also within the CEM. So I think the nature of international collaboration, the nature of participatory collaboration has also been undergoing a lot of change, where it is not just a conversation and an aspirational goal setting which can transform by actions at a national level, but also gradually the role and efforts required at the subnational level. In that context, I think within the Clean Energy Ministerial, in the last few years that we are seeing that ask coming from countries. We are seeing that ask emerging from countries to see how not only national roadmaps and national strategies now, but to deliver action on the ground, how do you kind of mobilize partners who are going to actually deliver on the ground and lessons and learnings from that. So I think that's the first key effort where I think even for the mission efficiency work that you're helping put together with so many partners, I think that echoes very well because that's where you're focusing. Second is, I think, on the mission efficiency efforts of this entire partnership model. So it's not as if, one institution or two institution or three institution, but it's a clarion call for everyone. And it's an effort that it's a win-win for everyone in participation. That's also at the core and at the heart of the DNA of the Clean Energy Ministerial. So it is again, non-confrontational, it is voluntary, it is an engagement amongst all partners equally. There is no space here for one-upmanship in context, but actually kind of bringing everybody together and moving things along. And I think that's what is required to a great extent today on some of the more kind of nuanced topics that we are now starting to get into. I think colleague here mentioned about the efforts which are now required to cross-sectoral collaboration, which is the biggest challenge perhaps on energy efficiency deployment in addition to the subnational efforts that I mentioned. And there, in the last couple of years within the Clean Energy Ministerial, we have received ministerial direction during the ministerial meetings to broaden the scope of the Clean Energy Ministerial's action across all sectors, across bringing the whole community together. So the three pillars that we are now focusing on. And in that light as well, it echoes very well with what the message that you are bringing to fore with the mission efficiency work. So bringing all of these three things that I mentioned together, I think there is a very strong synergy between the mission efficiency call to action that you're putting forward and the general broad contours of the work of the Clean Energy Ministerial. And that's why I feel that the conversation which you have already started, and I think in Rio we had the first spark conversation with the member governments when we had the preparatory meeting, CEM-14 preparatory meeting in Rio a few months ago. I think there is a lot of work now we need to do in pooling in the partners and the member governments to that collaborative spirit of delivering, both not just at the national level, but also at the subnational across the spectrum. So I think, that's what I feel where we stand today.
That sounds great. Just do it, and then we'll be together. I think that's perfect. And really, that is the spirit of mission efficiency. We see mission efficiency, we use the term ecosystem. We're an ecosystem of partners. We're not members. We're not in this exclusive club. Actually, we're just all, we all have the same mission. We want to have a more efficient world. We want to have more sustainability. So to Sarwajit's point, feel free to just join in with us, and then you're a partner. So with that, I want to sort of bring it to the room, and again, like I said earlier, reflections or your perspectives on these two questions about collaboration and about investment in the marketplace. Or if you have questions for the esteemed panel up here, I'm just going to come straight out and get past the lights and see who would be interested in raising their own perspectives on these points. Well, okay. Thoughts out here. I'm going to really force somebody to come up and speak. So it's ready now. There we go.
I'm always ready. I was just hoping that others also get an opportunity. So this is about the three pillars, Brian, that you mentioned. How do we develop projects which are sort of bankable, and then we look at de-risking those projects, and then once there is an aggregation or a good pipeline of projects available, how do we take them to marketplace? Now in India, for past 10 or 15 years, with the government support, there have been plenty of energy audits conducted for both building sector as well as industrial sectors. And if you, I mean, there are ways to find out what happened to the actual implementation, but perhaps not even 10% of those energy audits saw the light of the implementation. So is there any way where some of those past investments that have gone into creating those energy audits can be looked at, how it can be sort of made investment ready, and then if there is a need to de-risk them, then perhaps this facility can come in and look it. So that was one question I was always wondering, because we have tons of such reports lying in India.
I think it's a great point, and sorry we didn't raise it earlier, but I do think that it's a huge opportunity of projects that have already been identified. And in Ghana, we're actually looking to do exactly that with the building audits in Ghana and say, okay, can we have a mission efficiency marketplace matchmaking based on those audits? So happy to have other perspectives on that, but I think we've got one more perspective here and then a second perspective here, so please.
Hello. Hi, I'm Akash Goenka. I'm with AEEE. My question, or sort of, my suggestion for your consideration really is, what can we learn from India's solar PV experience? My sense is that because it came from the highest government office in the country, of the sorry, my voice was stifled, of the executive, wherein the Prime Minister's office really backed sort of this long-term solar vision for India. And that kind of helped unleash a lot of investment into this sector. I think that something similar should be done for energy efficiency, which kind of we go beyond the realms of MEPS and SNL and sort of revisions every 3 years or 4 years, and set long-term targets, and that should be again be commensurate with the guarantee of demand. I feel that if we have sort of these two arms, then probably we can fix this problem to some extent. So my question to you then is, what do you sort of feel about the solar experience and transferable learnings from there? Thanks.
Great, thank you. So any perspectives from the panel on that, and then we'll head over to this question here. So yes, please, Gigi.
Thank you. I just would like to share also the experience in Indonesia when it comes to what's the next after the audit has been conducted on the potential energy efficiency projects. So I understand initially that the energy efficiency investment or finance is related to ESCO. But we found out that in Indonesia, ESCO is still finding its pathway to make it a success. So we also introduced a different approach. One of the key approaches is, another success project is a vendor ESCO, we call it vendor ESCO. The equipment provider which provide a solution to enhance efficiency also can be an underlying transaction with the financial institution. So that they raise finance for specific projects on energy efficiency. It was quite successful in Indonesia in one of the street lighting projects. Another example is we are working with the subnational projects, governments. We are using approach of public-private partnership. The PPP approach is also another ways to invest on energy efficiency projects. This is also another project on street lighting at the city-level governments, where they they're bundling the benefit of introducing new efficient LED lighting with the service of retrofitting and also operation and maintenance, bundling into one service that is run by the special service vehicle within the framework of PPP, public-private partnerships. So those two approaches quite interestingly works in the context of where the market still see, or the financial institutions still see there's some perceived high risk in the service-based saving on the energy efficiency. The third approach that we are currently introducing is through the government procurements. We develop a government catalog. I think this is for a small example that we have some appliances that has maps renewable energy performance standards. So we put those companies that has some maps, products for air conditioner, lighting, rice cookers. Rice cooker is the second largest energy consumers in Indonesia, quite interestingly. And two others appliances that, so the government, if they procures equipment or appliances on their daily use, they also need to purchase through the e-catalog, government e-catalog, to purchase those specific appliances. I think those three examples that maybe works. Of course, we're still finding ways on how to make ESCO work, but in the meantime, that's what we are doing. Thank you.
I suspect EESL will be happy to help you continue to figure out that ESCO issue. So next perspective here.
Hi, my name is Tiger Astor. I represent Ambiator, a startup working on affordable cooling. So I'm aware of EESL's activities towards the cooling and air conditioning segment, and I'm trying to do a little bit of loud thinking along with y'all, and share this thought, and let's see where it goes. The most to benefit from having a cooling solution available to somebody in an affordable house is not the person who's actually living there. Truly speaking, it is actually the energy company that is getting the benefit of using lesser energy on the demand side. Is there an opportunity to use this as a de-risking mechanism where the DISCOM is the one that is coming to a super ESCO and asking for the funds to execute these kind of projects? Because these are going to be in millions of houses. And the ticket size now suddenly has gone to a size which can be catered to. So yeah, that's just a random thought, but.
I think you talked about the cooling space, but this kind of thing that the distribution company is coming to a ESCO or a super ESCO doing this kind of thing has already happened in terms of the Ujala story. So it was in case of LED lamps, and now it can also happen this, and we have already partnered with some of the utilities on this kind of intervention. Having said that, I think, especially in India, they say that the 60% of all the additional demand that is going to come up in future is going to come from cooling. So, it's absolutely clear that cooling is the way forward, because cooling in terms of, let's say, even fans or air conditioners or other low-cost cooling, plus even cold chains, for example, just doing some basic back of the envelope calculations. The real problem is in the viability, especially on the cold chain front. But on the side of this, I think both the consumer and the utility benefits, especially in, let's say, super efficient ACs or even in 5-star ACs. It's both of them benefit, because on the side, I think, and especially if you're able to get into the time of day tariff, which we are now well poised to do that, because the country is seeing large scale rollout of smart meter as an enabler in every home. So to that extent, I believe time is now ripe to get into the time of day metering. That will provide a very good price signal for people to shift demands, and especially on the cooling front. And utilization of cooling equipment with IoT devices, aggregation, dynamic demand response, coming from two angles. One is the cost angle from the utility side, and from the other side, even from the side of the grid operator, because that is something, again, which is not explored much in India, but we are right now doing that as well. Because it's not only about the cost, it's also about the grid security, because so much of renewables getting in with not much of storage available, storage being some few years down the line. It is important that even for that matter, some kind of dynamic demand response from the grid security point of view also comes in. So here all air conditioners, IoT based, which can work on demand response. And they can provide you good response. About 2.5–3 lakh AC, 250,000 ACs can provide you good in hundreds of megawatts. That kind of a response can come in a primary or a tertiary. And this kind of a demand response happening at a national level for 5-10 minutes, I mean, that can itself become such a wonderful business model, especially at the time of, if we get the time of day tariff. I believe definitely possible, definitely.
Great. And over to Thomas for a perspective, and then we'll try to get one or two more from the room. Thomas.
It is, of course, an interesting question, because you could, of course, say that if the regulator is bold enough to put in place regulation, legislation that favors a certain technology or a certain solution, that then also creates the marketplace for that solution, hence for the investor that provides that solution. And in a way, there the de-risking lies in the regulation and the enforcement of it, the capacity to actually make sure that it's followed. But there is also another dimension to this, which I think is sort of the policy environment of the value chain that you're proposing with the regulation, the de-risking, and then the marketplace, which is the iterative process between the policymaker and the consumer. Because in the end, people also react to the price signal, to the point that was mentioned here about the savings that individual households can make. We saw in my own country that the price signal that happened because of the war in Ukraine and the energy crisis, last year we had energy savings of 10% in a well-developed, modern, advanced economy like Denmark, because consumers basically didn't want to give up their way of living and their way of consuming, but at the same time were conscious that they needed to make savings because the price was too high. So the most downloaded app in Denmark last year was the one where you could follow the hour-to-hour price of energy. And people were basically monitoring energy prices on the grid and were putting all their appliances to their computers or their electric car, whatever, or their washing machine to run when the price was the lowest. But in addition to that, then energy efficiency appliances were amongst the hottest items in the market. And gas savings were 20%. So in a way, we managed to handle part of the crisis simply because of energy efficiency measures taken by individual consumers, not by increased regulation or increased market creation, but it was more the products were in the marketplace and consumers were ready to pick them up when the price was the right one.
So we're running out of time, so I'm going to, sorry, no more perspectives from the floor, but Amit, you get the last word before we say thanks for everyone.
Thank you so much. I think to your point on energy audits and also on discoms, I think we have been talking to many discoms here, and what we realized is that, to Visalji's point earlier, discoms are really looking for a portfolio-wise approach, right? I mean, just saying replacing refrigerator with the new one or one AC with the new one doesn't give significant savings to a discom's perspective, right? So if you really want to convert from megawatt to gigawatt, you need to look at energy efficiency from portfolio perspective, and that's where I think US has been very successful. You look at California or any other market like Canada and all, the demand side management is looked at from the portfolio perspective. So they look at lighting, insulation, ceiling, heating, everything together, and then it makes sense given the variability of the grid. To the other point on target, I think that's a very strong point there. If you look at European Union, the lesson is that a strong regulatory framework are needed at both subnational level and also at the national level. They have set a target for themselves for reducing energy consumption by 32%, 32.5% by 2030, 1.5% annually economy bite between 2024 and 2030. And such kind of ambitious target like our Prime Minister has made for renewable energy, something similar in India, could be really, really helpful, because that actually brings investment from all sort of sectors, from public sector, private sector, philanthropies, government, everybody. So that sort of national level vision or target and lessons we have from EU and that perspective could be really, really transformational. Thank you.
Perfect timing. 4:30, everybody gets on to the next thing. I want to thank the panel for this great conversation, and really hope that the next steps are really together, and that between mission efficiency and CEM, we'll be able to really draw on delivering action based on all the great work that partners are doing and have been doing for years. So let's take those next steps. Thanks all.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session on behalf of CAPSAC, that is King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center, which is based in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I would like to welcome all of you to the session on accelerating circular carbon economy transition in diverse country contexts. Just a few lines to introduce CAPSAC. We are an advisory think tank based in Riyadh. And the primary focus of our work is on energy, economics, and sustainability. I am the moderator for the session today. My name is Anvita Arora, and I am the director for the transport and urban infrastructure vertical of research that we have. We have other multiple research verticals like climate and sustainability, renewables, oil and gas. And the circular carbon economy is one of the flagship projects of the climate and sustainability program within CAPSAC. And for those who haven't heard of the circular carbon economy, you'll kind of know more about it as we present the methodology going forward. But it is a flexible and inclusive framework which has been endorsed by the G20 leaders in 2020, and since then has been carrying on. So it's got a lot of credibility. It enables a holistic assessment of energy and emission management technologies that can support the design of the net zero pathways that the different countries are envisaging, and it can be adapted to national circumstances, the resource endowments, the competitive advantages. We all know that all the countries scientifically are on board with the net zero pathways. However, these trajectories are going to look different. Now, with so many different trajectories, technologies, policy pathways, it is great to have a holistic framework like the CCE, which allows for a uniform or shared set of indicators that allows us to measure these diverse country contexts. So we can look at these kind of indicators to identify where there are gaps, and we need to speed up some of the work where there are complementarities, where we can learn from each other, what are the good practices, where there can be collaboration. So we've been using this index to create these kind of conversations. And today, with the opportunity of being in India, which is an important country within the region, we have the opportunity to focus more on where the countries are within the Asia-Pacific space. And what we've done is we've curated a panel that allows us to deep dive into some of the regional conversations and the way the indicators are behaving for this region. And the panel specifically to take this conversation forward, we have a set of panelists, and give me a minute to introduce them. Let me start with Fatih Yilmaz, who is a fellow at the Climate and Sustainability Program at CAPSAC. And he works on the financial and economic consequences of sustainable energy. And he comes from the central bank background, so welcome, Fatih. Then we have Karthik Ganeshan, a fellow and director at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. And he comes from a background of engineering and public policy. He has several other things as a claim to his fame. Then we have David Vaughan, who is the Assistant Vice President for the Asia Pacific Energy Research Center, APERC, which is based in Japan. And he again comes from a more engineering and public policy background. And we have Nora Al-Amir joining us. She's a senior international climate change expert at the Global CCS Institute from Australia. And she has a background on ecological science and managing climate change. So this multidisciplinary kind of conversation around the region is something that we hope will bring, some nuances of the narrative forward. What we will do is we will have a 15-minute overview presentation from Fatih, and then we have about 10 minutes from each of the panelists to get their interventions in, a few questions after that, and then we will open up to the audience. So thank you very much. Fatih, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Anvita, for the intro, and I would like to welcome you all once again to this session. With this presentation, I'm going to try to give you a quick background on the circular carbon economy concept and the circular carbon economy index that builds on the concept simply. Then we will dive into main results, general results, as well as the regional and country-specific results that hopefully is going to feed into the discussion, set the scene for the panel discussion with our great experts from different countries. So without further ado, let me start with the concept of the circular carbon economy. It is basically, you probably can't see the colors very well, but it is basically moving from a linear economy where the emissions are simply emitted to the atmosphere. You move to a circular economy where using different activities and technologies, you reduce, recycle, reuse. At the least, you remove the carbon. So you conserve the carbon within the system, don't release it to the atmosphere. So the concept, as Anvita has already alluded towards, the concept builds on the 4 R's pillars. Building on the circular economy concept, different than focusing on certain technologies, the concept focuses on the energy usage as well as the emissions. So at the end of the day, the goal here is to achieve net zero, not adapting certain technologies or pushing sort of one side fits all type of approach. So the circular carbon economy concept is technology agnostic, inclusive approach, where countries can pick and choose based on their comparative advantages and create their net zero pathways based on their comparative advantages. So the concept came around the G20, Saudi leadership of G20 in 2020, and endorsed by the G20 leaders, and since then have captured quite a bit of attention across the world. And with the circular carbon economy index, our sort of the goal is to communicate the concept and produce a quantitative framework for policymakers to utilize this tool in their policy discussions and planning for their net zero pathways. So let me, it is actually, we have a great team of 3 people, but we have a greater than actually 3 people at the background, but the main researchers in this project are these 3 people, including myself. So let me start with the main framework here. The circular carbon economy index has 2 building blocks, where the first block is the CC performance sub-index that simply looks at countries' current performance in various CCE technologies and activities, starting from renewable energy, energy efficiency, all the way to different carbon management technologies and clean fuels. The second building block is the enablers environment, which is extremely critical for, to position countries in terms of accelerating their transition potentials. And under the second block, which is the enablers block, we have 5 dimensions covering various important aspects of the enabling environments: policy, regulation, technology, finance, business environment, as well as energy system resilience. So you're looking at roughly 40+ indicators which are actually scaled in a certain way, so we compare apple to apples and aggregate it equally to get the aggregate score. Okay. So the index covers all 7 regions. These are all 7 UN regions. Obviously, there are issues with data, as been discussed in other panels as well. So we had to have certain country coverage criteria. So with that, we ended up with 64 countries covering 90% of global GDP and CO2 emissions. So we have quite a bit of a decent coverage there. Okay, let me walk you through some of the main results, just to give you a background. What are the stories that we get from this empirical work? Here you're seeing the CCE index scores, the aggregate scores, where you have 2 colors, one for enablers, one for the contribution of the performance sub-index to the aggregate score. So you see quite a bit of a distribution, starting from countries at the top scoring roughly 60, 70, all the way towards the bottom, where you have countries scoring 15, 20, around those numbers. So let me help you with reading these numbers with the top and bottom 5 performing countries. So you should really think of these numbers as, out of 100. So countries scoring high, they're simply either performing or positioned better than others in terms of their CC transition. Okay, in order to form our policy discussion, we have to unpack the aggregate numbers to talk about some interesting stuff. Here, I'm doing this for the performance sub-index. So again, you're seeing different colors on the figure. Each color refers to a certain CCE technology or activity. These are some of the main decarbonization activities, basically. So one thing that before that, I want to point out the top and bottom 5 performing countries under the performance sub-index scores. And so one thing that I want to point out is countries at the top tend to have more colors than countries towards the bottom. This is one important note that we want to deliver with this work, that this flexibility, utilizing more activities or more technologies, provides certain flexibility to countries, which is exactly the point of the CCE, rather than pushing certain technologies to be utilized by all the countries. So countries utilizing more technologies, more activities tend to perform better in the index than countries towards the end of the distribution. Second point that I want to make is some colors diminishes faster than others. So this is particularly important. Let me just walk you through, for instance, the renewable energy, which has been talked about as the decarbonization lever in many, inside and outside this conference. However, if you look at the distribution, that's the orange color, half of the countries don't have a very good penetration of the renewable energy compared to their size. Again, these numbers are scaled by size. So X country might have, 2 countries might have exactly the same level of renewable energy, but one could be 10 times the size of the first one. So we have to scale it to cover that. So talking about CCUS and hydrogen, I've been to various panels today talking about carbon management technologies, particularly CCUS. But that technology is not being utilized. I'll give you 2 examples. So if you look at the performance index, performance sub-index in how countries in South and East Asia, covering both regions, are doing, again, technologies like hydrogen, clean fuels like hydrogen and CCUS technologies are only utilized in countries like Australia, a little bit in South Korea, but that's pretty much it. If you look at renewable energy, there's only the first 4 or 5 countries utilizing it at a scale where as you move towards the distribution, you don't see much of it actually happening. Again, just to denote, compared to countries' size. So I want you to move to the enablers, which will probably set the scene for some of the policy discussions we want to have. Yeah, so I want to give you a picture, regional and country level pictures, starting with technology, then finance, and then policies. So in terms of technology knowledge, I want to drive your attention to 2 key indicators that we cover here. Clean energy patterns, which is basically knowledge creation. And the other one is the international high technology interaction. This is basically the trade flows, high-tech trade flows between countries, which we read as technology diffusion indicator. And if you look at these 2 colors, clean technology creation, that's highly concentrated in certain countries, Singapore, Korea, Japan, Australia to some extent, and some European countries, but outside these countries, we don't see much of it happening. And lastly is the technology diffusion. Seems to be actually quite decent in South and East Asia. This is probably because of the proximity. You don't see much of it happening actually outside South and East Asia in other regions, particularly the Middle East. Finance and investment, as alluded towards earlier, access to sustainable finance is particularly lacking in regions basically outside the Western Europe. So the Western Europe simply penetrates half of the market, and the US captures roughly 25–30%, what is left over simply goes to the rest of the developing and emerging countries. And you clearly see it here that many South and East Asian countries outside Singapore, to some extent Korea, other countries don't have a decent access to it. Another key financing mechanism is carbon pricing, particularly in emerging economies and emerging and developing economies. Half of the countries in South and East Asia do have access to carbon pricing to some extent, but there are still rooms to improve. Last but not least is the policy, in terms of policies and regulation. I want to quickly point out two. The first one is the carbon capture and storage policy. That there are still a lot of countries, actually, you may not think that way, but there are a lot of countries still don't have actually these policy frameworks or clear regulations for CCUS technologies. And quite a bit of the countries in South and East Asia don't actually currently have that sort of policy framework in place. And climate change policy, most of the countries do actually in the South and East Asia do have some sort of frameworks for the climate change policy, but there is definitely room for increasing the ambitions. So I want to leave you with a few key points. Despite thoughts, renewable energy is still not widely penetrated. CCUS and hydrogen are just only a few countries really utilizing these technologies. When it comes to gaps in enabling environments, technology creation is highly concentrated. This is probably not a big deal for the South and East Asian countries, but outside this region, it seems to be the diffusion is not there. In terms of access to sustainable finance, it is chaotic right now. We definitely need to get the appropriate funding for transition investment in place if we want this to be a successful transition. Last but not least is the policy ambitions. Obviously, the climate policy needs to get more ambitious, particularly for developing countries. CCUS policy frameworks should not be forgotten, given the importance of the technology for emerging markets with more with economy structures based more on carbon-intensive technologies. Just a few slides to give you an idea about the web tool we have. We have a lot of visuals. We have very interesting policy simulation tools and a lot of data sources. All the data, all the underlying data and process data indicators are available for downloads. I encourage you all to check our website. And we have a lot of knowledge products focusing on the general as well as regional and country-specific products. Thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fateh. And I can personally vouch for it. The web tool is a lot of fun to play with. I would really encourage everybody to take a look at it, specifically as you see how the different countries are performing on it. David, we'd like to have your intervention, please. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Anvita, and hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be here with you. And I'd like to share the perspective from APEC. And APEC is traditionally a trade forum, but there's also a lot of engagement on energy and climate change issues among the 21 members. So my hope is that over the next few minutes, I can share with you the perspective from this very diverse region and see how it fits in with this CCE concept, and also just to really highlight the diversity and different circumstances within this quite dynamic region. And so one thing to note is that looking ahead in some of our projections that we've done, today APEC is around 60% of global energy demand and also around 60% of energy-related CO2 emissions. So it's quite significant. And if we look ahead into the future to 2050, based on our projections, we can see here how energy demand changes. So this is end-use energy demand. And we can see that it's growing over time. However, if we compare it to economic growth, we do see there is some decoupling. But the main point here is that this is a very substantial region. It's very reliant on fossil fuels today, and we think it's going to continue to rely on a variety of energy sources and carriers into the future. And you can see here not only by fuels, but also by the different sectors of where this energy demand is being consumed. And so we see that there is industry is a large portion, so this is one of the very difficult to abate places. And so over the next few slides, I want to show you how this can change in terms of a net zero or carbon neutral type of scenario, but also then zoom in to look at two members, Japan and Thailand, to see how some of their performances and enablers differ. So looking at technologies and policies in terms of driving CO2 emissions down in the region, based on our modeling, we are seeing that around a 66% reduction in energy-related CO2 emissions is possible by 2050. And so this is our carbon neutrality scenario. And so this is really to highlight the role that different sectors have and also the role of different technologies and policies. What I find very striking to me is that even when we make very ambitious assumptions around policies and technologies, there's still a substantial amount of CO2 emissions remain. And so to me, this highlights the need for additional policies, but also technologies to remove CO2. And I think this is one of the areas where this aligns with some of these concepts of the CCE index that Fatih was talking about. And so just to highlight this point, if we look at our two scenarios, on the left-hand side, we have our reference scenario, which is essentially a business as usual or stated policies in the IEA kind of vernacular. And on the right-hand side, we see our carbon neutrality scenario. In both scenarios, you see that there's still a substantial amount of fossil fuels. And I think this is a very important message that everybody hopefully can consider, is that even with very ambitious policies and assumptions, there are still some sectors that are quite hard to abate and some use cases that fossil fuels are going to be very hard to displace. And so the question is, what can we do to reduce the impact of the CO2 emissions on this? And so I'd like to now zoom in from the APEC-wide lens and look specifically at Japan and Thailand. So just to give you one sense, one snapshot of how the APEC members are diverse, here is just GDP per capita projections from 2018 through 2050. And you can see that there's a large variation across the different economies. Not shown here is the economic growth and the population growth, but if we look at GDP per capita, there is a wide variation. And so I think it's very interesting to look at Japan and Thailand to see how these two APEC members are approaching carbon neutrality in terms of their policies and technologies. So if we look specifically in our carbon neutrality scenario, just one way of looking at performance here is through electricity generation. So on the left-hand side, we have Japan. So you can see the first takeaway here is that the electricity generation mix is quite diverse. There's nuclear, also fossil fuels, but a growing role for renewables entering the electricity generation mix. And also you'll notice that electricity demand is actually decreasing through 2050 in our carbon neutrality scenario. And this is due to population dynamics and also macroeconomic activity and also continued energy efficiency. On the other hand, Thailand is a story where electricity demand is growing over 400% through 2050. So this is really the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of thinking about a developed economy versus a rapidly developing economy. And so if we think about the types of technologies and policies that are applicable to these two different member economies, they're quite different. So you can see here the axis is scaled, and so you can see that even though Thailand is growing around 400%, still the amount of electricity consumed is much lower than Japan's, but also what is making up the electricity generation mix is different. So you'll notice a lot of CCS technology to deal with the unabated CO2 emissions in the power generation system. So I just want to share and highlight some of the policy enablers when looking at Japan. I won't go through all of these in detail, but this is really just to highlight and convey that from Japan's perspective, it's a developed economy, there's a large industrial base, and so the policies in Japan are really focused on how to manage the large industrial base, the economic activity that is already achieved, and trying to improve energy efficiency, but also lower the decarbonization footprint. And there's a lot of technology that these policies are aiming to accelerate in terms of hydrogen, CCS, and also nuclear technologies. If we look at Thailand, I view this from the perspective of a developing economy. As we saw with electricity projected electricity generation, Thailand's going to need a lot more energy going forward. And so the policy enablers are really constructed with that in mind of how to deliver sustainable and lower carbon energy to the citizens while also providing energy access and affordable energy services to this rapidly growing economy. And so with that, I'll conclude my remarks, but just in summary, first is that APEC members are very diverse and have unique macroeconomic, political, and energy circumstances. And end-use energy consumption is really expected to increase in both of our two scenario pathways, and especially electricity. And third, decarbonizing electricity generation relies on essentially an all-of-the-above approach, renewable electricity generation, but also CCS, and to some extent hydrogen. And if we think about in terms of a developed economy's perspective, such as Japan, energy and climate policy enablers really reflect this status of already having this existing energy demand and existing carbon footprint that is being tried to be dealt with. And looking at Thailand from the other end of the spectrum in terms of how to deliver increasing energy services and energy access in an affordable but also sustainable way, the policies really reflect that. So happy to discuss some more of these ideas later in the panel. So thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I think this is fantastic to highlight the contrast between the developed and the developing economies within the same region, and we kind of dismiss Asia as one region sometimes. On that note, Karthik, do you think we can add a little more from the India context?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I just want to, at the start of it, say that I also came to know about the Circular Carbon Economy Index after the CAPSAC team contacted me. To be honest, I had not been following it, because as it is, I think rankings are a bad thing in the climate change space, right? Because effectively it makes it competitive and not a collaborative task. But nevertheless, we have to do something about measuring individual action. And while there are lots of good things about, I think, objectively measuring what countries do, this framework also has its challenges in the way that it furthers the paradigms of the inequity that exists in the way countries, act and don't act. For instance, of course, India's position on a lot of things has been, you have to consider the per capita impact, and I think the index, unfortunately, considers all the actions also on a per capita metric, which basically means that India comes out looking really bad, because for 1.5 billion people, we're definitely not doing enough when it comes to whether it is installing RE capacity. And of course, the comparison always will be with China, right, where 55% of all RE capacity in the world is being added. So compared to China, with whom we have a comparable population, we're doing very little. And I think we all know the reasons why. But that said, on an absolute basis, India is doing phenomenally well, right? But unfortunately, the metric and the way it is, and as I said, the way it's standardized, suggests that there are certainly a lot of room for improvement in the Indian context. And I think the biggest barrier, and I feel the policy wonks in India also agree with, is in the pace at which I think India is moving away from coal, obviously, or coal, or for that matter, even oil and gas, is not seen to be fast enough. But let's just get a few things straight here, which is that while energy storage has taken hold in a big way, perhaps in the US, California specifically, and in EU, right? In India, we still see the problem of non-RE duration, supply as being sort of coming from coal. And David, you just mentioned the growing demand in the case of Thailand, and the same cooling demand that we've been hearing across many different sessions is likely to persist. And today, the Indian peak is very much a dual peak in the morning and in the evening, and it's a significant cooling peak. And we see that the persistence of coal-based generation, because we don't have access to gas, is causing us to rely more on coal-based capacity, and that's one of the reasons why we're doing it. I think everybody understands that it's not in the, it's risky. It has challenges of, stranded assets. You create an asset today, but it's pretty much the road that we will have to travel in the absence of the alternative. And I think the political economy of it is also making it challenging in Indian context. So this is really explaining, I think, why India is doing poorly on the scoring, particularly because the fuel switching is not happening fast enough, and on a normalized basis, RE capacity addition is not happening on a fast enough basis. On the enablers, again, right, if you saw the chart, I was actually starkly surprised when you show the regional one, right, where in Singapore, Japan, and Korea, basically had all the patents. Right? And today, right, if in India is looking to sort of diversify its economy away from manufacturing conventional goods to manufacturing climate-friendly goods, it has to have access to these in a way that is, on favorable terms. Again, going back to the fact that it cannot be seen as furthering the regime that has gotten us here. It has to be a collaborative regime. It has to be co-development of technology and not one of transfer of technology. Right? And along those lines, I think, comes in the financing aspect as well. We see that there are a few countries that have obviously cornered the financing, and obviously, given the fact that, there is a less risky environment for investments there, we find the challenges here. And I think here, the biggest step that the Indian government has taken is, well, I wouldn't say it's the biggest, but at least one of the favorable ones is this new carbon market that's been announced. And incidentally, there are 13 sectors where we've actually allowed for the carbon credits to be exported, meaning that entities that are outside of the country can actually invest in monetizing those, helping monetize those carbon credits, and of which are key sectors, for instance, like hydrogen and CCUS. Because what we feel is we don't want, right, Western capital to take away the low-hanging fruit of easily decarbonized sectors. We want Western investments to come in where decarbonization is more expensive and where it has to happen on equal footing. CCUS anywhere has to be as expensive, right? Because it's a technology that comes with its cost. So if you invest, ready to invest in it, I think we'll certainly be ready to take it. And I think this is a fantastic opportunity that is presented in the Indian context. And I know hopefully next year, on account of accounting for it, our score will go up. I mean, this is not really about just looking at where India is. I know, of course, it's all relative. There are, ups and downs in the methodology. But it's really about the spirit in which this happens and us recognizing. And I think your last slide, at least the version that I saw, right, talked about what can we do going forward. And I think that really talked about that co-development, for instance, of technology. It can't be so one-sided that we're not considerate of the challenges of countries like India. And more importantly, right, there has to be, I think, a more transparent regime for instance, in new areas like hydrogen. We're looking at, countries coming up with their own definitions of what constitutes, green hydrogen, right? While I think there are more progressive definitions available today, that needs to be standardized. Interoperability of standards needs to happen. And more importantly, right, we're getting into sort of a lot of bilateral agreements and, exchanges, which makes it difficult for the smaller countries to actually get an equal footing there. And as much as I think these index look at what countries do, let's also look at what countries do to ensure that those that are sort of more vulnerable, not from necessarily from a adaptation and climate change perspective, but not able to sort of really keep pace, are also sort of able to be brought up. And I think if you do that, you basically get more brownie points, right? And I hope, the rating in its sort of successive revisions will be able to capture that. Obviously, I think this has been a very sort of negotiation-like position that I've taken, but to be honest, I think if we don't do that in these indices, especially in the year of the global stock take, right, we are likely to sort of get caught in the same rigmarole of, who's doing better, who's not. So hopefully that shed a little bit of light, but maybe in the question answer round, we'll get into the details, yeah?
Yeah, I
Thanks,
have a couple
Anvita.
of questions that like to ask
Sure.
you, and we'll get back to that. And Nora, I think the Global CCS Institute has a perspective of some of the other countries in the region, and maybe you want to add some nuances to this.
Yes, thank you very much, and it's been really interesting to hear all the remarks so far. Just reflecting on some of my fellow speakers, and just seeing the presentation, and I noticed how the first sort of the most successful countries or policies were the most balanced, and I wonder how that can be implemented in other countries that are struggling. And just that need for balance instead of, necessarily increasing something, but rather looking at the whole picture. And I think that's a huge value add from the index. And I think, especially in this year and the run-up to COP28, I'm actually also seconded to the COP28 presidency, and I work in the energy transitions team under the fossil fuels pillar on CCS issues. So we're seeing a very big year for CCS. especially in international policy. We just got off a session this afternoon with the Carbon Management Challenge, which was presented by President Biden in the Major Economies Forum in April. And from there, we're seeing more and more momentum going towards sort of international policy, towards CCS. And I think definitely for the APAC region, I think we're also looking to see how this region sort of responds to that. And then just also looking at what's happening in other multilateral forums. We had the G7, which had its most detailed outcome on CCS, or CCUS rather, in its leaders' communique in Hiroshima, in Japan, and now in G20. We're waiting to see what kind of text comes out. So just seeing CCS sort of across the board this year. And then we also just came out of the Bonn Climate Change Conference, and we had the Mitigation Work Program, which accelerates mitigation implementation and ambition. And we had our first CCS session there, where CCS was where basically we heard country positions all day about CCS. So we really have a closer view on where each country kind of stands today. So that, along with the global stocktake, I think is quite an exciting year. And we also, of course, have the Article 6 negotiations, where there are some contentious discussions happening with removals and direct air capture and storage, bioenergy, carbon capture and storage. So lots of things happening on that scape. With NDCs, we're seeing increased NDCs from the APAC region. We have examples from Japan, China, Australia, and others who have submitted NDCs with CCS included already. Looking towards APAC, and just zooming in, and not to repeat what my speakers have said, but I think definitely it is a case of managing both the growth and decarbonization. So I think going back to balance and that need for balance. And also, I think another part of the kind of COP28 push this year is really global South-South cooperation, and adding that to the mix. So looking specifically at countries, I have just a few examples. I picked Malaysia, China, India, Thailand, and Japan. So just quickly on Malaysia, they're looking very seriously on storage. We heard this in the mitigation work program that I mentioned. They mentioned billions of cubic meters of offshore storage, so it is quite a commercial opportunity for the country, which is already very, very well established in terms of its fossil fuel industry and infrastructure in general. They also have the Kaswari project, which is online in 2025, happening in CCS. Jumping to China, CCS is definitely ramping up there. There's the first commercial transport pipeline that started in June, as well as we have the big Sinopec megaton project that's already underway, a new coal project also in June, and it's critical here because it is a retrofit, so if it continues to work, then that's a huge opportunity for decarbonization through CCS that could happen in China, which I think the world is looking for action there. And then the country we're in now, India, just jumping off what my colleague was saying, there was a document that came out of the government think tank, and in that document there are recommendations on financing CCS and mobilizing the private sector to finance CCS in India. So we're definitely seeing that, and that came in tandem with a more ambitious NDC last year in the run-up to COP27. So we do see these things as correlated. And then in Thailand, there was the first CCS project announced last year, which was quite significant. And Japan also recently announced 7 CCS projects approved with 250 megatons by 2030. So really a direct contribution to the carbon management challenge. I think just going back to the index, Circular Carbon Economy Index, and common threads needed for CCS deployment can be facilitated by this index. So examples are the need for tailored policy levers and enablers. I think that's just so much opportunity through this index to really dive deeper into that and help countries out and learn from each other. Creating CCS centers of excellence. This would really help Global South countries in APAC on policy and regulation, storage assessments, monitoring storage permitting, and these were things that we heard across the board from developing emerging economies in the mitigation work program in Bonn. And on the other side of the table, we heard from countries like Norway and the US who have already quite established CCS policies and projects that have been on for 20 plus years in Norway's case, and even since the 70s in the US case, on wanting to share, share knowledge and experiences. And I think another key aspect is harmonizing international cooperation and data sharing and the need for transparency. So I think the CC index could also help there, and also beyond CCS, looking at other technologies that were up there, so hydrogen, renewables, and across the board for countries to really meet their national climate strategy implementation. So thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nora. I think the panelists have raised quite a few very interesting points, which I want to do a little bit of deep dive before I open to the audience. But Fatih, I want to start with you first, because I'm sure this is a burning question that everybody has. In this time of global stock take, and when we are all measuring to manage, what's happening in the climate space, how does the CC index compare to all these other indices which are in that conversation? If you could kind of tell us about that.
Well, thank you. This is definitely a great question. Well, let me start with saying that all the indices has some sort of a transition definitions that they're built on. For instance, take the World Economic Forum's Energy Transition Index. That mainly focuses on electrification and renewable energy, where the way they select their indicators, etc. Another famous index is World Energy Council's Trilemma Index, where basically they look at the trilemma, the access, energy access, energy poverty, and forgot the third one. So they all have their transition stories or frameworks that they're built on. We also looked at our index correlation with these indices. They're definitely a strong correlation because we're using similar data sources at the end of the day, but there are definitely clear differences as well. For instance, with the concept of circular carbon economy, we cover more broad technologies than only electrification and renewable energy, including, things like CCUS and hydrogen, as well as enabling environments for these technologies.
Yeah, thank you for that. Karthik, a point that you made, and when I was seeing all these bars that were being presented by Fatih, we are looking at these different countries in Asia, and they are all on different trajectories. Is there a kind of a, do the countries in Asia share some commonality when it comes to their net zero pathways? Can they learn from each other? Is there a collaborative space? Do we have some kind of a commonality there? Yeah.
Absolutely. I think, what ties them together is what I think David brought up in his presentation, which is that we're all looking to go on an increased energy consumption pathway and not a decreased one, right? Yeah. Which necessarily means that, yes, if there is a carbon constraint, there will have to be balancing across the board, which is something that unfortunately we as a world have not managed to figure out how to come to terms with, right? Yeah. That equitable sharing of the remaining carbon space. I think there are certainly some positive lessons, from, for instance, the pace at which India, given its, I guess, maybe slightly more democratic setting as opposed to China, right, has managed to do increased levels of RE delivery. And I think there's always been interest in every session that we've been to, whether it's in a Thailand or a Vietnam, right? How do you basically discover lower prices? So I think in those ways, there are certainly transferable lessons. Yeah. I think one of the things that, our Prime Minister has obviously gotten on, which is the LIFE campaign, right? While it's very nebulous at its best, I think it is very intrinsic to the way in which the world must think about perhaps how we can actually now shift the bar in a really big way. We've recently come out with some sort of like an MRV mechanism for it through something called the Green Credits Program. Again, unfortunately, very nebulously defined. But I think that's where the devil lies in the details, right? How do you basically measure up actions that are not all just based on these large show infrastructure pieces? It's really about what each citizen is able to do, because ultimately that's what we've realized, that it is about 1 billion people contributing to make this a dream. And which is one of the reasons why, of course, there's this big push for getting this internalized across, countries that are part of the G20 as well, which is why you will see this part of, is life here as well? Maybe it's not here, but it will be there in multiple forums. And in terms of, I think what India, or for that matter, the Global South, talking to the CCS issue, one thing I found was that while there is a lot of interest, because ultimately we see that CCS is part of the solution, we see that the readiness levels of countries to take it up, let's say we find out in 2040, right, just hypothetically, that we have to deploy CCS in a big way because there's impending catastrophe. We already know all that, right? The ability for countries to actually sort of do this at scale is so limited because nobody knows how it's done. So for instance, in India, the assessment that we did in our study recently was there's potentially 630 gigatons worth of capacity. And then if you pare down through all the different constraints, you get to about 102 gigatons, which is still a significant amount. But there's literally no official assessment of any of these sites. All of these are theoretical, right? There is no technology co-development or transfer to say that, okay, this is how it happens. And we have a lot of it in basalt formations, which actually are the safest kind of deposits for CO2 ultimately, because it ultimately results in mineralization and very little escape. So if we don't explore this in good time, right, and if we don't have CCS ready systems, and I think this used to be what it was, right, at least as far as power plants and industries was concerned, are these CCS ready to be retrofitted easily? So similar way, from a storage perspective, are countries CCS ready? I think so long as we can establish readiness levels, we should definitely set these up to the sidelines and not focus on CCS becoming the centerpiece for action. Because ultimately it has to be, and I think that is where we definitely feel, India needs to take the lead, because I think it has got significant potential within its geography, and it can again offer a significantly scaled up market. So that's, I think, what I would say with regard to this. And finally, I think the only point that I would make is on hydrogen. And you talked about the equal distribution among the rich countries. Yeah. There's a good reason for it, right? It's akin to a student in a private school, right, who's had the benefit of basically great parents telling him or her that you need to do all these things equally well in life, as opposed to a student in a government school, right, where there are various challenges, and you end up focusing on just doing the things that you possibly are able to do. And that's one of the reasons why those bars are obviously that separated. Yeah. For instance, electrification. Why would the Indian economy look to electrify now? Because ultimately, if it's going to come from coal, there's no point in electrifying. In fact, you do worse. So I guess in some sense, it makes sense that India is not electrifying at a super large, heavy pace right now. But that's the aspiration, that we should when the mix is more clear. So I guess, it is going to take a lot of effort for us to get that equitable distribution across all. But equally, let's recognize that some of these really need to be back-ended and not be given as much focus right now. But we focus more on the really big stuff, which is, RE for sure, and I think energy efficiency was there, and nuclear. And final point that I'll make, Anvita, I'm sorry, I realize I might be out of time, which is that, a technology like nuclear, for instance, today, which would actually allow us to diversify our dependence on just solar as a technology. A country like India, for instance, was kept out of the loop for close to 30, 40 years, right, as part of the NSG. I know that's a geopolitical issue, but we're finally coming back, and trying to scale up the technology. So if we can ensure that, I think tech like nuclear, which has a lot of, safeguards globally, can actually be made more accessible to countries like India that are open to the prospect of growing it, I think we'll definitely do better, to be able to diversify that chain as well, and to be able to contribute to global decarbonization. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
David, you talked quite a bit about some of the other countries in this region. Do you want to add to that? Is there a collaborative space, something we can learn from each other?
Sure. I think maybe one thing I'll add is on South and East Asia. Yeah. And I actually spent a lot of time talking and learning from colleagues, and I'm always fascinated and excited by essentially how much potential there is in this region, this part of the world. And if we think about the need for increased access to energy services, if we think about what that means, we don't consume energy just for consuming energy's sake. it's actually because we're doing things, we're growing economic activity. And so I think, to me, that signals the prospect of a lot of innovation and businesses and new ideas that can come out of this part of the world. And so, and if we zoom out just from South and East Asia, I think this represents a lot of the world that still does not have equivalent access to energy. So we think about electrification rates, just clean cooking, indoor air quality, you name it, across the board. So to me, South and East Asia, I think, is essentially almost like a case study for the larger world. And in that sense, in terms of thinking about collaboration, I think there's a lot of opportunities. And we think about, okay, the clock is ticking to 2030 and then on to 2050. But when I visit and learn from colleagues in South and East Asia, it's actually, there's so much innovation happening at the government policy level. We're working with the government of Malaysia to try to figure out how to implement some of their climate targets and net zero pathways. And it's literally, you know, we'll have meetings and we'll hear something of, okay, the minister has said this. We don't know how to do it. We've got to do it. So let's figure out how to do it. So I think there's a lot of activities going on and space for these member economies to work together. And I'm one thing I think to highlight, and maybe everybody has said this, is that there's no one size fits all. And I think the transition for each economy, each member, each country around the world, especially here in Asia, will look different based on their unique circumstances. So for example, in Japan, I was talking about earlier, there's reliance on nuclear, perhaps hydrogen. I think someplace in Indonesia, perhaps it's going to be a combination of energy efficiency, but also electrifying transport. And perhaps the power sector is not yet decarbonized, but if we think about, okay, well, maybe this is a multi-stage transition, that first transport is electrified, and then we work on decarbonizing the power sector based on best practices from similar countries in the region, or even from Europe or North America. I think, to me, that is very optimistic, and it gets me very excited about the prospects for increased, I think, collaboration in this part of the world. So I'll stop there. I can just keep going on, but I'll stop.
So thank you for that, David. Noura, while we've talked a lot about some of the easier sectors where there's a lot of, let's say, mature innovations in the space of, say, electric vehicles, cars, etc., but there are these hard-to-abate sectors which are high-emitting. So do you think some of these technologies, like the CCS or hydrogen, others, have a space in the hard-to-abate sectors? Because there are some conversations we are not having. We talk transport, but we don't talk aviation so much. It's really tough. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, thank you. And actually, it's funny you mentioned electric vehicles, because just a couple of months ago, we heard through the grapevine that Chinese companies are treating CCS like they treated electric vehicles, where they're innovating and pushing ahead, and because they're expecting the government to regulate. So I think we're seeing perhaps the same happening all over again. So yeah, on hard to abate, maybe we can start with the simplest one, which is cement. So the cement sector, and for that, you know, CCS is the most obvious choice, mainly because 50% of the emissions is not even from combusting a fossil fuel, but it is part of the chemical, you know, decomposition process. So we have the global, the GCCA, the Global Cement and Concrete Association, and they, you know, they have a roadmap towards net zero, and they also have a target for CCS, which is 10 operational cement plants with CCS by 2030. So this is a member-based organization, so this would be a commitment by their members. I think beyond that, we were just in a talk for the Carbon Management Challenge, where the CEO of the GCCA was there, and he was saying beyond that, we do need to crack the business case. So I think you know, more needs to be done in other kind of regions, I think, as well. Canada is leading here. So Canada have a net zero cement roadmap, which is seen as the gold standard. And actually this year in COP28, Canada is announcing a cement breakthrough. So this will go along with the other breakthroughs that came out of COP26. So along with, you know, steel, power, and others. So there'll be a new cement breakthrough that will be chaired by Canada. So this will help get political buy-in, coordination, and sort of set priority actions every year, which is part of the breakthrough agenda process. So this will really, you know, bring the cement bring cement up on the political agenda with that. So jumping to hydrogen, in hard to abate, it is quite nascent. So for steel, there are examples in Sweden, but at the moment there is lack of supply at commercial cost. For COP28, we are pushing for hydrogen, so we're creating an outcome on mutual recognition schemes, and we have G7 endorsement. So this is moving in a direction that needs to move, but more is to be done. I think it's interesting to look at CCS and hydrogen together. So we're seeing industrial clusters, hydrogen valleys with CO2 networks, and this consolidated shared infrastructure could really help the APAC region, especially because of the cost reduction that could happen from this. And we're already seeing at least we're seeing a lot of CCS networks coming up worldwide, especially in Europe and the US, but also some that combine hydrogen and CCS in the US and also in China. So this is up and coming, and also helps, helping things like balancing peak times, which is important, I think, in APAC. So really, I think, ensuring the kind of realities of cost will really help, because, we do understand that the heavy emitting sector, the hard to abate sector, have lower kind of margins, and they have their own kind of costs to bear. So, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. This has been a wonderful conversation, but I want to open up the floor for questions. Yes, please. If you could introduce yourself and maybe let me know whom you're targeting the question to.
Yes, myself, R.K. Singh. I'm the owner for Regas Engineering India Private Limited. I really thank Fateh for such presentations and really questions to you and open the mind, a lot of things. Let me just add to Karthik what he has told, where India stands in terms of renewable, and just I'll give a brief. We set an NDC target of 175 gigawatt to be installed RE capacity by 2022, and by January 23, in spite of 2.5 years of COVID lockdown, we have achieved 95%, 165 gigawatt of RE capacity. We have an NDC target of achieving 50% of renewable by 2030, which we are going to achieve much before than that. We are running a largest hydrogen mission in the world, and because of that, the world is looking to India as a greater exporter of green hydrogen. We are running one of the largest biomass mission, which is called Samarth. We already have a mandate for our fossil fuel power plant to use 7% of their coal blended with the biomass, so which is going to increase to 10%. So we are actually working on all the circularities of the carbon, and our Prime Minister's one mission Life, which is actually the lifestyle for environment, is the best example for the carbon circularity. So if we follow that, we are going to achieve a lot. So Fateh, I think your data is going to change within this 1 to 2 years. So thank you for enlightening for us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
May I just say that if you hadn't clarified your affiliation, I would have thought that you're the Minister of Power himself speaking.
Oh yes, it is from the Parliament itself. The data are not mine. Huh? Yeah, thank you.
Just want to add one quick answer, 2 points. Yeah. The first one is, there's always data lag in these indices, right? I mean, we are not data creators. We work with like 20 different data providers, official and non-official. So there's definitely a data lag. That's number one. So it's going to definitely improve as we get more data from India. The second point is the size. India is a huge country, and its needs are like multiple times bigger than many other countries in the rest of the world. In fact, India and China, they're two similar examples. So sometimes you see big achievements in a country like India or China, but on the scores, you don't see that big achievement there, because, again, we scale things in order to compare apple to apples. So let's see how things evolve over time. But the point here is definitely not stamp any country on with a certain score, with a certain rank. The goal here is to exactly get people asking this question: why? Why my favorite country is scoring X much? And what's going on? What's wrong here? And then we start talking.
No, I really appreciate the data, because I haven't seen such data since earlier, because it's really something we have done a lot of exercise on that. And India being one of the least per capita carbon emitter. in the world. As compared to China, we are much different than that. So we have a lot to do in future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I know the team is going to be doing some deep dives in the region to get nuances of some of these things which are not measured across the globe. So we'll get into more conversation. Another question.
Good evening to everybody. So myself, Ashwini Kumar Verma from NTPC. So my question is to Mr. Karthik and Ms. Nora regarding this carbon capture. So currently in NTPC, we done a small pilot on carbon capture for 20 TPD, and we just trying to understand what is the economics of that and what is the future scalability aspect. So what we could learn from that pilot, that since flue gas is having the very lean concentration of CO2, that is 13% around, that is why the energy penalty of capturing carbon is very high, almost 45%. Capturing carbon is at 45% and then storage, that is 45% cumulative. Again, water requirement gets almost double. So these are the two fundamental challenges. So suppose if we plan to incorporate this carbon capture and storage in all the power plants in India, so due to the high energy penalty of around 50%, we will have to double the capacity, coal-fired capacity within India. And the water consumption will be almost double what is at present. So how you are seeing to tackle these challenges? And third one is this storage aspect. So when we talk about storage, so there is saline aquifers which are often being talked about, and that is normal water aquifer. So when we will do the sequestration within normal water aquifer, that will be get acidic and it will just like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, we can say like that. So it will happen like that. So these are the fundamental challenges. So how you are thinking in that direction? And there is, of course, there is no denying that carbon capture is not an option. It is a necessity. There is no denying of that. So there are also a few societies are there who are advocating about the wood vault concept. They are telling about this sustainable agroforestry. Just cut the wood and bury under the ground. That is simple, the carbon capture, and cost is coming like that only. So so I just want to have your detailed opinion on that.
I'll let of course Nora come in on more detail on this, but I think that in the Indian context, if we were willing to slap on the price of carbon capture onto the power of electricity, we should equally be considering RE plus storage on the same footing. Right? Now the challenge is, as a company that's invested significantly in coal-based assets, you're seeing it as a marginal investment in capture. Whereas in reality, being a company that wants to diversify away to an RE-based portfolio, you should be comparing coal plus CCS to RE plus storage and decide that RE plus storage will actually be more cost effective, which is why I think in brownfield projects, to actually slap on a CCS just doesn't make sense at all. And I think, proving the readiness and ensuring that the technology is there, and as you said, figuring out the R&D challenges of reducing water usage. I know it's an amine-based capture system, for instance, but we know that there are other capture systems that actually work at much lower water requirement levels. But do we have the ability to use them and have it ready so that, in the event that we need to deploy it in large scale, we have it. So if NTPC proves that, I think you've done your job. Let's not scale it right now is my view, but I'm sure Nora has a different notion on that, but yeah.
No, I agree with what you're saying. So I think you strike sort of the right chord here, and it is really about the sustainability of the technology, and that's essential especially for countries like India and everywhere around the world, but especially in the developing world. And I think when you look at any technology, whatever it is, the most important part is how we use the technology, and so we do need to take into consideration water, among many other environmental safeguards. So this has been looked at to some degree in sort of the European Union CCS directive. There are also research papers that look into this in more detail. So this is this topic is emerging with the emergence of CCS. So these conversations need to be had, and we do need to refine the technology in such a way that it limits the impact on society and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora. And I'm afraid that's all we have time for. So thank you very much to the panel. But before we close, I would like to say we are honored to be joined by Jean-François Garnier, and he's the head of the Clean Energy Ministerial. We are delighted that you could join our panel, and we'd love to hear a couple of words from you before we close off. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for that kind of invitation. I'm actually very, very happy to be here for, I think, a series of different reasons. And I will say probably the most exciting part for me is the fact that we are discussing the CCE concept, which was a concept that was dubbed under Saudi Arabia's G20 presidency. And one of the biggest achievement, I think, that where we are today is the fact that we are starting to link the ambition discussions that are being taken under a format and a process like the G20 and starting to say, yeah, but what does it mean in practice? And this is where the CEM and MI come in as useful partners. And so being able to be here and support this type of discussions that go into the weeds of what did minister actually agree to when they agreed to this concept? And I would say, when you actually look at it, they've agreed to something that I think we all, in a certain way, we're able to, what we're already thinking, but the concept is useful sometimes to allow to think. So if you think about the 4 R's that are introduced by the CCE concept, and you look at the number of work streams that are active under the CEM, most of those 4 R's are addressed one way or another into some of those work streams. So the concept is more an opportunity to see how do these different pieces fit together. And I guess within the CEM, what we're trying to do is we're trying that same approach of a conceptual approach. And you know, one of the things that I should say is we do believe that you need to address a series of different solutions. And as was mentioned in the discussion with the NPPC, not necessarily make a decision. The purpose of these discussions is not necessarily to say this is good or this is bad. It's a discussion of, do we actually know what we can achieve with this versus that? And when we do, then let's decide which one works best in what context, which is, again, going to be different depending on where your stance on. And so I guess from a CEM perspective, because we've kind of set as our base the idea that you need all of these, the concept we've brought into is how can we explain what you need to go when you start digging into that implementation aspects. And our concepts matches the 4 R's to what we call the 3 I's. And for us, the 3 I's, which is how we try to identify how we address the detailed implementations aspect, is about insight. First I is insight. And this discussion is actually one of the first steps of that insight we've already started going into. It's understanding the problem, being able to really define what is the gap, the barrier that we're trying to address, and then identify who's already done what in that sense, and what best practices we can learn from that. And in that case, the data discussion we were having with respect to the CZ index is exactly what we need. We need to make sure that we understand factually what is out there, the questions about understanding not only one goal, but what are the ripple effects in terms of water usage and other aspects. These are all parts of the insight discussions that we've had. Once you understand your problem properly, then you can think about how to address it. And that's our second I, which is on impact. And we define having impact by getting the right people in a room. And this is where our different initiatives are focusing in gathering those experts, organizing the discussions, being able to learn from another. And whether we're talking about CCUS, where we have the CCUS initiative that has been really strong in gathering that aspect, nuclear, who's identified the problem less in terms of the technology aspect of it, but more its acceptance. And so how can we do about it? And so just gathering the right stakeholders to be able to advance the right type of solutions for the right type of problem. And then the third I is about to make sure that we're not only discussing this amongst ourselves, but that we're letting the rest of the world know what we learn from it so that we can really create an entrainment moment and get everybody on the board. And that's what we call inspire. Because what we hope to be able to do through the CEM is that by gathering stakeholders who have the ability to showcase what is feasible and how you do it, we will inspire others to follow suit and really take it to the next step in terms of globally. So very, very happy to be able to do this. Thank you very much for CAPSARC. I think you've been an amazing partner in many of those work streams. Look very much forward to see how we can collaborate everywhere, because quite honestly, the CEM itself is a concept. The actual action happens in the work streams with our partners, and so we can never get enough of partners. So really look forward to what we can do with that moving forward. So thanks again for doing this.
Thank you, Jean-François. 4 hours for 3 eyes. That's what you get. So that's been wonderful. Thank you for framing the importance of the CC Index. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Please join me in giving everybody a big hand on the table. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is this on? Yeah, I'd like to make 2 housekeeping announcements. First is that dinner would be served at 7 p.m. So all delegates are welcome at the atrium pre-function area. The second is, on behalf of the hosts, I wish to invite all of you at the yoga session that would be at 6:30 p.m. at Lawn 3. So in case you are interested for the same, please give your name to Mr. Govinda Yadav I think as soon as possible. So thank you so much.